Romans 7. Preface to the first edition. This book offers an account of the opinions held by the Greeks about the life of the human soul after death, and is thus intended as a contribution to the history of Greek religion. Such an undertaking has in a special measure to contend with the difficulties that face any inquiry into the religious life and thought of the Greeks. Greek religion was a natural growth, not a special foundation, and the ideas and feelings which gave it its inward tone and outward shape never received abstract formulation. It expressed itself in religious performances alone. It had no sacred books from which we might determine the inward meaning and interconnection of the ideas with which the Greeks approached the gods created by their faith. The central essence of the religion held by the Greek people, in spite of this absence of conceptual formulation or perhaps, because of it preserved its original character to a remarkable degree. The speculations and fancies of Greek poets continually refer to this central nucleus. Indeed, the poets and philosophers in such of their writings as have come down to us are our only authorities for the religious thought of the Greeks. In the present inquiry, they have naturally had to be our guides for the greater part of the way. But though under the special conditions of Greek life, the religious views of poets and philosophers represent an important side of Greek religion, they yet allow us to perceive very clearly the independent and self-determined position with regard to the ancestral religion retained by the individual. The individual believer might always, if his own temper and disposition allowed him, give himself up to the plain and unsophisticated emotions which had shaped and decided the faith of the people and the religious performances of popular use/bea. But we should know very little of the religious ideas that filled the mind of the believing Greek if we had to do without the evidence of philosophers and poets, and of some Attic orators as well, in whose words dumb and inarticulate emotion finds expression. The inquirer would, however, be entirely on the wrong track, Roman 8, and be led to some remarkable conclusions who ventured without more ado to deduce from the religious ideas that find expression in Greek literature a complete theology of the Greek people. Where direct literary statements and allusions fail us, we are left with nothing but surmises in face of the religion of the Greeks and its inmost guiding forces. Of course, there are plenty of people of sanguine temperament and industrious fancy who find no difficulty in producing for our benefit the most admirable solutions of the problem. Others, in varying degrees of good faith, press the emotions of Christian piety into the service of explaining ancient faith in gods. Thus injustice is done to both forms of religion and an understanding of the essentials of Greek belief in its true and independent reality is made completely impossible. A good example of this is provided by the Eleusinian Mysteries, and by that favorite topic of controversy, which has, indeed, received more than its due share of attention from students of religion, the amalgamation of the worship of gods and the belief in souls said to have taken place therein. Nowhere else has the complete unprofitableness of the attempt to make use of the shifting ideas and tendencies of modern civilization to explain the underlying motive forces of these significant cult practices been more strikingly and repeatedly demonstrated. On this head in particular, the author of the present work has renounced all attempts to cast a fitful and ambiguous light upon the venerable gloom of the subject, by the help of the farthing dip of his own private imaginings. There is no denying that here, as in so many departments of ancient use/bea, there is something greater and finer that eludes our grasp. The revealing word, never having been written down, has been lost. Instead of trying to find a substitute in modern catchphrases, it seems better simply to describe, in the plainest and most literal fashion, the actual phenomena of Greek piety exactly as they are known to us. There will be plenty of opportunity for the author's own suggestions, and they need not always obtrude themselves. The aim of this work is to make plain the facts of the Greek cult of souls, and of that belief in immortality, the inner workings of which are only partially intelligible to our most sympathetic efforts to understand them. To give a clearer presentation of the origin and development of those practices and those beliefs, to distinguish the transformations through which they passed and their relationship with other and kindred intellectual tendencies, to disentangle the many different lines of thought and speculation from the inextricable, Roman 9 confusion in which they lie in many minds and in many books, and to let them stand out clearly and distinctly one from another, seemed particularly desirable. Why this design has not been carried out by the same methods throughout. Why it has sometimes seemed sufficient to give a bald summary of the essential points, while at other times certain topics are pursued into their most distant ramifications, sometimes with apparently irrelevant prolixity, will be obvious enough to those who are familiar with the subject. Where a more careful examination of the overflowing mass of detail was to be attempted, advantage has been taken of the appendix to achieve a greater, though still only a relative degree of completeness. This was made possible by the lengthy period which elapsed between the publication of the two parts of the book. The first half to the end of Chapter 7 appeared as long ago as the spring of 1890. Unpropitious circumstances have delayed the completion of the remainder till the present moment. The two parts could easily be kept separate, as they have been. In the main, they fall apart and correspond to the two sides of the question indicated in the title of the book: Cult of Souls and Belief in Immortality. The cult of souls and the faith in immortality may eventually come together at some points, but they have a different origin and travel most of the way on separate paths. The conception of immortality in particular arises from a spiritual intuition which reveals the souls of men as standing in close relationship, and indeed as being of like substance, with the everlasting gods. And simultaneously, the gods are regarded as being in their nature like the soul of man, i.e., as free spirits needing no material or visible body. It is this spiritualized view of the gods, not the belief in gods itself, as Aristotle supposes in the remarkable statement quoted by Sextus Empiricus ad Mathematicos, Roman 3:20 ff., which arises from the vision of its own divine nature, achieved by the soul cath huder / n relieved of the body, in enthusiasmoi / and mante equals ai. And this conception leads far away from the ideas on which the cult of souls was based. The publication of the book in two parts has brought with it a regrettable circumstance for which I must ask the indulgence of well-disposed readers. That the first half found so many of them is a fact which I must gratefully acknowledge. As the dimensions of the whole work grew beyond expectation and almost overstepped the me/tron o/tarks, the 16 excursuses which were promised in X, the first volume have had to be dropped. The book would otherwise have been overloaded. So far as they possess independent interest, they will find a place elsewhere. They are real excursuses and were intended as such, and the proper understanding of the book will not be affected by their absence. Erwin Rohde, Heidelberg, November 1st, 1893. Preface to the second edition. The publication of a second edition of this book affords me a welcome opportunity of making my account more exact and to the point in certain places, of adding some points that had been overlooked or omitted, and of noticing with approval or disapproval some divergent opinions that had obtained currency in the interval. Controversy is, however, confined within the narrowest limits and to points of minor importance, and only then in answer to more serious and significant objections. The plan, and if I may say so, the style of the whole book demanded throughout, and more especially in the great points at issue, a purely positive statement of my own views and the results of my own studies. Such a statement, it may well be imagined, was not arrived at without being preceded in the mind of the author by a controversial reckoning with the manifold views and doctrines of others upon the subjects here dealt with, views which in some cases he felt obliged to reject. Controversy in this sense lies behind every page of the book, though as a rule only in a latent condition. In this condition, I have been content to let it remain in this revised edition of the book. My opinions were not arrived at without toil and much careful reflection, one view being made to reinforce another till they were all bound together in a single closely knitted whole. Neither further reflection on my part nor the criticisms of others have shaken my belief in the tenability of opinions reached in this way. I have therefore ventured to leave my account unaltered in all its main points. I hope that it contains its own justification and defense in itself without further vindication on my part. Nothing in the plan or execution of the whole or its parts has been altered, neither have I taken anything away. The book contained nothing that was superfluous to the attainment of the object that I had in view. This object, it will be apparent, was not in the least to provide a brief and compendious statement of the most indispensable facts about the cult of souls and the belief in immortality among the Greeks for the benefit of those who wish to take a hasty, Roman 12, glance over the subject. Such a hasty picker-up of knowledge who regards himself I cannot imagine why as peculiarly fitted to criticize my book, has ingenuously besought me, in view of a second edition, which he was kind enough to think probable, to throw overboard most of what he considered the superfluous parts of the book. With this request, I have not felt myself able to comply. My book was written for maturer readers who have passed beyond the school stage and look for something more than an elementary handbook, and who would be able to understand and appreciate the plan and intention which led me to draw my material so widely from many departments of literary and cultural history. The first edition of the book found many such readers. I may hope and expect that the second will do the same. In its revised form, the book has been divided for the convenience of those who use it into 2 volumes, which correspond with the 2 parts in which it was first published. I was urged to take away the notes that stand at the foot of the text and relegate them to a place by themselves in a separate appendix. I found, however, that I could not bring myself to adopt this fashionable modern practice, which so far as I have experience of it in books published in recent years, seems to me to be inconvenient, and to hinder rather than help that undisturbed appreciation of the text which such an arrangement is intended to serve. Independent readers, who in using the book are working out the subject for themselves, would certainly not desire the separation of the documentary evidence from the statement of the author's view. The book has also, to my peculiar satisfaction, attracted a large number of readers from outside the immediate circle of professional philologists. Such readers have evidently not been seriously disturbed by the elaborate and perhaps rather pedantic aspect of the mysterious disquisitions at the foot of the page, and have been able to fix their attention upon the clearer language of the text above. I have therefore decided to remove a few only of the notes, which had grown to independent dimensions, to an appendix at the end of each of the 2 volumes. Erwin Rohde, Heidelberg, November 27, 1897. Roman 13. Preliminary note to the 7th and 8th editions. In supervising together this reprint of Psyche, we have found ourselves faced with the question which Schall and Dieterich had to decide in bringing out the 3rd edition whether changes or additions would be admissible. It went without saying that the text must remain untouched in the form last given to it by Rohde's own hand. Nor was it possible to make any additions to the notes without seriously disturbing the carefully considered architecture of the whole book. It would have been more possible to add an appendix or supplementary pamphlet recording the literature of the subject which has appeared since 1898 and giving an account of the present state of the questions dealt with by Rohde, as has been done with the Griechische Roman by W. Schmid. But on making the attempt, we soon found that the problem was a different one in the case of Psyche, with which, much more than in the other case, all subsequent study of the history of religion as pursued by all nations has had to reckon, and from which such study has in no small degree taken its starting point. We have therefore refrained, and we have also refrained from remodeling the citations to make them correspond with critical editions that have since appeared. This process could not be carried through without, in some places, introducing contradictions with Rohde's interpretation that would have necessitated more detailed discussion. Rohde's own method of citation was only seriously inconvenient in the case of Euripides. Here he evidently, as we observed from about the middle of the 1st volume onwards, made use of more than one addition at the same time, and has consequently quoted lines in accordance with different enumerations. For the greater assurance and convenience of the reader, the lines are uniformly referred to according to the numbering of Nock. This task has been undertaken by our devoted helper FRL. Emily Bohr, who has also verified, with a very few exceptions, the whole of the references to ancient writers and inscriptions. Roman 14. A considerable number of errors missed by the author or later editors have thus been corrected. The minor changes introduced in the 3rd and following editions, the recording on the margin of the pagination of the 1st edition, and the valuable enlargement of the index due to W. Nessel with the assistance of O. Crucius have all naturally been retained. F. Bohl, O. Weinreich. Heidelberg, November 1920. Roman 15. Translator's note. Rohde is very unsystematic in his mode of quoting from ancient authorities. He has, for example, 4 different ways of referring to the Iliad and the Odyssey, 2 of referring to Demosthenes and the orators, etc. In quoting from the lesser authorities, he sometimes used additions which have since become antiquated. He even goes so far as to quote Clem. Alex, by the page and letter of Heinsius, re-edition of Silberg. I have made an attempt to reduce the number of inconsistencies and to give references where possible to modern editions. In these and other small ways, I have tried to make the notes the text, I hope, is intelligible enough more accessible to English readers. I have given references to English translations of German works, where I have been able to find them, but I have refrained from adding references to the modern literature of the subject. Most readers of the book will prefer to do that for themselves. In order to save space, I have used abbreviation pretty freely in quoting names of authors and titles of books. The abbreviated forms agree generally with those given in Liddell and Scott, supplemented by the list drawn up for the new edition of the lexicon. Most of the following may be noted. A or ish equals Aeschylusam, equals Ammonius App, equals Anthologia Palatina, Apollod, equals PS Apollodorus by Biotheca unless epit is added. A. R equals Apollonius Rhodius Ath. Myth equals Mythelingen die Deutsch. Arch. Inst. Zu Athen Aug equals Augustine D. Or Dem equals Demosthenes D. C equals Dio Cassius D. CHR equals Dio Chrysostom D. H equals Dionysius of Halicarnassus, i.e. Rom. Antic. Unless otherwise indicated D. L equals Diogenes Laertius D. P equals Dionysius Periegetes D. S equals Diodorus Siculus E. Or Ur equals Euripides Epiger Gr. Equals Kybal Epigrammata Graeca Un. Equals Eunapius Vidi Sophistarum. Roman 16 Gal equals Galen volume and page of Kuhn GDI equals Kalitz Greikisch Dialektenschriffen GP. Geoponica Grimm equals Grimm Deutsche Mythologie Transl. As Teutonic Mythology by J.S. Stalabras Lond, 1880 Heraclid. Paul equals Heraclides Ponticus Politica Him equals Himerius Hip equals Hippolytus HP equals Hippocrates H equals Hesychius H. Smaeon equals Hermippus of Smyrna. Homer is quoted by the majuscules of the Greek alphabet for the books of the Iliad, by the minuscules for the Odyssey, Insker. Perg equals Inschriffen von Pergamon ed. Frinkel Ipe equals Inscriptions Ponti Euxini ed. Ladyshev. Is equals Isius J. M equals Justin Martyr leg. Sacker equals von Praten Ziehen legs Grecorum Sacri Paul equals Palladius de Re Rustica PHLD equals Philodmus Pi equals Pindar PL equals Plato PLG equals Burke Poeti Lyrici Greci ed 4 plot equals Plotinus Plu equals Plutarch P Magpar equals Paris Magical Papyrus ed. Wesley RH. Muse equals asterisk Rheinisches Museum S. Or Soph equals Sophocles. SE equals Sextus Empiricus, Sig, equals Dittenberger, Silog Inscriptionum Graecarum ed. 2, unless otherwise stated, SDR, equals Strabo Casaubon's page, tab defix, equals Tabuli Defictionum ed. Wunsch Appendix to CIA, THPHR, equals Theophrastus, CH, equals Characters ed. Jeb Tyler equals EB Tyler, Primitive Culture ed. 4, TZ, equals Tzetzes, VG, equals Virgil, Vors. Equals Dials, Fragment der Vorsokratiker ed. 4, Volume 1 unless otherwise indicated, X, or Zen, equals Xenophon Historicus, ZNB, equals Zenobius. I take this opportunity of thanking my friend Mr. R. Byrne, of Glasgow University, for his invaluable help in these matters. W. B. Hillies. Part 1. A3. Chapter 1. Beliefs about the soul and cult of souls in the Homeric poems. 1. Section 1. To the immediate understanding of mankind, nothing seems so self-evident, nothing so little in need of explanation, as the phenomenon of life itself, the fact of man's own existence. On the other hand, the cessation of this so self-evident existence, whenever it obtrudes itself upon his notice, arouses man's ever-renewed astonishment. There are primitive peoples to whom death, whenever it occurs, seems an arbitrary abbreviation of life. If it is not due to visible forces, then some invisible magic must have caused it. So difficult is it for such peoples to grasp the idea that the present state of being alive and conscious can come to an end of its own accord. Once reflection on such problems is aroused, life itself, standing as it does on the threshold of all sensation and experience, soon begins to appear no less mysterious than death, that kingdom into which no experience reaches. It may even come about that when they are regarded too long and too hard, light and darkness seem to change places. It was to a Greek poet that the question suggested itself. Who knows then whether life be not death, and what we here call death be called life there below? From such jaded wisdom and its doubts, Greek civilization is still far removed when, though already at an advanced stage in its development, it first speaks to us in the Homeric poems. The poet and his heroes speak with lively feeling of the pains and troubles of life, both in its individual phases and as a whole. The gods have allotted a life of pain and misery to men, while they themselves remain free from care. On the other hand, to turn aside from life altogether never enters the head of anyone in Homer. Nothing may be said expressly of the joy and happiness of life, but that is because such things, go without saying among a vigorous folk engrossed in a movement of progress, whose circumstances were never complicated, and where all the conditions of happiness easily fell to the lot of the strong in activity and enjoyment. And indeed, it is only for the strong, the prudent, and the powerful that this Homeric world is intended. Life and existence upon this earth obviously belongs to them, as it not an indispensable condition of the attainment of all particular good things. As for death, the state which is to follow our life here, there is no danger of anyone mistaking that for life. Do not try and explain away death to me, says Achilles to Odysseus in Hades, and this would be the answer any Homeric man would have given to the sophisticated poet if he had tried to persuade him that the state of things after life on this earth is the real life. Nothing is so hateful to man as death and the gates of Hades. For when death comes, it is certain that life, this sweet life of ours in the sunlight, is done with, whatever else there may be to follow. Section 2. But what does follow? What happens when life departs forever from the inanimate body? It is strange that anyone should have maintained, as it has been in recent times, that in any stage of the development of the Homeric poems, the belief can be found that with the moment of death all is at an end, that nothing survives death. We are not warranted by any statement in either of the two poems, to be found perhaps in their oldest parts, as is suggested, nor yet by the telltale silence of the poet in attributing such an idea either to the poet or his contemporaries. Wherever the occasion of death is described, we are told how the dead man, still referred to by his name, or his, Psyche, hastens away into the house of Aides, into the kingdom of Aides and the grim Persephonia, goes down to the darkness below the earth, to Erebos, or, more vaguely, sinks into the earth itself. In any case, it is no mere nothing that can enter the gloomy depths, nor over what does not exist could one suppose that the divine pair holds sway below. But how are we to think of this Psyche that, unnoticed during the lifetime of the body and only observable when it is separated from the body, now glides off to join the multitude of its kind assembled in the murky regions of the invisible Aides? Its name, like the names given to the five, soul in many languages, marks it off as something airy and breathlike, revealing its presence in the breathing of the living man. It escapes out of the mouth or out of the gaping wound of the dying, and now freed from its prison becomes, as the name well expresses it, an image, I/Dalan. On the borders of Hades, Odysseus sees floating the images of those that have toiled on earth. These immaterial images withdrawing themselves from the grasp of the living, like smoke, ill. Roman 23, 100, or a shadow odd. Psyche 207, X 495, must at least recognizably present the general outlines of the once living person. Odysseus immediately recognizes his mother, Anticlea, in such a shadow person, as well as the lately dead Elpenor, and those of his companions of the Trojan War who have gone before him. The Psyche of Patroclus appearing to Achilles by night resembles the dead man absolutely in stature, bodily appearance, and expression. The nature of this shadowy double of mankind, separating itself from man in death and taking its departure then, can best be realized if we first make clear to ourselves what qualities it does not possess. The Psyche of Homeric belief does not, as might have been supposed, represent what we are accustomed to call spirit, as opposed to body. all the faculties of the human spirit, in the widest sense for which the poet has a large and varied vocabulary, are, indeed, only active and only possible so long as a man is still alive. When death comes, the complete personality is no longer in existence. The body, that is the corpse, now becomes mere, senseless earth and falls to pieces, while the psyche remains untouched. But the latter is by no means the refuge of spirit and its faculties any more than the corpse is. The psyche is described as being without feeling, deserted by mind and the organs of mind. All power of will, sensation, and thought have vanished with the disintegration of the individual man into his component parts. So far from it being permissible to ascribe the functions of spirit to the psyche, it would be more reasonable to speak of a contrast between the two. Man is a living creature, conscious of himself and intelligently active, only so long as the psyche remains within him. But it is not the psyche which communicates its own faculties to man and gives him capacity for life together with consciousness, will, and knowledge. It is rather that during the union of the psyche and the body all the faculties of living and acting lie within the empire of the body, of which they are functions. Without the presence of the psyche, the body cannot perceive, feel, or will, but it does not use these six, or any of its faculties through or by means of the psyche. Nowhere does Homer attribute any such function to the psyche in living man. It is, in fact, only mentioned when its separation from the living man is imminent or has occurred. As the body's shadow image, it survives the body and all its vital powers. If we now ask, as our Homeric psychologists generally do, which, in the face of this mysterious association between a living body and its counterfeit the psyche, is the real man, we find that Homer in fact gives contradictory answers. Not infrequently, indeed, in the first lines of the Iliad, the material body is contrasted, as the man himself, with the psyche which cannot therefore be any organ or component part of the living body. On the other hand, that which takes its departure at death and hastens into the realm of Hades is also referred to by the proper name of the person as himself, which means that here the shadowy psyche, for nothing else can go down to Hades, is invested with the name and value of the complete personality, the self of the man. But those who draw from these phrases the conclusion that either the body or the psyche must be the real man have, in either case, left out of account or unexplained one half of the recorded evidence. Regarded without prejudice, these apparently contradictory methods of speaking simply prove that both the visible man, the body and its own faculties, and the indwelling psyche could be described as the man's self. According to the Homeric view, human beings exist twice over, once as an outward and visible shape, and again as an invisible image, which only gains its freedom in death. This, and nothing else, is the psyche. Such an idea that the psyche should dwell with the living and fully conscious personality, like an alien and a stranger, a feebler double of the man, as his other self, this may well seem very strange to us. And yet this is what so-called savage peoples all over the world actually believe. Herbert Spencer in particular has shown this most decisively. It is therefore not very surprising to find the Greeks, too, sharing a mode of thought that lies so close to the mind of primitive mankind. The earlier age which handed down to the Greeks of Homer their beliefs about the soul cannot have failed any more than other nations to observe the facts upon which a fantastic logic based the conclusion of man's double personality. It was not the phenomena of sensation, will, perception, or thought in waking and conscious man which led to this conclusion. It was the experience of an apparent, seven double of the self in dreaming, in swoons, and ecstasy that gave rise to the inference of a twofold principle of life in man, and of the existence of an independent, separable second self, dwelling within the viable self of daily life. One has only to listen to the words of a Greek writer of a later period, who, far more explicitly than Homer, describes the nature of the psyche, and at the same time lets us see the origin of the belief in such an entity. Pindar Fr. 131 tells us that the body obeys death, the Almighty, but the image of the living creature lives on, since this alone is derived from the gods, which of course is not Homeric belief. For it, this eidolon is sleeping when the limbs are active, but when the body is asleep it often reveals the future in a dream. Words could hardly make it plainer that in the activities of the waking and conscious man, the image soul has no part. Its world is the world of sleep. While the other eye, unconscious of itself, lies in sleep, its double is up and doing. In other words, while the body of the sleeper lies wrapped in slumber, motionless, the sleeper in his dream lives and sees many strange and wonderful things. It is himself who does this, of that there can be no doubt, and yet not the self known and visible to himself and others, for that lies still as death beyond the reach of sensation. It follows that there lives within a man a second self, active and dreaming. That the dream experiences are veritable realities and not empty fancies for Homer is also certain. He never says, as later poets often do, that the dreamer thought he saw this or that. The figures seen in dreams are real figures either of the gods themselves or a dream spirit sent by them or a fleeting image, eidolon that they allow to appear for a moment. Just as the dreamer's capacity for vision is no mere fancy, so too, the objects that he sees are realities. In the same way, it is something real that appears to a man asleep as the shape of a person lately dead. Since this shape can show itself to a dreamer, it must of necessity still exist. Consequently, it survives death, though indeed only as a breath-like image, much as we have seen reflections of our own faces mirrored in water. It cannot, indeed, this airy substance be grasped or held like the once viable self, and hence comes its name, the Psyche. The primeval argument for such a counterpart of man is repeated by Achilles himself, ill. Roman 23, 103f, when his dead friend appears to him and then vanishes again. So then, ye gods, there yet lives in Hades' house a Psyche and shadowy image of man, but there is no midriff in it, and consequently none of the faculties which preserve the visible man alive. 8. The dreamer, then, and what he sees in his dream proves the existence of an alter ego in man. Man, however, also observes that his body may suffer a death-like torpor without the second self being occupied with dream experiences. In such moments of swoon, according to Greek thought and actual Homeric expression, the psyche has left the body. Where had it gone? No man could tell. But on this occasion it comes back again, whereupon the spirit is gathered again into the midriff. If ever, as happens in the case of death, the psyche should become completely separated from the visible body, then the spirit will never return. But the psyche, which in those temporary separations from the body did not perish, will not vanish into nothingness now. Section 3. So far experience takes us, from which primitive logic arrived at very much the same conclusions all over the world. But we may proceed to ask, where does this liberated psyche go? What becomes of it? Here begins the undiscovered country, and it might appear that at its entrance there was a complete parting of the ways. Primitive people are accustomed to attribute unlimited powers to the disembodied soul, powers all the more formidable because they are not seen. Indeed, they refer in part all invisible forces to the action of souls, and strain anxiously, by means of the richest offerings within their power, to secure for themselves the goodwill of these powerful spirits. Homer, on the contrary, knows nothing of any influence exerted by the psyche upon the visible world, and consequently, hardly anything of a cult of the psyche. How, indeed, could the souls, as I may venture to call them without further risk of misunderstanding, have any such influence? They are all without exception collected in the realm of Aids, far from the living, separated from them by Ocanos and Acheron, guarded by the relentless god himself, the inexorable doorkeeper. Only a fabled hero like Odysseus may for once, perhaps, reach the entrance of that gloomy kingdom alive. The souls themselves, once they have crossed the river, never come back, so the soul of Patroclus assures his friend. How do they get there? The implication seems to be that on leaving the body the soul passes away, unwilling and complaining of its fate, but nevertheless unresisting, to Hades, and after the destruction of the body by fire, disappears forever into the depths of Erebos. It was only a 9 later poet who, in giving the final touches to the Odyssey, introduced Hermes, the guide of the dead. Whether this is an invention of the poets, or, as appears more likely, it is borrowed from the ancient folk belief of some remote corner of Greece, in the completely rounded circle of Homeric belief, at any rate, it is an innovation and an important one. Doubt has arisen, it appears, whether indeed all the souls must of necessity pass away into the unseen, and they are provided with a divine guide who by his mysteriously compelling summons odd. Roman 24, 1 and the power of his magic wand constrains them to follow him. Down in the murky underworld they now float unconscious, or at most with a twilight half-consciousness, wailing in a shrill diminutive voice, helpless, indifferent. Of course, flesh, bones, and sinews, the midriff, the seat of all the faculties of mind and will, these are all gone forever. They were attached to the once visible partner of the psyche, and that has been destroyed. To speak of an immortal life of these souls, as scholars both ancient and modern have done, is incorrect. They can hardly be said to live even, any more than the image does that is reflected in the mirror, and that they prolong to eternity their shadowy image existence. Where in Homer do we ever find this said? The psyche may survive its visible companion, but it is helpless without it. Is it possible to believe that a realistically imaginative, materially minded people, like the Greeks, would have regarded as immortal a creature incapable, once the funeral is over, of requiring or receiving further nourishment either in religious cult or otherwise? The daylight world of Homer is thus freed from specters of the night, for even in dreams the psyche is seen no more after the body is burnt, from those intangible and ghostly essences at whose unearthly activity the superstitious of every age tremble. The living are no longer troubled by the dead. The world is governed by the gods alone, not pale and ghostly phantoms, but palpable and fully materialized figures, working powerfully everywhere and dwelling on the clear mountain tops, and brightness gleams around them. No demonic powers can compare with the gods or can avail against them, and night does not set free the departed souls of the dead. The reader starts involuntarily and begins to suspect the influence of another age, when in a part of Book 20 of the Odyssey, added by a later hand, he reads how shortly before the destruction of the suitors the clairvoyant soothsayer beholds in hall and forecourt the soul phantoms Idola. 10. Floating in multitudes and hurrying down to the darkness under the earth. The sun was darkened in the heaven, and a thick mist came over all. The later poet has been very successful in suggesting the terror awakened by a foreboding of tragedy. But such terror in the face of the doings of the spirit world is entirely un-Homeric. Section 4. Were the Greeks, then, always so untroubled by such fears of the souls of the dead? Was there never any cult of disembodied spirits, such as was not only known to all primitive peoples throughout the world, but was also quite familiar to nations belonging to the same family as the Greeks, for instance, the Indians and the Persians? The question and its answer have more than a passing interest. In later times long, subsequent to Homer, we find in Greece itself a lively worship of ancestors and a general cult of the departed. Were it demonstrable, as it is generally assumed without proof, that the Greeks, only at this late period, first began to pay a religious cult to the souls of the dead, this fact would give very strong support to the oft-repeated theory that the cult of the dead arose from the ruins of a previous worship of the gods. Anthropologists are accustomed to deny this and to regard the worship of disembodied souls as one of the earliest forms, if not as originally the only form, of the reverence paid to unseen powers. The peoples, however, upon whose conditions of life and mental conceptions such views are generally based, have indeed behind them a long past, but no history. What is to prevent pure speculation and theorizing in conformity with the preconceived idea just mentioned, which is almost elevated to the position of a doctrine of faith by some comparative religionists, from introducing into the dim past of such savage peoples the primitive worship of gods, out of which the worship of the dead may then subsequently arise? But Greek religious development can be traced from Homer onwards for a long period, and there we find the certainly remarkable fact that a cult of the dead, unknown to Homer, only appears later, in the course of a long and vigorous expansion of religious ideas in after times. Or, at least, then shows itself more plainly, but not, it is important to notice, as the precipitate of a dying belief in gods and worship of the gods, but rather as a collateral development by the side of that highly developed form of piety. Are we, then, really to believe that the cult of disembodied, 11 spirits was absolutely unknown to the Greeks of pre-Homeric times? Such an assertion, if made without due qualification, is contradicted by a closer study of the Homeric poems themselves. It is true that Homer represents for us the earliest great stage in the evolution of Greek civilization, of which we have clear evidence, but the poems do not stand at the beginning of that evolution. Indeed, they only stand at the beginning of Greek epic poetry, so, far as this has been transmitted to us because the natural greatness and wide popularity of the Iliad and the Odyssey secured their preservation in writing. Their very existence, and the degree of artistic finish which they show, oblige us to suppose that behind them lies a long history of heroic, saga poetry. The conditions which they describe and imply point to a long course of previous development from nomadic to city life, from patriarchal rule to the organization of the Greek polis. And just as the maturity of material development tells its tale, so do the refinement and maturity of culture, the profound and untrammeled knowledge of the world, the clarity and simplicity of thought reflected in them. All these things go to show that before Homer, in order to reach Homer, the Greek world must have thought and learned much, must, indeed, have unlearned and undone much. As in art, so in all the products of civilization, what is simple, appropriate, and convincing is not the achievement of beginners, but the reward of prolonged study. It is prima facie unthinkable that during the whole length of Greek evolution before Homer, religion alone, the relationship between man and the invisible world should have remained stationary at any one point. It is not from the comparison of religious beliefs and their development among kindred nations, nor even from the study of apparently primitive ideas and usages in the religious life of the Greeks themselves of later times, that we are to seek the truth about the religious customs of that remote period, which is obscured for us by the intervening mass of the Homeric poems. Comparative studies of this kind are valuable in their way, but must only be used to give further support to the insight derived from less easily misleading methods of inquiry. For us, the only completely satisfactory source of information about pre-Homeric times is Homer himself. We are allowed, indeed, we are forced to conclude that there have been change in conceptions and customs. If, in that otherwise so uniform and rounded Homeric world, we meet with isolated occurrences, customs, forms of speech that contradict the 12 normal atmosphere of Homer, and can only be explained by reference to a world in all essentials differently orientated from his own, and for the most part kept in the background by Homer. All that is necessary is to open our eyes, freed from preconceived ideas, to the rudiments, survivals, as they are better called by English scholars, of a past stage of civilization discoverable in the Iliad and Odyssey themselves. Section 5. Such rudiments of a once vigorous soul worship are not hard to find in Homer. In particular, we may refer to what the Iliad tells us of the manner in which the dead body of Patroclus is dealt with. The reader need only recall the general outline of the story. In the evening of the day upon which Hector has been slain, Achilles with his myrmidons sings the funeral dirge to his dead friend. They go 3 times in procession round the body, Achilles laying his murderous hands on the breast of Patroclus and calling upon him with the words, "Hail, Patroclus mine, even in Aede's dwelling place. What I vowed to thee before is now performed. Hector lies slain and is the prey of dogs, and 12 noble Trojan youths will I slay at thy funeral pyre." After they have laid aside their arms, he makes ready the funeral feast for his companions. Bulls, sheep, goats, and pigs are killed, and all around, in beakers full, the blood flowed round the corpse. During the night, the soul of Patroclus appears to Achilles demanding immediate burial. In the morning, the host of the Myrmidons marches out in arms, bearing the body in their midst. The warriors lay locks of their hair, cut off for the purpose, upon the body, and last of all Achilles places his own hair in the hand of his friend. It was once pledged by his father to Spercheios the river god, but Patroclus must now take it with him, since return to his home is denied to Achilles. The funeral pyre is got ready, many sheep and oxen slaughtered. The corpse is wrapped in their fat, while their carcasses are placed beside it. Jars of oil and honey are set round the body. Next, 4 horses are killed, 2 dogs belonging to Patroclus, and last of all 12 Trojan youths taken prisoner for this purpose by Achilles. All these are burnt together with the corpse, and Achilles spends the whole night pouring out dark wine upon the earth, calling the while upon the Psyche of Patroclus. Only when morning comes is the fire extinguished with wine. The bones of Patroclus are collected and laid in a golden casket and entombed within a mound. 13. Here we have a picture of the funeral of a chieftain which, in the solemnity and ceremoniousness of its elaborate detail, is in striking conflict with the normal Homeric conception of the nothingness of the soul after its separation from the body. A full and rich sacrifice is here offered to such a soul. This sacrifice is inexplicable if the soul immediately upon its dissolution flutters away insensible, helpless, and powerless, and therefore incapable of enjoying the offerings made to it. It is therefore not unnatural that a method of interpretation which isolates Homer as far as possible and adheres closely to his own fixed and determinate range of ideas should attempt to deny the sacrificial character of the offerings made on this occasion. We may well ask, however, what else but a sacrifice, i.e., a repast offered in satisfaction of the needs of the person honored, in this case the psyche, can be intended by this stream of blood about the corpse, this slaughtering and burning of cattle and sheep, horses and dogs, and finally of 12 Trojan prisoners on or at the funeral pyre. To explain it all as a mere performance of pious duties, as is often done in interpreting many of the gruesome pictures of Greek sacrificial ceremonies, is impossible here. Besides, Homer often tells us of merely pious observances in honor of the dead, and they are of a very different character. And the most horrible touch of all, the human sacrifice, is not put in simply to satisfy Achilles' lust for vengeance. Twice over does Achilles call to the soul of Patroclus with the words, "To you do I bring what I formerly promised to you, ill." Roman 23, 20 ff, 180 ff. The whole series of offerings on this occasion is precisely of the kind which we may take as typical of the oldest sort of sacrificial ritual, such as we often find in later Greek religion in the cultus of the infernal deities. The sacrificial offerings are completely burnt in honor of the daimon and are not shared between the bystanders, as in the case of other offerings. If such holocausts, when offered to the chthonic and some of the Olympian deities, are to be regarded as sacrificial in character, then it is unjustifiable to invent some other meaning for the performances at the funeral pyre of Patroclus. The offering of wine, oil, and honey, at least, are normal in sacrificial rituals of later times. Even the severed lock of hair spread out over the dead body or laid in the cold hand is a well-known sacrificial tribute, and must be supposed such here as much as in later Greek ceremonial or in that of many other peoples. In fact, this gift in particular, symbolically representing as it does a more valuable sacrifice by means of another and less important 14. Object, in the giving of which only the good will of the giver is to be considered. This very offering, like all such symbolical substitutions, bears witness to the long duration and past development of the cultus in which it occurs in this case of the worship of the dead in pre-Homeric times. The whole narrative presupposes the idea that by the pouring out of streams of blood, by offerings of wine and burnt offerings of human beings and of cattle, the psyche of a person lately dead can be refreshed, and its resentment mollified. At any rate, it is thus thought of as accessible to human prayers, and as remaining for some time in the neighborhood of the sacrifice made to it. This contradicts what we expect in Homer, and, in fact, just in order to make this unusual performance plausible to an audience no longer familiar with the idea, and to make it admissible on a special occasion, the poet, though the actual course of his story does not really require it, makes the psyche of Patroclus appear by night to Achilles. And, in fact, to the end of the narrative, Achilles repeatedly greets the soul of Patroclus as though it were present. The unusual way in which Homer deals with this whole affair, so full of primeval, savage ideas as it is, seems, indeed, to betray a certain vagueness about what its real meaning may be. That the writer has certain qualms on the subject is indicated by the brevity not at all like Homer with which the most shocking part of the story, the slaughter of human beings, together with horses and dogs, is hurried over. But the thing to be noted particularly is that the poet is certainly not devising such unpleasant circumstances for the first time out of his own imagination. This epic picture of the worship of the dead was adopted by Homer from an earlier source, whatever that source may have been, and not invented by him. He makes it serve his special purpose, which is to provide a satisfactory climax to the series of vivid and emotional scenes, beginning with the tragic death of Patroclus, and ending with the death and dishonoring of the champion of Troy. After such emotional exaltation, the overstrained nerves must not be allowed to relax too suddenly. A last flicker of the superhuman rage and grief that made Achilles rave so furiously against his foes must show itself in the serving up of this awful banquet to the soul of his friend. It is as though a primitive and long-suppressed savagery had broken out again for a last effort. Only when all is over does the soul of Achilles find repose in melancholy resignation. More calmly he calls upon the rest of the Achaeans to take their seats in a wide circle roundabout. And there follows the 15 description of those splendid games, a subject that must have awakened the enthusiasm of every experienced athlete in the audience end. Was there ever a Greek who was not an athlete? It is true that athletic contests are described by Homer mainly on account of their own peculiar interest, and for the sake of the artistic effects that their description allowed. Still, the selection of such games as a fitting conclusion to a chieftain's funeral cannot be fully understood, except as a survival of an ancient and once vigorous worship of the dead. Such athletic contests in honor of the great immediately after their death are often referred to by Homer. Indeed, a funeral is the only occasion recognized by him as suitable for the exhibition of athletic prize competitions. The practice never quite died out, and it became usual in later post-Homeric times to mark the festivals of heroes and, later of gods, too, by games which gradually became regularly repeated performances, developed from the traditional contests that had concluded the funeral ceremonies of great men. Now, no one doubts that the agon at the festival of a hero or a god formed part of their religious worship. It is only reasonable, then, to suppose that the funeral games which accompany the burial of a chieftain, and are confined to that one occasion, belong to the religious cult of the dead, and to recognize that such a mode of worship can only have been introduced at a time when men regarded the soul, in whose honor the ceremony took place, as capable of sharing consciously in its enjoyment. Even Homer is certainly conscious of the fact that the games, like the rest of the offerings made then, were intended for the satisfaction of the dead and not solely for the entertainment of the living. We may also cite the declared opinion of Varro, who says that the dead in whose honor funeral games are celebrated are thereby proved to have been regarded originally, if not as gods, at least as very powerful spirits. Of course, this feature of the original cultus of the soul was very easily stripped of its real meaning. It recommended itself quite apart from its religious significance and, for that very reason, remained longer than other performances of the kind in general use. If we now survey the whole series of ritual acts directed to the honoring of the soul of Patroclus, we can deduce from the seriousness of these attempts to please the disembodied spirit what must have been the strength of the original conception, how vivid must have been the impression of enduring sensibility, of formidable power possessed by a soul, 16, to whom such a cult was offered. It is true of the cult of the dead, as of any other sacrificial custom, that its perpetuation is due solely to the hope of avoiding hurt and obtaining assistance at the hands of the unseen. A generation that no longer anticipated either help or harm from the souls might be ready to perform last offices of all kinds to the deserted body out of pure piety, and to offer to the dead a certain traditional reverence. But this would testify rather to the grief of those left behind than to any special reverence felt for the departed. This is mostly the case in Homer. It is not, however, what we should call piety, but much rather mistrust of a ghost, become powerful through its separation from the body, that explains the exaggerated fullness of the funeral offerings that are made at the burial of Patroclus. They cannot be made to fit in with the ordinary circle of Homeric ideas. Indeed, that this circle of ideas excluded all misgiving at the possible action of unseen spirits is quite clearly shown by the fact that the honors paid even to a dead man held in such veneration as Patroclus are confined to the solitary occasion of his funeral. As the Psyche of Patroclus himself assures his friend, once the burning of the body is completed, it, the Psyche, will take its departure to Hades, never to return. It is easy to see that from this point of view there was no motive whatever that could lead to a permanent cult of the soul, such as was common among the Greeks of later times. But it should be noticed further that the luxurious repast offered to the soul of Patroclus on the occasion of his funeral had no point if the goodwill of the soul, which was to be assured by that process, would never have an opportunity in the future of making itself felt. The contradiction between Homeric belief and Homeric practice on this occasion is complete, and shows decisively that the traditional view that would see in this description of soul worship at the funeral of Patroclus an effort after new and more lively ideas of the life after death, must certainly be wrong. When new surmises, wishes, conjectures begin to arise and seek a means of expression, the new ideas generally find incomplete utterance in the old and inappropriate external forms, but express themselves more clearly and certainly, generally with some tendency to exaggeration, in the less conservative words and language of men. Here just the opposite occurs. Every word the poet utters about the circumstances contradicts the elaborately wrought ceremonial which those circumstances call forth. It is impossible to point to a single touch that accords with the belief implied by the 17 ceremonial. The poet's bias is a different and, indeed, an opposite one. Of this much at least there cannot be the slightest doubt. The funeral ceremonies over the body of Patroclus are not the first budding of a new principle, but rather represent a vestige of a more vigorous worship of the dead in earlier times, a worship that must once have been a complete and sufficient expression of belief in the great and enduring power of the disembodied spirit. It has, however, been preserved unaltered into an age that, with quite other religious beliefs, no longer understands, or at best half-guesses at the sense of such strange ceremonial observances. Thus ritual generally outlives both the state of mind and the belief which originally gave rise to it. Section 6. Neither the Iliad nor the Odyssey contains anything that can equal the scenes at the funeral of Patroclus as evidence of primitive worship of the dead. But even the ordinary forms of interment of the dead are not entirely without such vestigial features. The dead man's eyes and mouth are closed, the body is washed and anointed, and after being wrapped in a clean linen cloth is laid upon a bier, and the funeral dirge begins. It is hardly possible to see even the remotest, lingering reminiscence of a once vigorous worship of the dead in such performances as these, or in the very simple burial customs that follow the burning of the body. The bones are collected in a jar or a casket and buried under a mound, and a post set up to mark the place as a grave mound. But when we find that the body of Elpenor, in accordance with the command issued by his Psyche to Odysseus, Odd. Psyche 74, is burned together with his weapons Odd. Roman 12:13. When further, we read that Achilles burnt the weapons of his overthrown foe together with his body on the funeral pyre, Ill. Roman 6:418, it is impossible not to feel that we have here, too, survivals of an ancient belief that the soul in some mysterious fashion was capable of making use of these objects that are burnt along with its discarded bodily envelope. No one doubts that this is the reason for such a custom when it meets us in the case of other nations. With the Greeks, too, it must have had an equally good foundation, however little such is to be discovered in the ordinary Homeric view of the soul. The custom, moreover, more precisely described in these cases, was of general observance. We often hear how the completeness of a burial requires the burning of the possessions of the dead along with the body. We cannot, 18, tell to what extent the duty of offering to the dead all his movable possessions, a duty originally without doubt interpreted quite literally, had come in Homeric times to be interpreted in a symbolical sensa process, which reached its lowest stage in the custom prevalent in later times of presenting an obol for the ferryman of the dead. Finally, the funeral feast offered by the king to the mourning people either after the funeral of a chieftain ill. Roman 24:802-665, or before the burning of his body ill. Roman 23:29 ff. could only have derived its full meaning from an ancient belief that the soul of the person thus honored could itself take a share in the feast. In the banquet in honor of Patroclus, the dead man is given a definite portion the blood of the slaughtered animals which is poured round his body ill. Roman 23:34. Like the funeral games, this banquet is apparently intended to propitiate the soul of the dead man. Consequently, we find even Orsts, after slaying Aegisthus, his father's murderer, offering him a funeral feast Odd. Roman 3:309, not, surely, in a mood of simple piety. The custom of inviting the whole people, on the occasion of important funerals, to such a banquet no longer appears in later times. It has little resemblance to the funeral feasts shared by the relations of the dead man, Peri/Dapna, that were afterwards customary. It is far closer to the great semi-ferals that accompanied the Silicernia in Rome, to which the relations of the dead man, if he were an important person, invited the whole population. After all, it is no harder to understand the underlying conception of the soul, in this case sharing the feast with the whole people, than it is to understand the same conception when applied to the great sacrifices to the gods, which, though the congregation partakes, are, in name and in fact, essentially, banquets of the gods. Odd. Romans 3, 336. Such are the relics of ancient soul worship to be found within the limits of the Homeric world. Further attention to the spirits of the dead beyond the time of the funeral was prevented by the deeply ingrained conviction that after the burning of the body the psyche was received into the inaccessible world of the unseen, from which no traveler returns. But, in order to secure this complete departure of the soul, it is necessary for the body to be burnt. Though we do occasionally read in the Iliad or the Odyssey that immediately after death, and before the burning of the body, the psyche departed to Hades, the words must not be taken too literally. The soul certainly flies off at once towards Hades, but it hovers now between the realms of the living and 19, the dead, until it is received into the final safekeeping of the latter after the burning of the body. The Psyche of Patroclus appearing by night to Achilles declares this. It prays for immediate burial in order that it may pass through the door of Hades. Until then, the other shadow creatures prevent its entrance and bar its passage across the river, so that it has to wander restlessly round the house of eyes of the wide gate ill. Romans 23, 71 ff. This hastening off towards the house of Hades is again all that is meant when it is said elsewhere of Patroclus himself, ill. Romans 16, 856, that the Psyche departed out of his limbs to the house of Hades. In exactly the same way it is said of Elpenor, the companion of Odysseus, that his soul descended to Hades. Odd. X 560. This soul meets his friend, nevertheless, later on, at the entrance of the shadow world, not yet deprived of its senses like the rest of the dwellers in that house of darkness. Not until the destruction of its physical counterpart is complete can it enter into the rest of Hades. Only through fire are the souls of the dead appeased. Ill. Romans 7, 410. So long, then, as the psyche retains any vestige of earthliness, it possesses some feeling still, some awareness of what is going on among the living. But once the body is destroyed by fire, then is the psyche relegated to Hades. No return to this earth is permitted to it, and not a breath of this world can penetrate to it there. It cannot even return in thought. Indeed, it no longer thinks at all, and knows nothing more of the world beyond. The living also forget one so completely cut off from themselves, ill. Romans 22, 389. What then should tempt them, during the rest of their lives here, to try to hold communication with the dead by means of a cult? Section 7. The practice of cremation itself will perhaps give us one last piece of evidence that there had been a time when the idea of the prolonged sojourn of the disembodied spirit in the realm of the living and its power of influencing the survivors existed among the Greeks. Homer knows of no other kind of funeral than that of fire. On a funeral pyre are burnt the bodies of king or leader with the most solemn ritual. Those of the common people fallen in war are given to the flames with less ceremony. None are buried. We may well ask whence comes this custom, and what is its meaning for Greeks of the Homeric age. This means of disposing of the bodies of the dead is not by any means the most simple and obvious. It is far easier to carry out and far less expensive to bury them in the earth. It has been suggested that the custom of cremation as observed by Persians, Germans, Slavs, and other peoples is inherited from a nomadic period. The wandering horde has no permanent habitation in which or near which the body of the beloved dead can be buried and perpetual sustenance offered to his soul. Unless, therefore, as is the custom with some nomadic tribes, the dead body is given up to be the prey of beasts or weather, it might seem a natural idea to reduce it to ashes and carry the remains, preserved in a light jar, along with the tribe on its further journeyings. Whether such practical reasonings can have had so much influence in a connection that is generally governed entirely by fancy, and in which practical considerations are altogether scoutedi, shall leave undecided. But in any case, if we postulate a nomadic origin for the practice of burning the dead among the Greeks, we should have to go back altogether too far into the past to explain a mode of behavior that, by no means exclusively practiced in early times by the Greeks, becomes absolutely prescriptive in a period when they have long ceased to wander. The Asiatic Greeks, and in particular the Ionians, whose popular beliefs and customs are, in general outline at least, reproduced for us in Homer, deserted one settled habitation in order to found another. Cremation, then, must have been so permanently established among them that it never entered their heads to seek any other method of disposing of their dead. In Homer, not only the Greeks before Troy and Elpenor, far away from home, are burnt when they die. Aeschylus, too, in his own home is given a funeral pyre by Achilles ill. Romans 6:418. Hector's body is burnt in the middle of Troy, and the Trojans themselves in their own native land burn their dead ill. Romans 7. The box or urn that holds the cremated bones of the dead is buried in a mound. The ashes of Patroclus, Achilles, Antilochus, and Aias rest on foreign soil odd. Roman 3, 109 ff. Roman 24, 76 ff. It never occurs to Agamemnon that if Menelaus dies before Ilios, his brother's grave could be anywhere else than at Troy ill. Roman 4, 174 ff. There is, therefore, evidently no intention on the part of the living of taking the remains of the dead with them on their return home, and this cannot be the object of cremation. It will be necessary to look for some principle more in accordance with primitive modes of thought than such merely practical considerations. Jakob Grimm suggested that the burning of the corpse might have been intended as an offering of the dead man to the gods. Among 21, the Greeks, this could only mean the gods of the lower world, but nothing in Greek belief or ritual suggests such a grim intention. The real purpose aimed at in cremation is not so far to seek. Since the destruction of the body by fire is supposed to result in the complete separation of the spirit from the land of the living, it must be assumed that this result is also intended by the survivors who employ the means in question, and consequently that the complete banishment of the psyche once and for all into the other world is the real purpose and the original occasion of the practice of cremation. Isolated expressions of opinion among the nations that have practiced the custom do, as a matter of fact, indicate as its object the speedy and entire separation of soul from body. The exact nature of the intention varies with the state of belief about the soul. When the Indians turned from the custom of burying their dead to that of burning them, they were actuated, it appears, by the idea that the sooner and more completely the soul was freed from the body and its limitations, the more easily would it reach the paradise of the just. Of the purifying effects of the fire implied in this conception, the Greeks knew nothing until the idea was revived in later times. The Greeks of the Homeric age, innocent of any such cathartic notion, thought only of the destructive powers of that element to which they entrusted the body of their dead, and of the benefit that they were conferring upon the soul in freeing it by fire from the lifeless body, thus adding their assistance to its own efforts to get free. Nothing can destroy the psyche's visible counterpart more quickly than fire. If, then, the body is burnt, and the most treasured possessions of the dead man consumed along with it, no tie remains that can detain the soul any longer in the world of the living. Cremation, therefore, is intended to benefit the dead, whose soul no longer wanders unable to find rest, but still more the living, for they will not be troubled by ghosts that are securely confined to the depths of the earth. The Greeks of Homer, accustomed by long usage to the burning of the dead, are free from all fears of haunting, ghostly presences. But when the practice of the fire funeral was first adopted, that which was to be guarded against in the future by the destruction of the body with fire must have been a real cause of fear. The souls that were so anxiously relegated to the other world of the unseen must have been feared as awesome inhabitants of this world. And so, from whatever source it may have come to them, the custom of cremation gives firm ground for 22, supposing that at some period of their history, the belief in the power and activity of the spirits of the dead, and their influence upon the living a subject of fear, rather than reverence must have been prevalent amongst the Greeks. Even though only a few scattered hints still bear witness to such beliefs in the Homeric poems. Section 8. An evidence of these ancient beliefs we can now see with our eyes and touch with our hands. Owing to an inestimable series of fortunate circumstances, we are enabled to catch a glimpse of a far distant period of Greek history, which not only supplies a background to Homer, but makes him cease to be the earliest source of our information upon Greek life and thought. He is brought suddenly much nearer, perhaps deceptively nearer, to ourselves. The last decades of excavation in the citadel and lower town of Mycenae and other sites in the Peloponnese, right into the center of the peninsula and as far northwards as Attica and Thessaly, have resulted in the discovery of shaft graves, chamber graves, and elaborately constructed domed vaults, which were built and walled up in the period before the Dorian invasion. These graves prove to us what was already hinted at by a few isolated expressions in Homer, that the Greek age of burning was preceded, as in the case of the Persians, Indians, and Germans, by a period in which the dead were buried in the ground intact. The lords and ladies of Golden Mycenae and lesser folk, too, in the graves at Nauplia in Attica, etc., were buried when they died. Chieftains take with them into the grave a rich paraphernalia of gorgeous furniture and ornaments unburnt like their own bodies. They rest upon a bed of small stones and are covered by a layer of loam and pebbles. Traces of smoke and remains of ashes and charred would bear witness to the fact that the dead were laid upon the place where the sacrifice for the dead had already been made upon the hearth where offerings had been previously burnt inside the grave chamber. This may very well be a burial procedure of the most primeval antiquity. Our oldest giants' graves, in whose treasures no metal of any kind is found, and whose age is on that account considered to be pre-Teutonic, exhibit similar features. Either on the ground or, occasionally, on a specially prepared basis of fire brick, the sacrificial fire is lighted, and when it has burnt out, the corpse is set down upon the place and given 23 covering of sand, loam, and stone. Remains of burnt sacrificial animals, sheep and goats, have also been found in the graves at Nauplia and elsewhere. In conformity with such different burial customs, the conceptions then held of the nature and powers of the disembodied spirits must have differed widely from those of the Homeric world. Offerings to the dead at a funeral occur in Homer only on special and isolated occasions and accompanied by an obsolete and half-understood ritual. Here they were the regular procedure, both with rich and poor alike. But why should they have made offerings to their dead if they did not believe in their power? And why should they have taken away gold and jewelry and art treasures of all kinds, and in astonishing quantities from the living, and given them to the dead, if they had not believed that the dead could find enjoyment in their former possessions even in the grave? Where the material body still remains intact, there the second self can at least occasionally return. Its treasured possessions, laid by its side in the tomb, are there to prevent its appearing uninvited in the outer world. Supposing, however, that the soul could return if and where it liked, it is evident that the cult of the dead would not be confined to the occasion of the funeral. And indeed, that very circumstance, the prolongation of the cult paid to the dead beyond the time of the funeral, of which we could not find a vestige in Homer, can at last, as it seems to me, be traced in pre-Homeric Mycenae. Over the middle one of 4 shaft graves found on the citadel stands an altar which can only have been placed there after the grave was closed and sealed up. It is a round altar, hollow inside and not closed in at the bottom, in fact, a sort of funnel standing directly upon the earth. If now the blood of the victim, mingled with the various drink offerings, were poured down into this receptacle, the whole would flow downwards into the ground beneath and to the dead man lying there. This is no altar bomo/s, such as was in use in the worship of the gods above, but a sacrificial hearth, esha/ra, for the worship of the inhabitants of the underworld. This structure corresponds closely with the description we have of the hearths upon which offerings were made in a later age to heroes, i.e. the souls of transfigured human beings. Here, then, we have a contrivance for the permanent and repeated worship of the dead. For such worship alone can this structure have been intended. The funeral offering to the dead had already been completed inside the grave chamber. We thus find a 24 meaning in the beehive tombs for the vaulted main chamber, beside which the corpse lay in a smaller chamber by itself. They were evidently intended to allow sacrifices to be made inside them and not once only. At least this is the purpose which the outer chamber serves elsewhere in double-vaulted graves. The evidence of the eye is therefore able to establish the truth of what could only be made out with difficulty from the Homeric poems. We can thus see that there had been a time in which the Greeks, too, believed that after the separation of body and soul, the psyche did not entirely cease from intercourse with the upper world. Such a belief naturally called forth a cult of the soul, which lasted on even when the method of burying the body had changed, and even survived into Homeric times, when, With the prevalence of other beliefs, such observances cease to have any meaning. 2. Homer consistently assumes the departure of the soul into an inaccessible land of the dead, where it exists in an unconscious half-life. There it is without clear self-consciousness, and consequently neither desires nor wills anything. It has no influence on the upper world, and consequently no longer receives any share of the worship of the living. The dead are beyond the reach of any feelings, whether of fear or love. No means exists of forcing or enticing them back again. Homer knows nothing of necromancy or of oracles of the dead, both common in later Greek life. Gods come into the poems and take part in the action of the story. The souls of the departed never do. Homer's immediate successors in the epic tradition think quite differently on this point, but for Homer the soul, once relegated to Hades, has no further importance. If we think how different it must have been before the time of Homer, and how different it certainly was after him, we can hardly help feeling surprise at finding at this early stage of Greek culture such extraordinary freedom from superstitious fears in that very domain, where superstition is generally most deeply rooted. Inquiries, however, into the origin and cause of such an untroubled attitude must be made very cautiously, and a completely conclusive answer must not be expected. More especially, it must be borne in mind that in these poems we have to do, directly and immediately at least, only with the poet and his circle. The Homeric epos can only be called folk poetry, in the sense that it was adapted to the 25 acceptance of the whole family of Greek-speaking people who welcomed it eagerly and transformed it to their own uses, and not because the folk, in some mystical sense, had a share in its composition. Many hands contributed to the composition of the poem, but they merely carried it further in the general direction which had been given to it not by the folk or by the saga tradition, as is sometimes too confidently asserted, but by the authority of the greatest poetic genius that the Greeks, or, indeed, mankind ever knew. The tradition once formed was handed on by a close corporation of master poets and their pupils who preserved, disseminated, continued, and imitated the original great poet's work. If, then, we find on the whole, and apart from a few vagaries in detail, a single unified picture of the world, of gods and men, life and death, given in these two poems, that is the picture which shaped itself in the mind of Homer and was impressed upon his work, and afterwards preserved by the Homeridae. It is plain that the freedom, almost the free thinking, with which every possible occurrence in the world is regarded in these poems, cannot ever have been characteristic of a whole people or race. And not only the animating spirit, but even the outward shape that is given in the two epic poems to the ideal world surrounding and ruling over the world of men, is the work of the poet. It was no priestly theology that gave him his picture of the gods. The popular beliefs of the time, each peculiar to some countryside, canton, or city, must, if left to themselves, have split up into even more contradictory varieties of thought than they did in later times, when there existed some few religious institutions, common to all Hellas, to act as centers of union. The poet alone must have been responsible for the conception and consistent execution of the picture of a single and unified world of gods, confined to a select company of sharply characterized heavenly beings, grouped together in certain well-recognized ways, and dwelling together in a single place of residence above the earth. If we listen to Homer alone, we should suppose that the innumerable local cults of Greece, with their gods closely bound to the soil, hardly existed. Homer ignores them almost entirely. His gods are pan-Hellenic, Olympian. In fact, in his picture of the gods, Homer fulfilled most completely his special poetic task of reducing confusion and superfluity to uniformity and symmetry of design, the very task which Greek idealism in art continually set before itself. In his picture, Greek beliefs about the gods appear absolutely uniform as dialect, political condition, manners, 26, and morals. In reality of this, we may be sure no such uniformity existed. The main outlines of Panhellenism were doubtless there, but only the genius of the poet can have combined and fused them into a purely imaginary whole. Provincial differences in themselves interested him not at all. So, too, in the special question that we are considering, if we find him speaking of a single kingdom of the underworld, the resort of all departed spirits ruled over by a single pair of divinities, and removed as far from the world of men and their cities as the Olympian dwelling of the blessed ones, is in the opposite direction. Who shall say how far he represents naive popular belief in such matters? On this side Olympus, the meeting place of all the gods that rule in the daylight. On that the realm of Hades that holds in its grasp the unseen spirits that have left this life behind the parallel, is too apparent to be due to anything but the same simplifying and coordinating spirit in the one case as in the other. Section 2. It would, however, be an equally complete misunderstanding of the relation in which Homer stood to the popular beliefs of his time if we imagined that relation to be one of opposition, or even supposed him to have taken up an attitude resembling that of Pindar or the Attic tragedians towards the conventional opinions of their time. These later poets often enough allow us to see quite clearly the intentional departure from normal opinion represented by their more advanced conceptions. Homer, on the contrary, is as free from controversy as he is from dogma. He does not offer his pictures of God, the world, and fate as anything peculiar to himself, and it is natural, therefore, to suppose that his public recognized them as substantially the same as their own. The poet has not taken over the whole body of popular belief, but what he does say must have belonged to popular belief. The selection and combination of this material into a consistent whole was the poet's real work. If the Homeric creed had not been so constructed in essentials that it corresponded to the beliefs of the time, or, at least, could be made to correspond, then it is impossible to account, even allowing for the poetic tradition of a school, for the uniformity that marks the work of the many poets that had a hand in the composition of the two poems. In this narrow sense, it can be truly said that Homer's poems represent the popular belief of their time, not, indeed, the belief of all Greece, but only of the Ionian, 27 cities of the coasts and islands of Asia Minor, in which the poet and his songs were at home. In a similarly restricted sense, may the pictures of outward life and manners that we find in the Iliad and the Odyssey be taken as a reflection of the contemporary life of the Greeks, with particular reference to that of the Ionians. This life must have differed in many respects from that of the Mycenaean civilization, and there can be little doubt that the reasons for this difference are to be sought in the long-continued disturbances which marked the centuries that divide Homer from the age of Mycenae, more especially in the Greek migrations, both in what they destroyed and what they created. The violent invasion of northern Greek peoples into the central mainland and the Peloponnese, the destruction of ancient empires and their civilization, the foundation of new Dorian states held by right of conquest, the great migrations to the Asiatic coasts, and the institution of a new life on foreign soil, all these violent modifications of the old course of existence must have dealt a severe blow at the whole fabric of that civilization and culture. In the same way, we find that the cult of souls and the conception of the fate of departed spirits, which governed this cult, did not remain in Ionia, the beliefs of which country are reflected in Homer, what it had been at the height of the Mycenaean period. To this change, as to the others which accompanied it, we may well suppose that the struggles and wanderings of the intermediate period contributed a good deal. Homer's clear-sighted vision that transcends the limits of city and even of racial gods, faiths, and worships would hardly be explicable without the freedom of movement beyond the boundaries of country, the common life shared with companions of other races, the widened knowledge of all the conditions of foreign life, such as must have resulted from the dislocations and migrations of whole peoples. It is true that the Ionians of Asia Minor did, as we can prove, take a good many of their religious observances with them to their new homes. The migrations, however, did not preserve the connection between the old homes and the new country with anything like the closeness that marked the later colonization. And when the colonists left the familiar soil behind, the local cults attached to the soil must often have had to be abandoned, too. Now the worship of ancestors, connected as it was with the actual graves of those ancestors, was essentially a local cult. Remembrance of the great ones of the past might survive transplantation, but not their religious worship, which could only be offered at the one spot, 28, where their bodies lay buried and which had now been left behind in an enemy's country. The deeds of ancestors lived on in song, but they themselves began to be relegated to the domain of poetry and imagination. Imagination might adorn the story of their earthly life, but a world that was no longer reminded of their power by the regularly repeated performance of ceremonial ceased to pay honor to their disembodied souls. Thus, the most highly developed form of the cult of souls ancestor, worship died out, and the later version of the same thing, the cult of those of the tribe that had died in the new land and been buried there, was prevented from attaining a similar force and development by the newly introduced practice of burning the bodies of the dead. It may well be that the origin of this new form of funeral rite lay, as has been suggested, in the wish to dismiss the soul of the dead man as quickly and completely as possible from the realm of the living. But it is beyond doubt that the result of this practice was to cut at the root of the belief in the near presence of the departed and the duty of performing the religious observances that were their right, so that such things being deprived of their support fell into decay and disappeared. Section 3. We can thus see at least dimly how it was that the Ionian people of the Homeric age were led by the events of their own history and the alteration in funeral customs into holding that view of the soul which a study of their own poets has persuaded us was theirs. This view can hardly have retained more than a few stray vestiges of the ancient cult of the dead. Still, we should only be in a position to say what were the real reasons for this alteration in belief and custom if we knew and understood more about the intellectual changes that led to the gradual appearance of the Homeric view of the world, a view which included within its range a set of beliefs about the soul. Here it is best to confess our ignorance. We have before us the results only of those changes. From them, however, we can at least perceive that the religious consciousness of the Greeks, among whom Homer sang, had developed in a direction which did not allow much scope to the belief in ghosts and spirits of the dead. The Homeric Greeks had the deepest consciousness of man's finite nature, of his dependence upon forces that lay without him. To remind himself of this and be content with his lot was his proper form of piety. Over him the gods hold sway, wielding a supernatural power 29 not, infrequently a misguided and capricious power, but a conception of a general world order is beginning to make its way. Of a plan underlying the cross-purposes of individual and common life, working itself out in accordance with measured and appointed lot, moi equals ra. The arbitrary power of individual daimons is thus limited, and it is limited further by the will of the highest of the gods. The belief is growing that the world is, in fact, a cosmos, a perfect organization such as men try to establish in their earthly states. In the face of such conceptions, it would be increasingly difficult to believe in the vagaries of a supernatural ghostly order which, in direct opposition to the real heavenly order, is always distinguished by the fact that it stands outside any all-embracing dispensation and allows full play to the caprice and malice of individual unseen powers. The irrational and the unaccountable is the natural element of the belief in ghosts and spirits. This is the source of the peculiar disquiet inspired by this province of belief or superstition. It owes most of its effect to the instability of its fibers. The Homeric world, on the contrary, lives by reason. Its gods are fully intelligible to Greek minds, and their forms and behavior are clearly and easily comprehensible to Greek imagination. And the more distinctly were the gods represented, the more did the spirit phantoms fade away into empty shadows. There was no one who might have been interested in the preservation and extension of the superstitious side of religion. There was in particular no priesthood with a monopoly of instruction or an exclusive knowledge of the details of ritual and the methods of controlling the behavior of spirits. If anyone did possess any monopoly of teaching, it was, in this age when all the highest faculties of the spirit found their expression in poetry, the poet, and the singer. They, however, showed a completely secular outlook even in religious matters. Indeed, these very clear-headed men, belonging to the same stock which in a later age invented, if one may be allowed to put it so, science and philosophy, were already displaying a mental attitude that distantly threatened the whole system of that plastic representation of things spiritual, which the older antiquity had laboriously constructed. The earliest view held by primitive man about the activities of willing, feeling, or thinking regards them simply as the manifestations of something which lives and wills inside the visible man. This something is regarded as embodied in one or other of the organs of the human body, or as concealed, 30, therein. Accordingly, the Homeric poems give the name of the midriff, frere/n, free/ness, to most of the phenomena of will or feeling, and even to those of the intellect. The heart, E circumflex equals tor, care equals R, is also the name of a variety of feelings that were regarded as located in the heart and even identified with it. But this mode of expression had already for Homer become mere formula. Such expressions are not always to be taken literally. The words of the poet often show that as a matter of fact he thought of these functions and emotions as incorporeal, though they were still named after parts of the body. And so we often find mentioned side by side with the midriff, and in the closest conjunction with it, the thumo/s, a name which is not taken from any bodily organ and shows already that it is thought of as an immaterial function. In the same way, many other words of this kind, no/os noi equals en no/erma, buler/me knows, mer equals tis, are used to describe faculties and activities of the will, sense, or thought, and show that these activities are thought of as independent, free-working, and incorporeal. A single thread still attaches the poet to the modes of conception and expression of the older world, but he himself has penetrated adventurously far into the realm of pure spirit. With a less cultured people, the identification of the special functions of the will and the intellect only leads to the materialization of these into the notion of special physical entities, and consequently to the association of still other souls. In the shape of conscience, it may be, or will, in addition to that other shadowy double of mankind, the second self. The tendency of the Homeric singers was already setting in just the opposite direction. The mythology of the inner man was breaking down altogether. They had only to take a few steps further in the same direction to find that they could dispense with the psyche as well. The belief in the existence of the psyche was the oldest and most primitive hypothesis adopted by mankind to explain the phenomena of dreams, swoons, and ecstatic visions. These mysterious states were accounted for by the intervention of a special material personality. Now, Homer has little interest in premonitions and ecstatic states, and no inclination in that direction whatever. He cannot, therefore, have been very much concerned with the evidence for the existence of a psyche in living men. The final proof of the idea that the psyche must have been dwelling in man is the fact that it is separated from him in death. A man dies when he breathes out his last breath. This breath, something like a breath of air, and not a nothing, any more than the wind its relative, 31, but a body with a definite form, though it may not be visible to waking eyes. This is the psyche, whose shape, the image of the man himself, is well known from dream vision. One, however, who has become accustomed to the idea of bodiless powers working inside man will, on this last occasion when the powers within man show themselves, be likely to suppose that what brings about the death of a man is not a physical thing that goes out of him, but a power, a quality which ceases to act, nothing else, in fact, than his life. And he would not, of course, think of ascribing an independent continuous existence after the disruption of the body to a mere abstract idea like life. Homer, however, never got quite as far as this. For the most part, the psyche is for him and always remains a real thing, the man's second self. But that he had already begun to tread the slippery path in the course of which the psyche is transformed into an abstract concept of life is shown by the fact that he several times quite unmistakably uses the word psyche when we should say life. It is essentially the same mode of thought that leads him to say midriff, free/ness, when he no longer means the physical diaphragm, but the abstract concept of will or intellect. To say psyche instead of life is not the same thing as saying life instead of psyche, and Homer never did the latter. But it is clear that for him, in the process of dematerializing such concepts, even the psyche, a figure once so full of significance, is beginning to fade and vanish away. The separation from the land of their forefathers and habituation to the use of cremation, the new direction taken by religious thought, the tendency to turn the once material forces of man's inner life into attractions, all these things contributed to weaken the belief in a powerful and significant life of the disembodied soul and its connection with the affairs of this world. And at the same time, it caused the decline of the cult of the souls. So much, I think, we may safely assert. The deepest and most fundamental reasons for this decline in both belief and cult may elude our search, just as it is impossible for us to be sure how far in detail the Homeric poems reflect the beliefs of the people who first listened to them, and where the free invention of the poet begins. But the combination of the various elements of belief into a whole which, though far from being a dogmatically closed system, may yet not unfairly be called the Homeric theology. This, we may say, is most probably the work of the poet. The poet has a free hand in the picture he gives of the gods and never comes into conflict with any popular doctrine, because Greek 32 religion then, as always, consisted essentially in the right honoring of the gods of the country and not in any particular set of dogmas. There could hardly be any general conception of godhead and divinity with which the poet might come into conflict. That the popular mind absorbed thoroughly that picture of the world of gods which the Homeric poems had given is shown by the whole future development of Greek culture and religion. If divergent conceptions did, in fact, also maintain themselves, they derived their strength not so much from a different religious theory, as from the postulates of a different religious cult that had not been influenced by any poet's imagination. They might also more particularly have had the effect of causing an incidental obscurity within the epic itself, in the poet's vision of the unseen world and its life. 3. A test case of the thoroughgoing uniformity and consistency of the Homeric conception of the nature and circumstances of the souls of the departed is provided for us, within the limits of the poems themselves, by the story of Odysseus' journey to Hades. A test they are hardly likely to survive, it may well be thought. How is the poet, in describing a living hero's dealings with the inhabitants of the shadow world, going to preserve the immaterial, dreamlike character of the Homeric souls? How keep up the picture of the soul as something that holds itself resolutely aloof and seems to avoid all active intercourse with other folk? It is hard to see what could tempt the poet to try and penetrate with the torch of imagination into this underworld of ineffectual shadows. The matter becomes somewhat more intelligible, however, as soon as it is realized in what manner the narrative arose, how through continual additions from later hands it gradually assumed a form quite unlike itself. Section 1. It may be taken as one of the few certain results of the critical analysis of the Homeric poems that the narrative of the descent of Odysseus to the underworld did not form part of the original plan of the Odyssey. Kirk bids Odysseus undertake the journey to Hades in order that he may see Tiresias there and be told of the way and the means of his return, and how he may reach his home again over the fish-teeming deep. Odd. X. 530 f. Tiresias, however, on being 33 discovered in the realm of shadows, fulfills this requirement only very partially and superficially. Whereupon, Kirk herself gives to the returned Odysseus a much fuller account, and as regards the one point already mentioned by Tiresias, a much more precise account of the perils that lie before him on his homeward journey. The journey to the land of the dead was thus unnecessary, and there can be no doubt that originally it had no place in the poem. It is plain, however, that the composer of this adventure only used the superfluous inquiry addressed to Tiresias as a pretext, which afforded a more or less plausible motive for the introduction of this narrative into the body of the poem. The real object of the poet, the true motive of the story, must then be sought elsewhere than in the prophecy of Tiresias, which turns out to be so brief and unhelpful. It would be natural to suppose that the aim of the poet was to give the eye of imagination a glimpse into the marvels and terrors of that dark realm into which all men must go. Such an intention would be very intelligible in the case of a medieval or a Greek poet of later times, and there were afterwards plenty of Greek poems which described a descent to Hades. But it would be hard to account for it in a poet of the Homeric school. For such a poet, the realm of the dead and its inhabitants could hardly supply a subject for a narrative. And, in fact, the inventor of Odysseus' visit to the dead had quite a different object in view. He was anything but a Greek Dante. It is possible to see the purpose which guided him as soon as his poem is stripped of the manifold additions with which later times invested it. The original kernel which thus remains is then seen to be nothing but a series of conversations between Odysseus and the souls of those of the dead with whom he had stood in close personal relationship. Besides Tiresias, he speaks with his old ship companion Elpenor, who had just died, with his mother Anticlea, with Agamemnon and Achilles, and he tries in vain to effect a reconciliation with the implacable Aias. These conversations in Hades are, for the general furtherance of the story of Odysseus' wanderings and return, quite superfluous, and they serve in a very minor degree, and only incidentally, to give information about the conditions and character of the inscrutable world beyond the grave. The questions and answers they're given are confined entirely to the affairs of the upper world. They bring Odysseus, who has now been wandering so long alone and far from the world of actual humanity, into ideal association with the substantial world of flesh and blood to which his thoughts, 34, stretch out, and in which he himself had once been an actor and is soon to play an important part again. His mother informs him of the distracted state of Ithaca, Agamemnon of the treacherous deed of Aegisthus carried out with the help of Clytemnestra. Odysseus himself is able to console Achilles with an account of the heroic deeds of his son, who is still alive in the daylight. With Aias, resentful even in Hades, he cannot come to terms. Thus the theme of the second part of the Odyssey begins to appear. Even to the shadows below there reaches an echo of the great deeds of the Trojan War and of the adventures of the return from Troy, which occupied the minds of all the singers of the time. The introduction of these stories, by means of conversations with the persons who took part in them, is the essential purpose of the poet. The impelling instinct to expand in all directions the circle of legend in whose center stood the adventure of the Iliad, and link it up with other circles of heroic legend, was fully satisfied by later poets in the separate poems of the epic cycle. At the time when the Odyssey was composed, these other epic narratives were in the full tide of their youthful exuberance. The streams had not yet found a convenient bed in which to run, and they added their individual contributions, for they all related events which preceded it, to the elaborate narration of the return of the last hero who still wandered vainly and alone. The main object of the story of Telemachus, journey to meet Nestor and Menelaus, in the third and fourth books of the Odyssey, is manifestly to bring the son into relation with the father's companions in war, and so to provide occasion for further narratives in which a more detailed picture of some of the events between the Iliad and the Odyssey might be given. Demodocus, the Phaeacian bard, is made to recount, in abbreviated form, 2 adventures that had occurred to the great chieftain. Even when such stories did not immediately add to the picture of Odysseus' deeds or character, they served to point to the great background from which the adventures of the much-enduring wanderer, now completely isolated, should stand out, and to set these in the ideal framework which could alone give them their full significance. This natural creative instinct of legendary poetry also inspired the poet of the Journey to Hades. He, too, saw the adventures of Odysseus not in isolation, but in lively and vital connection with all the other adventures that took their origin from Troy. He conceived the idea of bringing once more, for the last time, the chieftain famed in council and war, into communication with the mightiest king and the noblest, 35, hero of that famous expedition. And to do that he had to take him to the realm of the shadows which had long contained them. Nor could he well avoid the tone of pathos, which is natural to this interview, on the borders of the realm of nothingness, to which all the desire and the strength of life must eventually come. The questioning of Tiresias is merely, as has been said, the poet's pretext for confronting Odysseus with his mother and his former companions, and this meeting was his prime motive. Probably this particular device was suggested by the recollection of the story which Menelaus tells of his meeting with Proteus, the old man of the sea Odd. Roman 4, 351 ff. Where the inquiry from the seer as to the means of reaching home again is also a mere pretext for the narration of return adventures, those of Aias, Agamemnon, and Odysseus. Section 2. It is certain that the intention of this poet cannot possibly have been simply the description of the underworld for its own sake. Even the scenery of these mysterious incidents, which might well have attracted his fancy, is only given in brief allusions. The ship sails over Ocanos to the people of the Cimmerians that never see the sun, and reaches at last the barren coast and the grove of Persephone, with its black poplars and weeping willows. Odysseus with 2 companions goes on ahead to the entrance of Erebos, where Pyriphlegethon and Kikitos, a branch of the Styx, flow into Acheron. There he digs his sacrificial trench, to which the souls flock upward out of Erebos over the asphodel meadows. It is the same underworld in the bowels of the earth that is presupposed in the Iliad, too, as the dwelling place of the dead, only more accurately described and more fully realized. The details of the picture are so lightly sketched in that one might well suppose that they, too, had been taken from some older mythical material. At any rate, he borrowed the Styx, so well known in the Iliad, and it may be supposed that the same applies to the other rivers as well, whose names are clearly derived from words meaning burning of dead bodies, lamentation, and sorrow. The poet himself, interested only in the representation of character, is not at all disposed to dwell upon the merely fanciful and confines himself to a few brief allusions. Nor does he give any very lengthy account of the dwellers in Erebos, and what he does say of them keeps well within the limits of the usual Homeric belief. The souls resemble shadow or dream pictures, and 36 are impalpable to the human touch. They are without consciousness when they appear. Elpenor alone, whose body still lies unburnt, has for that very reason retained his senses and even shows a form of heightened consciousness that approaches prophecy, resembling in this respect Patroclus and Hector at the moment when the psyche is parted from the body. This, however, is to leave him as soon as his corpse is destroyed. Tiresias alone, the prophet famed above all others in Theban legend, has preserved his consciousness and prophetic vision even in the shadow world through the goodwill of Persephone. But this is an exception which only establishes the rule. What Anticlea tells her son of the powerlessness and immateriality of the soul after the burning of the body sounds almost like an official confirmation of the orthodox Homeric view. Everything, in fact, in this poet's description enforces the truth of this belief, and though the living are, indeed, untroubled by the feeble souls banished to outer darkness, yet out of Erebos itself, the piteous knell of this decree reaches us in the lament of Achilles as he refuses his friend's attempt at comfort. Everyone knows the unforgettable words. Section 3. And yet the poet ventures to go beyond Homer in one important point. What he hints, rather than actually says of the condition of things in Hades conflicts, in no single point, with the conventional Homeric view. But it is an innovation to suggest that this condition of things can, even for the briefest moment, be interrupted. The blood drunk by the souls gives them back for a moment their consciousness. Their remembrance of the upper world returns to them. Their senses must then all the while have been not dead but sleeping. There can be no doubt that the poet for whom this supposition is indispensable to his story did not thereby intend to formulate an entirely new doctrine. But in order to add to his poetic effect, he was led to include in his story some touches which, meaningless within the circle of his own beliefs, pointed elsewhere, and, indeed, backward to older, quite differently molded beliefs, and to the usages founded upon them. He makes Odysseus, following the advice of Kirk, dig a grave at the entrance of Hades in which to pour out a solemn drink offering to all the dead, consisting first of all in a mixture of milk and honey, then wine and water, over which white meal is finely sprinkled. Next, he slays a ram and a black ewe, bending their heads downwards into the grave. 37. Then the bodies of the animals are burnt, and round the blood collect all the souls, who flutter about it, kept at a distance by Odysseus' sword, till Tiresias has first drunk. Here the drink offerings constitute undoubtedly a sacrificial offering devoted to the dead and poured out for their satisfaction. The poet indeed does not think of the slaughtered animals as a sacrifice. The tasting of the blood is simply intended to restore to the souls their consciousness. In the case of Tiresias, who retains his senses, the gift of prophetic clairvoyance. But this, we can see clearly, is a fiction of the poet's. What he here describes is in every detail a sacrifice to the dead, such as we so often find described as such in accounts from later times. The scent of the blood calls up the spirits. Their satiation with blood, haemakuri/a, is the essential purpose of such offerings, and these are what the poet's imagination dimly recalls as models. Nothing in this picture has been invented. Neither, on the other hand, it is quite clear, has he altered his sacrificial ceremony to make it fit in with novel ideas that were beginning to gain ground, ideas that ascribed a more vital existence to the souls of the dead. For here, too, just as in the case of the offerings to the dead described in the funeral of Patroclus, the poet's manner of conceiving the life of the dead is not such as could give support to new and more vigorous cult ceremonies. His conception tends rather to contradict the ceremonies that he describes. In fact, what we have here, too, is a fossilized and no longer intelligible vestige of a practice that was once rooted in belief, a relic, deprived of its original meaning, and adapted by the poet to the special purposes of his narrative. The sacrificial ritual used to attract the souls on this occasion, strikingly resembles the ritual which was used in later times to conjure up the souls of the dead at those places, which were supposed to give entrance to the ghostly world below the earth. It is also not impossible that, even in the time of the poet of the Journey to Hades, in some remote corners of Greek lands, such calling up of the dead was still practiced as a relic of former belief. But supposing that the poet had some information of such local cults of the dead, and modeled his story on them, that only makes it the more remarkable that he effaces all trace of the original meaning of his ritual, and in adherence to the strict Homeric doctrine on the point, banishes all thought that the souls may possibly continue in the neighborhood of the living, and can thence be conjured up into the light of day. He knows only of one kingdom of the dead far off in the dim west, beyond the bounds of sea, 38, and ocean, where the legendary hero of romance can, indeed, reach its gateway, but where alone he can have communication with the souls of the dead. The house of Hades never allows its inhabitants to pass out. And yet all this is hopelessly contradicted by the votive offerings that the poet, by what can only be called an oversight, makes Odysseus promise to all the dead, and particularly to Tiresias upon his return home Od. X 521-6, Xi 2933. Of what use would it be to the dead to receive the offering of a barren cow, of treasures burnt upon the funeral pyre? Or how could Tiresias enjoy the slaughtering of a black sheep far away in Ithaca when they are all confined to Erebos and could not taste the offerings made to them? This is the most remarkable and important of all vestiges of an ancient worship of the dead. It proves indubitably that in pre-Homeric times the belief prevailed that even after the funeral of the body, the soul is not eternally banished to the inaccessible land of shadows, but is able to approach the sacrificer and to enjoy the sacrifices offered to it, just as much as the gods can. A single obscure allusion in the Iliad suggests what is here much more clearly and almost naively revealed, namely, that even at the time when the Homeric view of the nothingness of the souls forever parted from their bodies reigned supreme, the custom of making offerings to the dead after the funeral was over, though in exceptional circumstances only, and not as a regularly recurring performance, had not been entirely forgotten. Section 4. The contradictions into which he is betrayed by the introduction of such intercourse between the living and the dead proves that the undertaking was rather venturesome for a Homeric poet of strictly orthodox views. Still, in the picture of Odysseus meeting with his mother and former companions, which was his main object, the poet hardly strayed at all from the normal Homeric path. This, however, was, as it happened, the very point in which later generations of poetically inclined readers or hearers found his narrative wanting. He himself carefully linked up every detail with his living hero, the central interest of his story, and only made him speak with the souls of such as had some real and close connection with him. A review of the motley inhabitants of the underworld in their multitude hardly interested him at all. It was the very thing which seemed indispensable to later readers. They made additions to his story and introduced the multitudes of the dead of all ages, the warriors with 39, wounds still visible and in bloodstained armor. Or else, more in the manner of a Hesiotic catalogue for the assistance of the memory than making them live in Homeric fashion for the imagination, they pictured a whole host of mothers, the illustrious ancestors of great families, passing before Odysseus, though they had no particular claim upon his sympathy. Nor, indeed, is any serious attempt made to bring them into relationship with him. This seemed to improve the picture of the general multitude of the dead, represented in the persons of selected individuals. Next, the condition of things in the world below must at least be illustrated by a few examples. Odysseus casts a glance into the inner recesses of the underworld, which was hardly possible for him, considering that he stood at its outermost gateway and sees there the heroic figures of those who, like true images, Dola of the living, still continue the activities of their former lives. There he sees Minos giving judgment among the dead, Orion hunting, Heracles still with the bow in his hand, and the arrow fitted to the string, like one ever about to shoot. This is certainly not Heracles, the hero god, as he was known to later ages. The poet knows nothing as yet of the elevation of the son of Zeus above the lot of all mortals any more than the earliest poet of the journey knew of the translation of Achilles out of Hades, The disregard of such things was naturally regarded by later readers as a negligence on the part of the poet. And in fact, they boldly inserted 3 verses here which inform us that he, himself, the real Heracles, dwells among the gods. What Odysseus saw in Hades was only his counterfeit. Whoever wrote this was practicing a little original theology on his own account. Such a contrast between a fully animated self, possessing the original man's body and soul still united, and a counterfeit presentment of himself, which cannot be his psyche relegated to Hades, is quite strange both to Homer and to Greek thought of later times. It is, in fact, an example of the earliest harmonizer's solution of a difficulty. The poet does indeed attempt to connect Heracles with Odysseus by making the two enter into conversation, in imitation of the conversations with Agamemnon and Achilles. But it is soon evident that these two have really nothing to say to each other. Odysseus, in fact, is silent. There was no real relationship between them, at most an analogy, Heracles, too, having once descended alive into Hades. This analogy alone, in fact, appears to have suggested the introduction of Heracles in this place. 40. There now remains, inserted after Minos and Orion, and before Heracles, and probably composed by the same hand that was responsible for them, the incident of the 3 penitents undergoing punishment, a passage that no reader can possibly forget. First Tityos, whose giant frame is preyed upon by 2 vultures, is seen, then Tantalos, who in the middle of a lake is parched with thirst and cannot reach up to the fruit-laden branches over his head, and last Sisyphos, who is bound to roll uphill the stone that ever rolls back again. The limits of the Homeric conception, with which the pictures of Minos, Orion, and Heracles might still perhaps be reconciled, are in these pictures definitely overstepped. The souls of these 3 unfortunates are credited with complete and continuous consciousness. Without this, their punishment would not have been felt and would not have been inflicted. And, observing the extraordinarily matter-of-fact and cursory description, which takes the reasons of the punishment for granted, except in the case of Tityos, we cannot help feeling that these examples of punishment after death were not invented for the first time by the composer of these lines. They cannot have been offered to the astonished ears of their hearers as a daring novelty, but were rather recalled briefly to those hearers' recollection. Probably these 3 are selected as examples out of a much larger collection of such pictures. Can it be that still older poets, who may still, however, have been more recent than the poet of the earliest parts of the journey, had already dared to desert the Homeric view of the soul? However that may be, we may be sure that the punishment of the 3 penitents was not intended to contradict flatly the Homeric conception of the unconsciousness and nothingness of the shades. They could not in that case have accommodated themselves so well to a poem that is founded upon such conceptions. They do not disprove the rule because they are, and are only intended to be, exceptions to that rule. This, however, would be impossible if it were justifiable to interpret the poet's fiction as representing, in the person of these 3 unfortunates, 3 types of special sins and classes of sinners, as, for example, unbridled lust Tityos, insatiable gluttony Tantalos, and pride of the intellect Sisyphos. They would in that case be particular examples of the retribution which one must think of as being extended to all the innumerable hosts of shadows who have been guilty of the same sins. But nothing in the description itself warrants such a theological interpretation. Indeed, we have no reason, 41, or excuse for attributing to this particular poet such a desire to prove the existence of a compensatory justice in an afterlife. It is quite strange to Homer, and so far as it ever became known to later Greek theology, it was only introduced very late, through the influence of a speculative mysticism. No, the almighty power of the gods is able in special cases, so this picture assures us, to preserve for individual souls their consciousness. In the case of Tiresias as a reward, in the case of these 3 objects of the gods' hatred, in order that they may be capable of feeling their punishment. The real fault for which they are punished can be guessed fairly certainly from what the poet tells us about Tityos. It is in each case a grievous offense committed by them against the gods. The crime of Tantalos we can make out from what we know of him through other sources. It is less easy to discover what was the exact misdeed for which the crafty Sisyphos is punished. In any case, it is clear that retribution has overtaken all 3 of them for sins against the gods themselves, sins which human beings of later times could not possibly commit. And for this reason alone, neither their deeds nor their punishment can have anything typical or representative about them. They are sheer exceptions, and that is why the poet found them interesting. The episode of Odysseus' journey to Hades, even in its latest portions, suggests no acquaintance whatever with any general class of sinners who receive their punishment in that place. If, indeed, it had alluded to the punishment in the afterworld of perjurers, orthodox Homeric doctrine would not in that case have been violated. Twice over in the Iliad, on solemn occasions of oath-taking, besides the gods of the upper world, the Erinyes also are called upon as witnesses of the oath, for they punish under the earth those who break their oath. Not without reason have these passages been held to show that the Homeric conception of the phantasmal half-life of the souls under the earth, where they are without feeling or consciousness, was not a general folk belief. We must add, however, that the belief held in Homeric times of the punishment of oath-breakers in the realm of shadows cannot as yet have been very vital, for it was quite unable to prevent the success of the totally incompatible belief in the unconscious nothingness of disembodied spirits. A solemn oath formula, so much that is primitive persisting, even after it has become dead letter, in formula, preserved a reference to that ancient belief, which had become strange to Homeric ears, a vestige, in fact, of a bygone point of view. It may be 42 that in the dim past, when men still vividly and literally believed in the reality of a punishment in afterlife for perjury, all the souls in Hades were credited with a conscious existence. But there never was a time when men generally believed that earthly sins, including perjury as only one among many, were punished in Hades. Oath-breaking was not punished, as a specially outrageous moral failing it may well be doubted whether the Greeks ever considered or felt it to be such. The perjurer, rather than any other particular sinner, was the special victim of the dread goddesses, for the simple reason that the perjurer, in his desire to emphasize in the most awful manner his aversion to falsehood, has invoked against himself, if he fails to keep his oath, the most terrible fate of all, to suffer torment in the realm of Hades, whence is no escape. To the infernal spirits of the underworld, to whom he had condemned himself, he falls a victim if he breaks his word. Belief in the supernatural power of such imprecations, and not any special moral importance attached to truth-telling, an idea quite strange to the older antiquity, gave to the oath its peculiar terrors. Section 5. A final example of the tenacity with which custom may outlive the belief on which it is founded is afforded by the story told of Odysseus, that in fleeing from the Ciconian land, he did not leave it until he had called thrice upon those of his companions who had fallen in the battle with the Cicones odd. Roman 9, 65-6. References to similar callings upon the dead in later literature make the meaning of such behavior clear. The souls of the dead who have fallen in foreign lands must be called. They will then, if this is properly done, follow the caller to their distant home, where an empty grave awaits them. This duty is regularly performed in Homer for the benefit of those whose bodies it is impossible to recover and bury in the proper way. But a summons of the dead, and the erection of such empty receptacles intended, for whom if not for the souls, who must then be accessible to the devotion of their relations, was natural enough for those who believed in the possibility of the soul's sojourn in the neighborhood of its living friends. It was not admissible for supporters of the Homeric belief. Here we have once more a remarkable vestige of an ancient belief, surviving in a custom that has not been entirely given up even in altered times. Here, too, the belief which had given rise to the custom was extinct. 43. If we ask the Homeric poet for what purpose a mound was heaped up over the grave of the dead and a gravestone set upon it, he will answer us, in order that his fame may remain imperishable among men, and that future generations may not be ignorant of his story. That sounds truly Homeric. When a man dies, his soul departs into a region of twilight dream life. His body, the visible man, perishes. Only his glorious name, in fact, lives on. His praises speak to after ages from the monument to his honor on his grave mound end in the Song of the Bard. A poet would naturally be inclined to think such things. Notes to Chapter 1. 1. 2/1, e.g. ill. A 3, Paula/SD, if thy/mu such a /s, kefala/s a Paul. Rohde, as in L55, Mistakenly, a /ed price /apsin hero /on, audio /s de /hilo /ria 2 equals chiku /nesin. PS 105, penucci /e circumflex ga /armoire patriclaire equals os daily equals o ephister /k. E /ecto de the /skellen auto equals cf. 66. 3 /1, EGL 262, nth anter /noros Huey equals hup atre der basilar equals ipo timon anapler sans edun du mon a edos I so. The sucher of Elpenner and afterwards that of Tiresias, of his mother of Agamemnon, etc., is addressed by Odysseus in the Nicaea of the Odd. Simply as Elper equals nor, terasi /e circumflex, mer equals ter emer / etc. and cf. Such expressions as PS 244, Is ho can auto s ego a /edq /tomai, or O 251, kai der e gog effa mern, ni quas kai do equals m, ai dowie circumflex matito equals d high zestai, or x 456f, etc. 4 /1, the first view is Nagelsbach's, the second that of Grotmeyer. 5 /1, and of civilized peoples, too, in antiquity. Just such a second self, an I/Dalan duplicating the visible self of man, were, in their original significance, the genius of the Romans, the Fravashi of the Persians, the Ka of the Egyptians. 6 /1. Hupodi /theti sc. Homer, Taras such a s toi equals, s ido lois toi equals, sn toi equals, escato petrois phanom noise, hamias kai toi equals, as dia to equals, and huda ton sunistame noise. Ha katha pax hermi equals, and exe castai kai taes kinner says mima equals tai, steremnio der de hupo stasin audemi any cheisentai lerpsin kai hafer n, apollode. P theo equals n ap stob. Ickle. I p 420w. 7 /1, cf. Sic, div, I 63, Iesit corpus dormientis ut mortui vigit autumn et vivit animus. Quod multo magis faciet post mortem cum omnino corpore accessorit. TD. I 29, vicis quibustum seep movabanter isc maxim nocturnis, ut vidrenter I qui vita accessorant viver. Here we have precise ancient testimony both for the subjective and the objective elements in dreaming, and for their importance for the origin of belief about the soul. 8 /1, to nd e/leipsucher o equals tis d ampnu /nther e 696f. N de cat ophthalmo equals n erebiner /nux eka /lupsin, e circumflex ripe d exopi so, a po de sucher n eka pussin. E pe u equals n a mp nudo, kai ease free nothumo sh r ch 466 ff. 475, and o circumflex 348, apopsu /chanta. 9 /1, speaking of suspirium, equals lepopsuchi /a, sen ep. Liv 2 says medici hanc, meditationem mortis vocant. Faciet enim aliquando spiritus alle quad seep canatus est. 10 /1, a remarkable idea seems to be obscurely suggested in an expression such as that of X 207, all e circumflex toi twen care equals resi ban thana toyofi rouse, izai daudu moose. Cf. B 302. Usually the Kirs bring death to men. Here, like Thanatos himself in later poetry, they conduct the dead into the realm of Hades. They are daimons of Hades, originally and primitively themselves souls of the departed sea below, p. 168, and it is a natural idea to make such soul spirits, hovering in the air, carry off the souls of men just dead to the realm of the souls. In Homer, only a stereotyped phrase preserves the vague memory of such a conception. 45. 11 /1. Of the dead we read in L 219, Ogar et sa /arcas t kai asta I equals nes e /chausi. Taking the words strictly, this might mean that the dead possess sinews, but not the flesh or bones that should be held together by the sinews. This is how Nock, in fact, understood the Homeric words, melanges graecoram. Roman 4, 718. But it is very difficult to picture shadows, which in this manner possess sinews but no body of flesh and bones. The corrupt words of Fr. 229, preserved apart from their context, are quite insufficient to prove that Ish derived such an unrealizable impression from the Homeric words that the poet of these lines from the neck simply meant flesh, bones, and sinews, too, which might have held them together, is shown quite clearly by what follows. Alla /ta /me / t puro / s cratero / en minos athom / noodamna equals epe / ki pro equals talai / perleuke ostathumo / s d eru / t o / neros apoptame / ner pipo / terdai. How then could the fire help destroying the sinews too? 12 /1. The sacrificial character of the proceedings at the Rogus of Patroclus has again been called in question by V. Fritzi, De Libation Veterum Graecorum, 71 F. 1893. He admits this interpretation of the pouring of the blood on the pyre, but explains the other circumstances differently. It would be quite easy to disprove in this fashion the sacrificial character of every holocaust / toma for ch tho / neoi, whether heroes or the dead. It is true that the bodies of sheep and cattle, horses and dogs, thus completely consumed by fire, are not a food offering, but they are a sacrifice for all that, and belong to the class of expiatory offerings in which the flesh is not offered for the food of the daemon, but the lives of the victims are sacrificed to him. That Achilles slays the Trojan prisoners at the Rogus Caetame / Noio, Colithae / s. PS 23. does not destroy the sacrificial character of this offering intended to appease the wrath, felt also by Achilles, of the dead man. The whole procedure gives a picture of primitive sacrificial ritual in honor of the dead, and differs in no particular from the ritual of sacrifice to the thei / ch tho / neoi. This is recognized by Stengel in his Ch Thonischer Untadtenkult, Fester, Friedland, p. 432, who also marks clearly the differences between the two religious ceremonies as they were gradually evolved in the process of time. 13 /1. It cannot be denied that the libation of wine poured out by Achilles during the night, to which he expressly summons the Psyche of Patroclus, PS 218-22, is sacrificial in character, like all similar choi / The wine with which the embers of the funeral pyre are extinguished may have been intended to serve that purpose alone and not as a sacrifice. But the jars of honey and oil which Achilles has placed upon the pyre, PS 170, cf. O circumflex 67-8, can hardly be regarded as anything but sacrificial, cf. Burke Opusk, Roman 2 675 ac. To Stengel Job, Philol, p. 649, 1887. They only serve to kindle the flames, but the honey, at any rate, seems a strange material for the purpose. For libations at the Rogus or at the grave, honey and oil are regularly used. See Stengel himself, Locke, Sit, and Philol, Roman 39, 378 ff. Ac. To V. Fritzi de Libat. 72. The jars of honey and oil were intended not as libations, but for the bath of the dead, in the next world in the Homeric Hades. Honey can only have been used for bathing purposes, in Greece as elsewhere, by those who unintentionally fell into it like Glaucos. 14 /1. On Greek hair offerings. See Wieseler, Philol, Roman 9, 711 ff., who rightly regards these offerings as symbolic and as substitutes for primitive human sacrifice. The same explanation of the offering of hair is given in the case of other peoples also. Cf. Tyler, Roman 2, 401. 46. 15 /1. Patroclus' request for prompt burial, 69 ff. gives no sufficient motive, since Achilles has already given orders for the funeral to take place next day, 49 ff. Cf. 94 f. 16 /1. LL. 19. 179. Again, in the night following the erection of the funeral pyre, when the body is burning, Achilles calls to the soul of Patroclus sucher /n kicklair /scan patroclair equals os daily equals o 221. The person thus called upon is evidently supposed to be still close at hand. This is not contradicted by the formula chi equals re. Chi /ini /dau du /moisi, 19, 179, for an L19. At least, the words cannot mean in Hades, since the soul is still outside Hades as it tells us itself, 71 ff. The words can only mean about, before the house of Hades, like n asterisk potamo equals by the river, etc. In the same way, Isai/Dao Dumon often only means towards the house of Hades, Ames on K 512. 17/1, from descriptions in ancient poetry, or had similar customs at least at the funerals of chieftains survived into the poet's own time. Especially magnificent, e.g., were the burials of Spartan kings and also Cretan kings, it appears so long as there were any. Cf. Arist. Fr. 476 p. 1556a 37 ff. 18/1, funeral games for Amarynceus, ps. 630 ff. For Achilles, O circumflex 85 ff. Such games are referred to as being quite the usual custom in O circumflex 87 ff. Later poetry is full of descriptions of such a go equals nes epita/fioi of the heroic age. 19/1, as Aristarchus noticed, CRH. Muse. 36, 544 f. Rather different are the certainly ancient games and contests for the hand of a bride, cf. Stories of Pelops, Danaus, Icarios, etc. 20/1, cf. PS 274, IME/ nu equals and epi /a/lo ethlu /omenache/ i.e. in honor of Patroclus. Cf. 646. Soen hedi equals ron ae/th loisi katir/ease. Katerie/zine means to give the dead man his kte/ria, i.e. his former possessions, by burning them. The games are therefore on exactly the same footing as the burning of the personal effects of the dead, in which the soul of the dead man was supposed still to take pleasure. 21/1, Aug. CD. Roman 8, 26. Varo dicit omnes mortuos existimeri manes dios, et probet per e sacra qui omnibus fir mortuis exhibenter, ubi et ludos commemorat funebers, tamquam hoc sit maximum divinitatis indicium, quod non solent ludi nisi numinibus celebrari. 22/1, qui pietas I debeter quo nihil exceperis. Aut quidam nino, cuius nullum meritum sit, I deberi potest, de quamabrum colendi sint non intelligo nullo nec excepto ob is nec sperato bono, sic, nd. I 116, cf. pl. Youthfer. Pass. Homer speaks in the same way of the agaclator equals s hecato/m bears, g 58-9, cf. Amoeba /esto equals n thusio equals n from the side of the gods pl. SMP 202e. 23/1, 2 equals to /nu chi /g/ ras hoi equals on I0 equals c broda equals sin, k/rastai /tico /mernbale /ein t, apo /decru perio equals n, d 197f. Cf. O circumflex 188f, 294f. 24/1, O ga /ret, O equals tisnai /samai xa/ dau eper/ and mi piro /s lela /chert, ps 75f. 25/1, eo /nti izai /dau tersi /cat ophthalmu /sls and su and t sto m ire equals psi, l 426. Cf. L 453, O circumflex 296. To do this is the duty of the next of kin, mother or wife. The necessity for closing the sightless eyes and dumb mouth of the dead is intelligible without reference to any superstitious arrière-pensée. Such an idea is, however, dimly discernible in such a phrase as a Chris ho /tu sucher / and mumertro /schi/ res I equals lan apo /esson epiger. Gr. 314-24. Was there originally some idea of the soul being released by these means, seat of the soul in the co/rare of the eye, such hi /d, and ophthalmoi equals cito equals enteliudo /enton babber. 95-35, see Crucius R.H. Muse. 46-319. Augurium non timendi mortem in egratudine quamdiu oculorum pupilli imaginum redent, Plin, nh 28-64, cf. Grimm, p. 1181. If a person can no longer see his or her eye/Dahlon, 47, in a mirror it is a sign of approaching death, Oldenburg, Rel. D. Ved. 526p, 449 3 French tr. Among many peoples it is believed that the eyes of the dead must be closed in order to prevent the dead person seeing or haunting anyone in the future. Robinson, Cycle. D. Native 44 cf. Sic, ver, v. 118 of the Greeks, vg. A. Roman 4 684 f. Extremis c quis super halidus erat or legem. Serve, adloc. Mulibriter tamquam possit animam sororus exciper et in c transfera cf. Epiger. Gr. 547 ig. Sic, edit. 607 e 910. Sucher / making its exit through the mouth, I 409, cf. Among the Seminoles of Florida, when a woman died in childbirth, the infant was held over her face to receive her parting spirit and thus acquire strength and knowledge for future use. Tyler, I 433. 26/1, and even on a /pro/theron tetram /nos, T 212, i.e. with feet turned towards the door. The reason for this custom, which existed elsewhere, too, and still exists, is hardly to be sought only in the ridus naturae, as Plin. 7:46 thinks. This has generally little to do with the customs observed on the solemn occasions of life. The meaning of the practice is much more naively revealed in a statement about the manners of the Pejunchen Indians in South America given by Poppig, Rise in Chile, Peru, etc., I 393. There they carry the dead man feet foremost out of the door, because if the corpse of the dead man were carried out otherwise, his wandering ghost might come back into the house. The Greek custom, though in Homeric times long faded to a mere symbol, must be supposed to have depended originally upon similar fears of the return of the soul. Similar precautions arising from the same belief were customary at funerals elsewhere. Oldenburg, Rel. D. Veda, 573-4. Robinson, Psyche, D. Native. 45 F. Belief in the incomplete departure of the soul from this world has dictated these customs too. 27/1. The details of the procedure until the funeral dirge are given in S 340-355. 28/1, 2/M boss and stair/lair, P 457, 675, R 434, L 371, M 14. A heaped up ser equals ma as the burial place of Ishan round which the nymphs plant elms. Z 419 FF. Which preserves a trace of the custom, obtaining also in later times, of planting trees and even a whole grove round the grave. 29/1, KT/Ria Kteri/sign, in the formula serma /T/ hoichu equals AI chi /epi KT/Ria Kteri/sign, a 291, B 222. Here the Kteri/sign comes after the heaping up of the grave mound. Possibly, the KT/Ria are to be burnt on or at the grave mound. Skull. B on T 212 is, however, mistaken in the rule deduced from these cases. Prouty/Thesson, I equals ta e/Thapton, I equals ta edambacho/aun, I equals ta ector/ezon. All the cases refer to the ceremonial at empty graves. Where the body was obtainable, the relatives or friends would have burnt the KT/Ria with the body. This is done in the case of Ishan and Elpenner, and it must be understood in the close connection of the words en puri /care/an chi /epi /KT/Ria Kteri/sayan, o circumflex 38, and again o/phr. He/terentha/toy chi /epi /KT/Ria Kteri/sayan, G 285. 30/1, a custom that originally belonged to all primitive peoples and remained in force for a very long time among many of them. All the possessions of a dead Inca remain his own absolute property. Prescott, Peru 4, I 31. Among the Abipones of Paraguay, all the possessions of the dead are burnt. Clem, Coulterges, Roman 2, 99. The Albanians of the Caucasus buried all the dead man's possessions with him. Chi /dia /2 equals to P/nertz, zo equals sin aud / patro equals on E/chance, SDR. 503. Of ancient origin are also the extravagant burial customs of the Mingrelians living in what was formerly Albania. Chardin Voy, N. Purse ed. Langles, I 325, 298, 314, 322. 48. 32/1, Sucher/D, Ekreth/Antame/Nera/Edo/SD Beber/K, Ho /and Po/Timon Gu/Osa equals S Andrater equals Takai /Herbairn, P 756. CH 362 CF. U 294, N 415. Sucher \d aido slash sde cater equals L then, K 560, L 65. Complete departure into the depths of the kingdom of Hades is more clearly expressed in such words as by slash ern du mon a slash eidos I slash so. O circumflex 246. Chion a slash eidos I slash so. Z 422. Etc. Again, in L 150, the soul of Tiresias while speaking to Odysseus is still in Hades in the wider sense, but is more exactly on the extreme edge of that region. We are told sucher \mien e slash bear du mon a slash eidos I slash so now, at last it goes back again into the depths of the kingdom of Hades. 33 \1 Aristonikos on PS 104. Herr Dippler equals ho t taes to equals n otta slash von sucha \s ho slash meros et sazu slash sas and fro slash nersin hupodi slash theti. Rather too systematically put by Porf. App. Staub, Ickle. IP 422, 20FF, 425, 25FF. W. L. Penner is the first to approach Odysseus' sacrificial trench, O ga arpo eat slash thapto, L52. His sucher slash had not yet been received into Hades RH. Muse. 1, 615. Achilles' treatment of the body of Hector shows that he thought of his enemy, because he was still unburied, as being able to feel what was done to him. Lacerari eam et center credo pudet sic, TD. I 105. 34 \1. Plin. Roman 7, 187, explains the change among the Romans from burial to cremation as being due to the fear that in times of war and disturbance the dead might be deprived of their rest. If a man dies in wartime, i.e. during a period of temporary nomadism, his body is burnt, but a limb, sometimes the head, is cut off to be taken home and buried ad quod servatum eus deferent Paul. Festi 148:11, Varro LL, v 23, sic. LG, Roman 2 55-60. The same custom is found among certain German tribes. See Weinhold Sitzp, Wien AC, Roman 29 156, XXX 208. Even among the Negroes of Guinea and the South American Indians, practices resembling the os resectum of the Romans are found in the case of those who die in war in foreign country. Cf. Clem Kulturg. Roman 3 297. Roman 2 98F. In every case, burial is regarded as the ancient and traditional mode of disposing of the dead, and the one strictly required on religious grounds. 35 \1. Only once is there any mention of taking home the burnt bones, e circumflex 334 F. Aristarch. Rightly recognized this as being in conflict with the normal conceptions and practice of Homer, and regarded the lines as the composition of a later poet, a Adlock, and on D 174, Emk, G 109. The lines may have been inserted to account for the absence from the troad of such enormous grave mounds as the burial of the ashes of both armies should have produced. The same reason the desire expressed in these lines to bring back those who have died in a foreign country to their own land at last is implied as the origin of cremation in the illustrative story of Heracles and Argios, the son of Lycymnios, in the History/A, derived from Andron of Aana 52. 37 \1. It would apply better to Roman beliefs, cf. VG, A Roman 4, 698-9, though even that means something else. Cf. Also Oldenburg Rel, D Veda 585-2. 39 \1. Serve. Ad A Roman 3, 68. Egypta candida diudia servant cadavera silicet, ut anima multo tempor perjurit et corpori sit obnoxia nec cito ad aliud transit. Romani contra facebant, comburens cadavera ut statum anima in generalitatem, i.e. in suam naturem redirt, the pantheistic touch may be neglected. Cf. The account given by Ibn Foslin of the burial customs of the pagan Russians, 49. Quoted from Fron by J. Grimm, K.L. Sure. Roman 2, 292. The preference for burning was due to the idea that the soul was less quickly set free on its way to paradise when the body was buried intact than when it was destroyed by fire. 40 \1, cf. The hymn of the Rigveda X 16, which is to be said at a cremation, esp. V2 9, quoted by Zimmer Altund, Leben 402F, and also Rigv. X 14 8 Zimmer P 409. The Indians also wished to prevent the return of the dead to the world of the living. The feet of the corpse were chained so that the dead could not return. Zimmer, p. 402. 41:1. It lies at the root of the stories of Demeter and Demophoon, or Triptolemos, and also that of Thetis and Achilles, when the goddess, laying the mortal child in the fire, Pirier/Retos Nerda /Essa/Arcas, E/Theron ho /E circumflex equals N auto equals Th Nerdo/N, in order to make it immortal, cf. Preller Dem, Upersef, 112, cf. Also the custom observed at certain festivals, of Hecate, cf. Burke PLG, Roman 3, 682 of lighting fires in the streets and leaping through the flames carrying children, see Grimm et. p. 625, cf. Also sic div. I-47, O preclarem decessum cum ut Herculi contigit mortali corpor cremato in lucem animus accessit. Av. M. Roman 9, 250. Luke, Herm. 7, QSV, 640 ff. For more about the purifying effects of fire, see below, chapter Roman 9, N 127. 42:1. Nothing else than this is implied by the words of E circumflex 40910, Ugoartes fado /neku/ on catathethnero /tangi /net. Epe /kitha /nosi puro /s malus /men, O circumflex equals ka. The souls of the dead must be quickly assuaged with fire, their longing gratified, and so their bodies are burnt. Purification from what is mortal and unclean, which dietarich, Nicaea, 197, 3 thinks is referred to in this passage, is certainly not suggested as such by the words of the poet. 43:1. Light may be incidentally thrown on the question of the transition from burial to cremation by such a story as that which an Icelandic saga tells of a man who is buried by his own wish before the door of his house. But as he returned and did much mischief, his body was exhumed and burnt and the ashes scattered over the sea. Weinhold, Altnord. Leben, 499. We often read in old stories how the body of a dead man who goes about as a vampire is burnt. His soul is then exorcised and cannot come back again. 44:1. It is natural to think of Asiatic influence. Cremation hearths have recently, 1893, been discovered in Babylonia. 46:1. That the men of the Mycenaean culture, though much affected by foreign influences, were Greeks. The Greeks of the heroic age of whom Homer speaks may now be regarded as cert. C. Esp. E. Reisge ver. Wien, Philol, 99 ff. 49:1. Cf. K. Weinhold Sitzp. Wien, Ac. 1858 Phil. Hist. Cl. Roman 29 pp. 121, 125, 141. The remarkable coincidences between the Mycenaean and these North European burial customs do not seem as yet to have been noticed. The object of this elaborate foundation and covering may have been to preserve the corpse from decay longer, and especially from the effects of damp. 51:1. The soul of a dead man from whom a favorite possession is withheld returns, equally whether the body and the possessions with it are burnt or buried. The story in Lucian Phillips, Roman 27, of the wife of Eucrates, cf. HDT, v. 92 E circumflex, is quite in accordance with popular belief. 50. 52:1, Schliemann-Mick, 212-13, see Plan F. A similar altar in the hall of the palace of Turius, Schuchart, Schliemann's Exk. E.T. p. 107. 53:1, Esha/Ra is essentially F, hair equals S toy equals S hair / Ra sinapathu / omen pole. I8, cf. Nienzap. Ammon diff Vok, p. 34v. Such an altar rested directly on the ground without anything intervening. Mer /E/Chausa who /Sos all epi /Ger equals S hydrum /Nair. It is round, stroguloidaire /S and hollow koi /Lair. Cf. Esp. Harp. 87:15 ff. Fote. SV Esha /Ra 2 glosses. Ob. 256:32 m. 384:12 ff. On Z52, Used, Odd, p. 1939, ps. 71, Shiur, ph. 284. It is evident that the Esha/Ra is not very far removed from the sacrificial trench of the cult of the dead, thus it is actually called also bow/throws. Ur, ph. 274, Skapter/S, Buys, 191, 7 main. 2. 55:1. It is doubtful whether Homer even knew of dream oracles, which would be closely related to oracles of the dead asterisk. That in A63 Eggkoi/Mercies is at least alluded to as Nagelsbach Nachum. Theal, 172, thinks is by no means certain. The Waniropo/Loss would not be a priest who intentionally gave himself up to prophetic sleep, and thus Hupe/R Heat/Ron Wani/Ruse Hora equals, but rather an Wanirakri/Tersen interpreter of other men's unsought dream visions. 56:1. Even the river gods and nymphs who are usually confined to their own homes are called to the agora of all the gods in Olympos, U4FF. These deities who remain fixed in the locality of their worship are weaker than the Olympians just because they are not elevated with the rest to the ideal summit of Olympos. Calypso resignedly admits this, E169F, I/Keithie/Geeth/Losi, Toy/Orano/Enuru/Any/Chausen, Hoi/Mufi/Arteri/Icy equals Psi/T Crare equals Ni/T. They have sunk to the second rank of deities. They are, however, never thought of as free and independent, but as a mere addition to the kingdom of Zeus and the other Olympians. 57:1, X, in Nagelsbach Home Theal, 2-387F Free/Ness, W. Schrader J.B., F. Philol, 1885, P163F, E circumflex equals Tor. 58:1, the belief in the existence of more than one soul in the same person is very widespread. C. J. G. Muller, Emeric, Urelig, P. 66, 207F Tyler, I. 432F. The distinction between the five spiritual powers dwelling within man given by the Avesta rests upon similar grounds, Jiger, Civ, of East, Iran, 124FF. Even in Homer Gompers, Greek thinkers, I. 249, finds a two-soul theory fully developed. According to him, Homer recognizes in the thumo/essa word supposed to be derived from the steam rising from freshly shed and still warm blood a second soul, in addition to the sucher/ a smoke soul side by side with the breath soul. But if by soul a something is meant as, it must be in popular psychology which is added independently to the body and its faculties, something which lives separately in the body and after the death of the body, with which it is not indissolubly united, dissociates itself, and goes off independently. Then the thumo/s of Homer cannot be called a soul or a double of the sucher/. Again and again, the thumo/s is clearly referred to as a mental faculty of the living body. Either thinking or willing or merely feeling, thumo equals no/o circumflex, thumo equals de equals psi, gerther/say thumo equals, ekalo/sato thumo equals, e circumflex/rare thumo / and editaire equals, etc. is conducted by its means. It is the seat of the emotions, me knows e/lab thumo/n, and belongs to the body of the living man, and is especially enclosed in the free/ness. In the face of 51, this it is impossible to regard it as something independent of the body or as anything else than a special faculty of the same living body. Once, indeed, e circumflex 131, the thumo/s is spoken of, instead of sucher/ as that which goes down to Hades, but this can only be an error or an oversight, see also below, ch. Xi n2. According to Homeric ideas, this is a conception repeated over and over again in Greek literature, and even in Greek philosophy the body has all its vital powers in itself, not merely thumo/s but me knows, no os, mer equals tis, boulaire/. Yet it only acquires life when supplemented by the sucher/, which is something different from all these bodily powers, something with an independent being of its own and alone deserving the name soul. A name which belongs as little to thumo/s as to no os. Gompers thinks that thumo/s, etc., were at first the only recognized faculties of the body, and that sucher/ was only, for the Greeks, added later. This is certainly not to be made out from Homer or any other part of Greek literature. 59:1, peri/sucher equals estheon, ch 161, peri/such/onomas/chonto, ch 245. Sucher/and parabalo/minos, I 322, such a /s parth/men, G74, I 255. Sucher equals S anta slash kshin, I 401, and cf. I 523. AI backslash gar dare backslash, Sucher equals ST chi backslash AO equals no slash SC dane slash mern, EU equals nin poyer slash sas p slash msi dumon, a slash edos I slash so. No one, strictly speaking, can go into Hades bereft of his Sucher slash, for it is the Sucher slash alone which goes there. Thus Sucher slash here clearly equals life, as is shown also by the addition of the words chi backslash AO equals nos for the sake of clearness. It is more doubtful whether this is the explanation of Sucher equals SO slash lethros, ch 325, or of such a backslash SOL slash sans, N 763, O circumflex 168. Other passages adduced by Nagelsp, Home, Th. 2 381 and Schrader J.B. F. Philol. 1885, p. 167, either admit or require the material sense of the word Sucher slash, e.g. E 696 ff, th 123, s 91, etc. 3. 60/1, a more detailed statement and documentation of the following analysis of the Nicaea in Odd. L will be found in R.H. Muse, 1, 600 ff. 1895. 61/1, the information given by Teresias, L 107 ff. About Thrinacia and the cattle of Helios seems to be put in such a brief and inadequate form just because the fuller account given by Kirk, M 127, was already known to the poet who did not wish to repeat this word for word. 62/1. A final example of such pictures intended to suggest the background of the Odyssey is the conversation between Achilles and Agamemnon in the Second Nicaea, O circumflex 19 ff. The composer of these lines has understood quite correctly the meaning and purpose of his model, the original Nicaea of L, though his continuation of it is certainly very clumsy. 63/1, K 53940 is borrowed from D 38990. 470 I find after writing this that Kammer had already suggested imitation of D in the Nicaea. Einheit D odd. 494 f. 64/1. It is striking, and may have some special reason, that in Kirk's account there is no mention of the Cimmerians. It is easier to see why the careful description of the country in Kirk's speech, K 50915, is not afterwards repeated, but merely recalled to the memory of the reader in a few words, L 21-2. 65/1. I can see no essential difference between the conception and situation of Hades as indicated in the Iliad and the account given in the Nicaea of the Odyssey. J. H. Voss and Nietzsche were right in this matter, nor do the additional details given in the Second Nicaea of O circumflex essentially conflict, as Teufel, Stud, U. Carrict, thinks with the description of the First Nicaea. It does not adhere, 52, slavishly to its original, but it rests upon the same fundamental conceptions. 66/1. HQ, K 514, purifled/thon, e circumflex /toy to /pu equals r to /afani /zon to /sa /arkinunto equals n brodo equals n, cf. Apolloder, p theo equals n app. Staub, ickle. I, p 420, 9w purifled/thon I /raredai apo /2 equals puri /flee /gesti 2 /esteliudo equals entas. 67/1. Acheron, too, seems to be regarded as a river. The soul of the unburied Patroclus, which has already departed, and Europule /s/edos do equals, and has therefore passed over Ocanos, is prevented by the other souls from passing over the river. PS 72F. This can hardly be the Ocanos, and must therefore be Acheron, so 2 porf. App. Staub, ickle. I, p 422F, 426W. K 515 does not in the least prove that Acheron was thought of as a lake, and not a river, as Berg, Opusk. Roman 2, 695 thinks. 69/1, CP 851 FF. Patroclus, CH 358 FF. Hector, L 69 FF. Behind each of these there lies the ancient belief that the soul in the moment of escape achieves a higher state of being and returns to a form of knowledge independent of sense perception, cf. Artem and App, P 854 Arist, FR. 1210 R. Otherwise, this power belongs to gods, and strictly, only to Zeus, who can foresee everything in Homer. But the statements are intentionally modified to suggest an undefined middle position between prophecy in the full sense and mere stacha/zestai, cf. BV, ch 359, ch 359, at the most may go beyond this point. 71/1. O/in arnyo / and re/sign, there equals lu/and timi/lanen. Iz/rebose stri/saws. K 527F from the word milanen, the O/in arnyo / is also to be understood apo /koinu equals as being, more precisely, black, and so again in 572. The ram offered to the gods, or souls of the underworld, is regularly black. Iz/rebose stri/saws, i.e. bending the head downwards, not towards the west, equals Bo/thron, L36 as Nietzsche rightly explains it. Everything corresponds to the regular E/n-toma of later times for the underworld beings, cf. Stengel, Z. Tisch. F. Jim, 1880, p. 743f. 72/1. Koiner/Ts para /anthro/poa st /and hupo/lerpsis ho/tai necre /chi /di/mon c/deron fabu equals entai, q. L48. It is really the sound of the bronze or iron that drives away spirits. Luke, Phillips. 15 cf. O. John a Burgle, D. Bose, Blix, 70. But even the mere presence of iron objects is sufficient. Home, de Sacrilege. About the 7th century, 22, states that to the sacrilegi belong among others those who wear rings or armlets of iron, aut qui in domo sua quicumque defero, propter ut demons timent, ponant. 73/1. The idea that the Thesprotian necuamente equals on by the river Acron was the original of the Homeric picture was first started by Paus. 1, 17/5. He was followed by K. O. Muller in Trod. To a Scientific System of Myth, pp. 297/8, E.T. Leitch, who has been followed by many others, but it has scarcely more justification than has e.g. the localization of the Homeric entrance to Hades at Cumae, Heraclea Pont. Cf. R.H. Muse, 36, 555 ff. Or other places of ancient worship of the dead, e.g. Pylos. At such places the traditional names of Acheron, Kikitos, Pyriphlegethon were easily introduced but taken from Homer, and not coming thence into Homer. The fact that it is just this Thesprotian oracle of the dead that is mentioned in HDT, well-known story, v. 92 e circumflex, does not at all prove that this was the oldest of all such oracles. 74/1. To this extent Lobach's denial of necromancy to the Homeric poems Agil. 316 may, perhaps, require to be modified, but so modified it may be accepted. 53. 75/1. In accordance with primeval sacrificial custom. To the dead only female or castrated animals are offered. See Stengel ch thon, Utah tank, 424. Here it is a stay equals rabu equals s, a slash gonatoy equals s ago slash noise. So among the Indians, to the manes that are without the powers of life and procreation, a wether instead of a ram was offered. Oldenburg, Rel, D. Ved, 358. 76/1. O circumflex 592 ff. Achilles says to the dead Patroclos mer /mopa /trockle scudmain /men ai /kipu /there, eine /edo /esper, en ho /tai he /k toridi equals, on e /lucipatri /phi /lo, e /pe omwa ika do equals ken a /poina. Soy d, o equals ego /chi /to equals nd, apoda /ssam, ho /ss, ep /oiken. The possibility that the dead in Hades may be able to know what is happening in the upper world is referred to only hypothetically, ai/key. Not so, however, the intention of giving the dead man a share in the gifts of Priam, d epitaphy /on eyes auto /enigo /non as BV on 594 thinks. The strangeness of such a promise seems to have been one of the reasons that made Aristarch unjustly athetize LL 594/5. 77/1, 41. This is not unhomeric, cf. Esp. X 456. Thus, on many vase paintings, we see the Psyche of a fallen warrior flying over the corpse, often clad in full armor, but very diminutive in size to express invisibility. 78/1. Strictly speaking, Odysseus is supposed to enter into conversation with the women while each informs him of her fate, 231-4. Every now and then comes a fa/ to 236, fair equals 237, EU/chi, 261, fa/ski 306. But the whole section is little more than a review at which Odysseus assists without taking any real part. 79-1, cf. Rh, Muse, 1 625 ff. The nearest parallel to such a distinction between an I/Dalon and the fully animated Auto S is to be found in what Stesichoros and Hesiod before him, see Paraphor Ant. Lick, 822 p71 Shear and PLG. Roman 3 p215 relates of Helen and her I/Dalon. Prob. This latter story gave rise to the insertion of these lines, L602 ff. 932, a 180 p18b 23 ff. Beck gives as reason for the punishment of Sisyphos that he betrayed to Asopos the rape of his daughter Aegina by Zeus. This, however, does not rest upon good epic tradition. Another story follows up the betrayal with the myth of the outwitting of death and then Hades by S, after which he is sent down to Hades again and punished by the task of the endless stone rolling. The story of the double outwitting of the powers of death, cf. The similar fairy tale of Spielhansel, Grimm, Fairy Tales, N82, and Annam. Volume Roman 2, p. 163, ed. 1915, is obviously intended humorously, and so it seems to have been treated in a satyr drama of Ish. The C/Suffos drape/ tears the fact that this story ends in the punishment of the stone rolling ought to be sufficient warning against taking it in the serious and edifying sense in which Welcker and his followers interpret it. It is quite contrary to ancient ideas to suppose that Sis is punished for his cunning as a warning to other crafty, as well as good men. In Z153 he is called Kis/Artistos andro equals n as praise and not blame, so Aristarch rightly maintained and supported his case by clear anaphora to the line of the Nicaea Psyche, Z153, K44, Lears, Aristarch, 3, p. 117 and L593. The idea that the age refers to the Kako/Tropon of S is merely a misunderstanding of Porph. App. L385. How little anyone thought of S as a criminal, even with the Homeric story in his mind, is shown by the Platonic Socrates who rejoices, Apol. 41c, over the fact that in Hades he will meet, amongst others, Sisyphos, cf. Also 54 THGN, 702 ff. The case of Sis presents the most serious difficulties that face any attempt to give a moralizing sense, quite outside the poet's intention, to the section of the three penitents. See also Rh. Muse, 1 630. 83-1, G279, T260 cf. Rh. Muse, 1 8. Nitsch Annam, Z odd. Roman 3, p184f, vainly employs all the arts of interpretation and criticism to deny their obvious meaning to both passages. 84-1, K. O. Muller, Aeschylus Eumenides, p167 equals ET, 1853, p. 159. 85-1. It should be remembered also that no legal penalties against perjury existed in Greece, any more than in Rome. They were unnecessary in face of the general expectation that the deity whom the perjurer had invoked against himself would take immediate revenge upon the criminal. Esp. Instructive are the words of Agamemnon on the Trojan breach of faith, D 158 ff. Such revenge would be taken either during the lifetime of the perjurer, in which case the instruments of vengeance would be the spirits of hell, the Erinyes. Hes, Op. 802 ff, or else after death. 86-1, the oath as a bond in favor of the oath gods, THGN, 1195f, mer/titheu/s epi/orkin epo/emnutha, ogar anasto /anathana/twos crew/sycre equals osaphalo/menon. Perjury would be is theou /s hamarda/neen, sof. Fr. 431, 472p. 87-1, used, odd. P16 1415 has understood this. He calls attention to pi p. 4, 159, key slash let I gar he backslash and such a backslash and komi slash xi, fry slash zos eltho slash entas pro backslash saer slash ta thala slash muzon, which passage this refers us back again to Homer. Both passages imply the same belief. To equals enapolum slash nonenzi slash, nerger equals ta such a backslash, s uchai equals, s tisin epikalu equals ntio, apopleo slash entes hoifai slash loi iseneke slash, nonpatri slash, dakai backslash edo slash kunkata slash jane autou backslash s pro backslash s2 backslash sok slash us. I65f. E circumflex I62. Nitsch annum. Roman 3, 17-18, vainly attempts to get out of the necessity of seeing in this act the fulfillment of a religious duty. He supposes that Odysseus is merely satisfying a need of the heart, etc. The real meaning of religious performance is too often obscured by such ethical interpretation. 88-1, the command of Athene to tell him. A 291 presupposes as universally customary the erection of a cenotaph for those who die in foreign lands unless their bodies can be obtained by their friends. Menelaus erects an empty tomb to Agamemnon in Egypt, d. 584. 89-1, d. 584, chu equals, agam slash emnani 2 slash embon high equals n, a slash esbiston cleo s I slash e circumflex. L75f, ser equals ma slash t slash moi chu equals ai polier equals s epi backslash thinny backslash thala slash s sers, andro backslash s duster slash noyo, kai backslash s sum slash noisy pu slash this tie. Achilles in the second Nicaea, o circumflex 30ff, says to Agam, would thou hadst died before Troy, for then the Achaeans would have set up a tomb for thee in Kai backslash, so equals pady backslash migakli slash, OSE circumflex slash ra, OP slash so, CF, 93f, where Agam says to Achilles hos su backslash me and out backslash thano backslash no slash nam, O circumflex slash lesses ala slash toy a backslash pa slash entas ep anthro slash pus cleo s e slash s seti s lo backslash and a chilu equals. The words of Hector, e circumflex 84ff, show how the ser equals ma epi backslash plate equals helerspo slash ento served to remind sailors as they passed, andro backslash s mien to slash de ser equals ma pa slash lycatathethnero equals tas ktl, and to suggest that this was the proper and principal purpose of such erections in contrast with this cf. What is stated of the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands? They laid their illustrious dead in a chest and set them up on a high place or on a rock by the bank of a river in order that they might be worshipped by the pious. Lippert, Sealing Cult, p. 22. 55s. Chapter 2. Islands of the Blessed. Translation. The Homeric picture of the shadow life of the disembodied soul is the work of resignation, not of hope. Hope would never have beguiled itself with the anticipation of a state of things which neither afforded men the chance of further activity after death, nor, on the other hand, gave them rest from the toil of life, one which promised them only a restless, purposeless fluttering to and fro, an existence, indeed, but without any of the content that might have made it worthy of the name of life. Was there never any aspiration after a more consolatory picture of the life after death? Did the tremendous vital energies of that time really devote themselves so completely to the realms of Zeus that not even a ray of hope penetrated to the house of Hades? We should have had to suppose, so were it not for a single passing glimpse which we get of a distant land of heart's desire, such as even the Greece that lay under the sway of the Homeric order of things still imagined for itself. When Proteus, the sea god who could foretell the future, has finished informing Menelaus on the seashore of Egypt of the circumstances of his return home to his country and of the fate of his dearest companions, he adds the prophetic word so Menelaus himself informs Telemachus in the 4th book of the Odyssey, 560 ff. But thou, godlike Menelaus, art not ordained to die in horse-pasturing Argus or to meet thy fate there. For the immortals shall send thee far away to the Elysian plain, to the ends of the world where dwells fair-haired Rhadamanthes, and where life is most easy for men. There is neither snow, nor heavy storms, nor rain, but Ocanos ever sends zephyrs with soft-breathing breezes to refresh men because thou hast Helen to wife and art thereby in their eyes the son-in-law of Zeus. These verses allow us a glimpse into a world about which the Homeric poems are otherwise silent. At the end of the 56 world, by the river Ocanos, lies the Elysian Plain, a land where the sky is always clear, as in the land where the gods live. There dwells the great Rhadamanthes, not alone. One may suppose as men are spoken of 565, 568. Thither shall the gods some day send Menelaus. He is not to die, 562. That is to say, he is to reach that place alive, nor shall he suffer death there. The place to which he is to be sent is not a part of the realm of Hades, but a land on the surface of the earth set apart as the abode not of disembodied souls, but of men whose souls have not been separated from their visible selves, for only thus can they feel and enjoy the sense of life. 565. The picture which fancy has drawn here is the precise opposite of the blessed immortality of the soul in its separate existence. Just because such an idea remained quite unthinkable for Homeric singers, Hope sought and found an exit from the shadow world which swallows up all living energy. Hope imagined a land at the end of the world, but still of this world, to which occasionally some few favorites of the gods might be translated, without the psyche being separated from its body and descending to Hades. The actual mention of such miraculous translation stands alone in the Homeric poems, and the passage in the Odyssey seems to have been introduced by a later hand. But the conditions of such a miracle are all implied within the range of Homeric ideas. Menelaus is carried off by the power of the gods and lives an eternal life far from the world of mortals. The belief that a god could suddenly withdraw his earthly favorite from the eyes of men and invisibly waft him away on the breeze, not infrequently, finds its application in the battle scenes of the Iliad. The gods could also make a mortal invisible for a prolonged period. When Odysseus has been so long lost to his friends, they suspect that the gods have made him invisible. Odd. I. 235 ff. They do not regard him as dead, but the Harpies have carried him away, and he is consequently withdrawn from all human ken. Odd. I. 241 f. Roman 14, 371. Penelope in her grief prays either for swift death through the arrows of Artemis, or that a storm wind may lift her up and carry her away on dark pathways to the mouths of Ocanos, that is, to the entrance of the land of the dead. Odd. Roman 20, 61 5, 79 ff. To explain her wish, she recalls a fairy tale of the kind that must often have been told in the women's quarters, how the daughters of Pandaros, after the violent death of their parents, were brought up to lovely maidenhood by Aphrodite and provided by Hera, Artemis, and Athene with all kinds of gifts and 57 accomplishments. Till one day when Aphrodite had gone to Olympos to ask Zeus to make a match for them, the Harpies came and carried them off and made them the handmaidens of the hated Erinys. This folk tale reveals more clearly than is usual with the generally cultured Homeric narrative the popular belief that men might be carried off permanently from the land of the living, and, without seeing death, live on in another dwelling place. For the daughters of Pandaros are carried away alive to the kingdom of the dead. It is true, for that is where they must go if they become the servants of the Erinys, the spirits of the underworld. That is where Penelope wishes to be carried off, and without dying first away from the land of the living, which has become intolerable for her. Such a translation is accomplished by means of the Harpies or the Stormwind, which is the same thing, since the Harpies are nothing else but wind deities of a peculiarly sinister kind. They may be compared to the Devil's Bride or the Whirlwind's Bride of German folk tales, who rides in the whirlwind and also carries off men with her. The Harpies and what we are here told of them belong to the vulgar mythology, which so seldom finds any expression in Homer, a popular folklore that could tell of many things between heaven and earth of which the Homeric, grand style, takes little notice. In Homer, the Harpies never act on their own authority. Only as the servants of the gods, or of a single god, do they transport mortals where no word of man, no human power, can reach. The prophesied removal of Menelaus to the Elysian fields at the end of the world is only another example of such a translation by the will and the might of the gods. Even the fact that prolonged habitation in that happy land, inaccessible to other men, is promised to him, does not differentiate the fate of Menelaus from that of the daughters of Pandaros, or from that which Penelope wishes for herself. For Menelaus, however, immortal life is promised not in Hades or even at its entrance, but in a special country of the blessed, as though in a new kingdom of the gods. He is to become a god. For since to the Homeric poets god and immortal are interchangeable terms, a man who is granted immortality, that is, whose psyche is never separated from his visible self, becomes for them a god. It is also a Homeric belief that gods can raise mortals to their own realm, to immortality. Calypso wishes to make Odysseus immortal and ageless for all time, that he may remain forever by her side. Odd. V. 135f, 209f, Roman 23, 335f, 58, that is to say, make him a god like herself. The immortality of the gods is conditioned by the eating of the magic food ambrosia and nectar. Man, too, by eating continually the food of the gods, becomes an immortal god. What Odysseus in his longing for the earthly home, to which he is drawn by loyalty and duty rejects, has been attained by other mortals. The Homeric poems can tell of more than one mortal promoted to immortal life. As he is struggling in the stormy sea, rescue comes to Odysseus in the person of Leucothea, once the daughter of Cadmos, who had formerly been a mortal woman, but now in the waves of the sea shares in the honor of the gods. Odd. V. 333ff. Did some god of the sea bear her away and imprison her forever in his own element? The belief existed that a god might descend from heaven even upon an earthly maiden and carry her off forever as his spouse. Odd. Roman 6, 280f. Ganymede, the most beautiful of mortals, had been carried away by the gods to Olympos to dwell among immortals, as the cupbearer of Zeus. Ill. Roman 20, 232ff. He was a scion of the old Trojan royal house, to which Tithonus also belonged, whom both the Iliad and the Odyssey already know as the husband of Aeneas. From his side, the goddess arose every morning to bring the light of day to gods and men. It appears that she had translated her beloved not to Olympos, but to the distant dwelling place by the river Ocanos, from which she sets out in the morning. It was Aeneas who had once borne off the beautiful Orion, and in spite of the jealousy of the other gods had enjoyed his love until Artemis on Ortygia had slain him with her gentle arrow. Odd. V. 122ff. The story may be derived from ancient star myths, which represented in the language of myth what is actually to be observed in the morning sky. But in such myths, the elements and celestial phenomena are thought of as living and animate like men. And in the same way, these star spirits, in accordance with the regular development of legend, have long ago sunk, for the Homeric poet, to the level of earthly youths and heroes. If the goddess can raise Orion into her own kingdom, then, according to the belief of the time, which is all that matters to us here, the same thing might happen to any mortal through the favor of the gods. A simple imitation of the same legend in a purely human setting is the story of Cleitos, a youth of the family of the seer Melampus, whom Aeneas has carried off for the sake of his beauty that he may dwell among the gods. Odd. Roman 15, 249f. 59. Section 2. The translation, then, of Menelaus, while still alive, to the ends of the earth to live there in perpetual blessedness, is indeed a miracle, but a miracle that finds its justification and precedent in the range of Homeric belief. The only thing new about it is that Menelaus has a special dwelling place assigned to him, not in the land of the gods, the proper realm of immortality, nor as in the case of Tithonus and as Calypso desired for Odysseus in the company of a deity, but in a separate place specially allotted to the translated hero, the Elysian fields. Nor does this appear to be the invention of the writer of these lines. He refers so briefly to the land of the departed, and its delights that we are forced to believe that he did not himself originate so enticing a vision. He can only, in the case of Menelaus, have added a fresh companion to the company of the blessed. That Rhadamanthys the just dwells there seems to be known to him from ancient tradition, for he evidently only intends to recall the fact and does not think it necessary to justify this selection of the brother of Minos. It might even be supposed that the picture of such a wonderland had been invented and embellished by older poets simply for the benefit of Rhadamanthys. The only novelty is that this picture, which has been fully adopted into the circle of Homeric poetry, now includes a hero of the Trojan epic cycle among the number of those translated to that land of ever unclouded happiness. The lines were inserted, as has already been remarked, at a later date, into the prophecy of Proteus, and it is hard not to suppose that the whole idea lay far from the thoughts of previous Homeric singers. Would the flower of the heroic chivalry, including Achilles himself, have been doomed to that dim shadow world in which we see them wandering in the Nicaea of the Odyssey? If a way out into a life exempt from death had already revealed itself to imagination at the time when the epic gave the stamp of its approval to the stories which dealt with the fate of the greater number of the heroes. Because the poem of the Trojan War and the adventures of the return from Troy had not yet decided upon the fate of Menelaus, a later poet could speak of his translation to the since discovered land of destiny. It is highly probable that even at the time of the composition of the journey to Hades of Odysseus, this conception afterwards, so important for the development of the Greek belief in immortality of a secluded resting place of living and translated heroes, had not yet been completely formulated. It fits easily into the framework of belief prevailing in the Homeric poems, but it is not necessarily required by that framework. It is natural on this account to suppose that it entered the epic from without. And, remembering the Babylonian story of Hasisatra and the Hebrew one of Enoch, both of whom without suffering death were translated into the realm of immortal life either to heaven or to the end of the rivers. To the gods we might be inclined to follow the fashion that prevails in some quarters nowadays, and believe that these earliest Greek translation legends were borrowed from Semitic tradition. Little, however, would be gained by such a mechanical derivation. Here and in all such cases, the main question remains still unanswered. What were the reasons which led the Greek mind to wish to borrow this particular idea at this particular time from abroad? In the present instance at least, nothing argues specially for the handing on of the belief in translation from one nation to another rather than for its independent origin in the different countries out of similar needs. This new idea did not contradict the normal Homeric beliefs about the soul, but on the contrary presupposed them and supplemented them without incongruity. It was also, as we have seen, based upon conceptions that were familiar and natural to Greek thought. There was, indeed, no need for any stimulus from without to produce from these materials the undoubtedly new and peculiarly attractive idea of which we receive the earliest intimation in the prophecy of Proteus. Section 3. The importance of this new creation for the later development of Greek belief makes it all the more necessary to be quite clear as to what exactly this novelty really was. Was it a paradise for the pious and the just? A sort of Greek Valhalla for the bravest heroes? Or was it that a reconciliation and adjustment between virtue and happiness, such as this life never knows, had revealed itself to the eyes of hope in a land of promise? Nothing of the kind is warranted by these lines. Menelaus was never particularly remarkable for those virtues which the Homeric age rated highest. He is only to be transported to Elysium because he has Helen to wife, and is therefore the son-in-law of Zeus. Such is Proteus' prophecy to him. We are not told why Rhadamanthys has reached the place of happiness, nor do we learn it through the title by which he was referred to almost invariably by 61 later poets, the just. We may, however, remind ourselves that as brother of Minos, he was also a son of Zeus. It was not virtue or merit that gave him a claim to blessedness after this life. Indeed, of any such claim we never find the least trace. Just as the retention of the psyche in the body and the consequent avoidance of death can occur only as a miracle or by magic, that is, as an exceptional case, so does translation into the land of destiny remain a privilege of a few special favorites of the gods. No one could deduce from such cases any article of faith of universal application. The nearest parallel to this miraculous preservation of life for a few individuals in a land of blessed repose is to be found in the equally miraculous preservation of consciousness in those three enemies of the gods in Hades whom we hear of in the Nicaea of the Odyssey. The penitents in Erebos and the blessed in Elysium correspond. Both represent exceptions which do not destroy the rule and do not affect the main outline of Homeric belief. In the first case, as in the second, the omnipotence of heaven has broken through the rule. Those, however, who owe to the special favor of the gods their escape from death and their translation to Elysium are near relatives of the gods. This seems to be the only reason for the favor shown to them. If therefore any more general reason beyond the capricious goodwill of some god is to account for the translation of these individuals, it might perhaps be found in the belief that near relationship with the gods, that is, the very highest nobility of lineage, could preserve a man from the descent into the common realm of hopeless nothingness after the separation of the psyche from the body. In the same way, the beliefs of many primitive peoples represent the ordinary man as departing to a joyless country of the dead, if he is not annihilated altogether, while the descendants of gods and kings, or the aristocracy, go to a land of unending happiness. Such a fancy, however, is only dimly apparent in the promise made to Menelaus. Nowhere is anything said of a general rule from which the individual case might be deduced. Section 4. But the individuals who are admitted to an everlasting life in the Elysian land at the end of the world are much too distantly removed from the habitations of the living for them to be credited with the power of influencing the world of men. They resemble the gods only in the enjoyment accorded to them of an unendingly conscious life. Of the omnipotence of 62, the gods they have not the smallest share any more than the dwellers in Erebos, from whose fate their own is otherwise so different. We must not suppose, therefore, that the origin of the stories of the promotion of individual heroes above their companions and their translation into a distant dwelling place is to be sought in any cultus offered to those individuals in their previous earthly dwelling place. Every religious cult is the worship of something real and powerful. No popular religion and no poet's fancy would have given the national heroes, if they were to be regarded as powerful and worshipped accordingly, such a distant and inaccessible home. It was the free activity of the poetic fancy which created and embellished this last refuge of human aspiration upon the Elysian plain. The needs which this new creation was chiefly intended to satisfy were poetical and not religious. The atmosphere of the younger of the two Homeric epics already differs widely from that of its older companion, the Iliad, with its heroic delight in the untiring manifestation of vital energy. It is likely that the feelings of the ** conquerors of a new home upon the Asiatic coast may have differed considerably from those of the same people confirmed in undisturbed possession and enjoyment of their conquests. It seems as if the Odyssey reflected the temper and aspiration of these Ionian city dwellers of a later time. A spirit of contentment and leisure seems to flow like an undercurrent through the whole poem, and has made for itself a haven of rest in the midst of the busy action of the story. When the poet's own feelings find their true expression, they show us idyllic scenes of quiet enjoyment of daily life, magnificent in the country of the Phaeacians, gay and more homely at the farm of Eumeos. Pictures of quiet repose after the fights of the heroic past that have now faded into a mere pleasant memory, such as we get in the house of Nestor, or in the palace of Menelaus and the regained Helen. Or again, we have a description of nature in a mood of liberality and gentleness, as upon the island of Syriae, the home of Eumeos' childhood, upon which in ample possession of cattle, wine, and corn a people live free from necessity and pain, till they arrive at a good old age when Apollo and Artemis with their gentlest shafts bring swift death to them. Odd. Roman 15, 403 ff. If you ask the poet where this fortunate island lies, he will tell you that it lies over there beyond Ortigier, where the sun turns back. But where is Ortigier, and who can point out the place where the sun begins his return journey far in the west? The country of idyllic happiness lies, indeed, almost beyond, 63, the limit of this world. Phoenician merchantmen who go everywhere may perhaps reach that land as well, 415 ff. And Ionian seamen in this earliest period of Greek colonization, into which the composition of the Odyssey reaches, may well have hoped to find far out over the sea such propitious habitations of a new life. In the same way, the country and the life of the Phaeacians seem like an ideal picture of an Ionian state newly founded in a distant land, far from the turmoil, the restless competition, and all the limitations of their familiar Greek homes. But this unclouded dream picture, bathed in purest light, lies far away in a distant land, all but inaccessible to man. Only by chance is a strange ship cast away onto that coast, and at once the magic ships of the Phaeacians carry back the stranger through night and cloud to his own home again. True, there is no reason to see in the Phaeacians a sort of fairy people of the dead, neighbors of the Elysian fields. Still, the poetic fancy which invented the country of the Phaeacians is not unrelated to that which gave rise to the idea of an Elysian plain beyond the bounds of the inhabited world. Given the idea that a life of untroubled bliss can only be had in the remotest confines of the earth, jealously guarded from all intrusion, only one more step remains to be taken before men come to believe that such bliss is really only to be found where neither accident nor purpose can ever bring men, more remote even than the Phaeacians, than the country of the Ethiopians, the beloved of the gods, or than the Abioi of the north, already known to the Iliad. It must lie beyond the bounds of real life. Such idyllic longings have given rise to the picture of Elysium. The happiness of those who there enjoy everlasting life seem to be fully safeguarded only if their place of abode were removed forever beyond the range of all exploration, out of reach of all future discovery. This happiness is imagined as a condition of perfect bliss under the most benignant sky. Easy and untroubled, says the poet, is the life of men there, in this resembling the life of the gods, but at the same time without aspiration and without activity. It is doubtful whether the poet of the Iliad would have considered such a future worthy of his heroes, or given the name of happiness to such felicity as this. Section 5. We were obliged to assume that the poet who inserted these inimitably smooth, melodious verses in the Odyssey was not the first inventor or discoverer of the Elysian paradise, beyond, 64, the realm of mortality. But though he followed in the footsteps of others, when he introduced into the Homeric poem a reference to this new belief, he was giving this idea for the first time an enduring place in Greek imagination. Other poems might disappear, but anything that appeared in the Iliad or the Odyssey was assured of perpetual remembrance. The imagination of Greek poets or Greek people never gave up the alluring fancy of a distant land of blessedness, into which individual mortals might, by the favor of the gods, be translated. Even the scanty notices which have come down to us of the contents of the heroic poems that led up to, continued, or connected the two Homeric epics, and link them up with the whole cycle of Theban and Trojan legend, enable us to see how this post-Homeric poetry took pleasure in the recital of still further examples of translation. The Cypria first described how the army of the Achaeans for the second time encamped in Aulis was detained by adverse winds sent by Artemis, and how Agamemnon, on the advice of Calchas, would have sacrificed his own daughter Iphigenia to the goddess. Artemis, however, snatched away the maiden and transported her to the land of the Taurians, and there made her immortal. The Aethiopes, a continuation of the Iliad, tells of the help brought to the Trojans by Penthesilea and her Amazons, and after her death by Memnon, the Ethiopian prince, an imaginary representative of the eastern monarchies of Inner Asia. Antilachos, the new favorite of Achilles, falls in the war, but Achilles slays Memnon himself. Thereupon Eos, the mother of Memnon, and known as such already to the Odyssey, obtains the permission of Zeus to give immortality to her son. It may be supposed that the poet described what we see so often represented upon Greek vases, the mother bearing through the air the dead body of her son. According to the story told in the Iliad, Apollo, with the help of sleep and death, the twin brothers, bore off the body of Sarpedon, the son of Zeus, to his Lycian home after he had been slain by Achilles, merely in order that he might be buried in his own country. But the poet of the Aethiopes has tried to outdo the story in the Iliad in impressiveness, for it was evidently his model, and has made Eos, with the permission of Zeus, not merely carry off the dead to his far-off home in the east, but there awaken him to immortal life. Soon after the death of Memnon, fate overtakes Achilles himself. When his body, rescued by his friends after much hard fighting, is laid upon its bier, Thetis, his mother, with 65, the Muses and the other sea goddesses come and sing the funeral dirge. Of this we are told in the last book of the Odyssey, Roman 24, 47 ff, which relates further how his body was burnt, his bones gathered together and entombed under a mound, and the Psyche of Achilles departed to the house of Hades, the whole story being told to him in the underworld by the Psyche of Agamemnon. But the author of the Aethiopes, always remarkable for his bold innovations in the traditional material, here ventures upon an important new touch. From the funeral pyre, he tells us, Thetis carried off the body of her son and brought him to Luke. That she restored him to life again there and made him immortal, the one meager extract which accident has preserved to us does not say. But there can be no question that that is what the poet narrated. All later accounts conclude the story in this way. The parallel is clear. The two opponents, Achilles and Memnon, are both set free from the fate of mortals by their goddess mothers. In bodies once more restored to life, they continue to live, not among men, nor yet among the gods, but in a distant wonderland Memnon in the east, Achilles in the White Island. The poet himself can hardly have imagined Achilles' island to have been in the Euxine Sea, where, however, later Greek sailors located this purely mythical spot. The translation of Menelaus is still more closely paralleled by the story told in the Telegonia, which was the final and the latest written of the cyclic poems, of the fate which attended the family of Odysseus. Telegonos, the son of Odysseus and Kirk, slays his father unwittingly. When he discovers his mistake, he brings the body of Odysseus with Penelope and Telemachus to his mother, Kirk, who makes them immortal, and there they dwell now in the Isle Aea, far away over the sea. We must suppose Penelope as the wife of Telegonos and Kirk with Telemachus. Section 6. It is natural to feel surprise that in none of these stories is there any mention of translation to a common meeting place of the elect, such as the Elysian plains seem to be. We must on that account be content to leave unanswered the question to what precise extent these lines of the Odyssey, which describe the translation of Menelaus to Elysium, may have influenced the development of translation stories in the post-Homeric epics. The influence must clearly have been 66, considerable. The stories of the translation of individual heroes to a solitary afterlife in secluded abodes of immortality show, at any rate, the same direction of fancy as that which produced the fields of Elysium. No longer does Aeis, after she has snatched him from Hades, raise her son to be among the gods, as once she had raised Cleitos and others of her favorites. Memnon enters upon a peculiar state of being that differentiates him from the rest of mankind as much as from the gods. The same applies to Achilles and the other translated heroes. Thus did poetry increase the number of those who belonged to this middle realm, who, born in ** mortality, have, outside the realms of Olympos, achieved immortality. It is still only favored individuals who enter this kingdom. It is still poetical aspiration, giving free rein to its creative instinct, that continues to transport an ever-increasing number of the bright figures of legend into the illumination of everlasting life. Religious worship can have had no more influence in the development of these stories than it had in the narrative of the translation of Menelaus. Achilles, for example, may in later times have had a cult paid to him on an island at the mouth of the Danube, supposed to be Luke. But the cult was the result, and not the motive or the cause of the story. Iphigenia was certainly the epithet of a moon goddess, but the poet who told of the translation of her namesake, the daughter of Agamemnon, had no suspicion of the latter's identity with a goddess. Otherwise he would never have regarded her as Agamemnon's daughter. Nor, we may be fairly certain, can it have been an accidental meeting with the cult of the goddess Iphigenia, which induced him to invent an immortality posthumously for his mortal Iphigenia by the machinery of translation. Both for the poet and his contemporaries, the importance and the essence of his narrative, whether free invention or a reconstruction out of older material, lay in the fact that it told of the raising of a mortal maiden, the daughter of mortal parents, to immortal life, and not to religious veneration, which could not have made itself very apparent to the maiden relegated to the distant Tauric country. The busy expansion of the legendary material went on in epics that finally lost themselves in genealogical poems. To what extent it may have made use of the motif of translation or transfiguration, we can no longer accurately judge. The materials at our disposal are quite insufficient to warrant any conclusion. When such a misty figure as Telegonos is deemed worthy of immortality, it may be supposed that in the mind, 67, of the poet all the heroes of epic tradition had come to be possessed of a virtual claim to a share in this mode of continued existence in a life after death. Certainly, the more important among them could not be left out, those at least of whose end the Homeric poems themselves had not already given a different version. The poem of the return of the heroes from Troy may especially have given scope for many translation stories. We may, for example, ask whether Diomedes, at least, whose immortality is often vouched for by later mythology, was not already added to the number of the immortals in the epics of the heroic cycle. An Attic folk song of the 5th century can speak with assurance of Diomedes as not having died, but as living in the islands of the blessed. Thus a far greater company of the heroes of the Trojan War was thought of by the poetry of Homeric tradition as gathered together in Isles of the Blessed, far out to sea, than we should guess from the summaries of the post-Homeric epics, which accident has preserved to us. This conclusion must be drawn from the lines of a Hesiodic poem, which give us some remarkable information about the oldest Greek forms of the cult of the souls and belief in immortality. And the lines, therefore, must be subjected to a closer examination. 2. The Hesiodic poem known as the Works and Days consists of a number of independent pieces of didactic or narrative interest loosely strung together. In it, not far from the beginning, comes the story of the 5 ages of men. As regards its subject matter, the train of thought which unites this section to the passages which precede and follow it is hardly discoverable. In form, it is quite disconnected. In the beginning, we are there told the gods of Olympos created a golden race whose members lived like the gods, without care, sickness, or decrepitude, and in enjoyment of rich possessions. After their death, which came upon them like sleep to tired men, they became, by the will of Zeus, daimons and guardians of mankind. They were followed by a silver race, far inferior to the first, and unlike them in body as in mind. The men of this race had a long childhood, lasting 100 years, followed by a short youth, during which their wantonness and pride in their dealings with each other and with the gods brought them much sorrow. Because they refused the honors due to the god Zeus destroyed them, and they are now daimons of the underworld, honored, 68, but inferior to the daemons of the Golden Age. Zeus then created a third race, this time of bronze hard-hearted and of great strength. War was their delight, and being destroyed by their own hands they went down unhonored to the house of Hades. Thereupon Zeus made a fourth race that was juster and better, the race of heroes, who were called demigods. They fought before Thebes and Troy, and some of them died, while others Zeus sent to dwell at the ends of the world on the islands of the blessed by the river Okeanos, where the earth brings them her fruits 3 times in the year. Would that I did not belong to the 5th age, would that I had died earlier or been born hereafter, says the poet, since now is the Iron Age, when toil and grief never leave men, when there is enmity of all against all and force conquers right, and envy, evil-tongued, delighting in wickedness, fierce-eyed, is over everything. Now, shame and the goddess of retribution, Nemesis, depart from men and go to the gods. Every misfortune is left behind for man, and there is no defense against evil. The author here lays before us the results of gloomy reflection upon the origin and growth of evil in the world of men. He sees the steps of mankind's degeneration from the height of godlike happiness to the extremes of misery and wickedness. He is following popular conceptions. It is natural to every race of men to lay the scene of earthly perfection in the past, so long, at least, as man gets his information about that past not from distinct historical memory, but from the picturesque stories and beautiful dreams of the poets, which encourage the natural tendency of fancy to retain only the more attractive features of the past in the memory. The folklore of many lands can tell of a golden age and how mankind gradually fell from that high estate. And it is not at all surprising if fanciful speculation starting from the same point and traveling along the same road has reached the same conclusion in the case of more than one people without the aid of any historical connection. We have a number of expressions of the idea of man's gradual degeneration through several ages, which present the most striking similarities among themselves, and with the Hesiodic picture of the 5 ages of men. Even Homer is sometimes overcome by the mood. It lies, for instance, at the root of such idealizations of the past as are implied when in his description of the heroic life he thinks of men as they now are, and how few sons are equal to their fathers in virtue. Worse, most of them. Few, indeed, are the men who are better than their fathers. 69, odd. Roman 2, 276f. But the epic poet keeps himself and his fancy on the heights of the heroic past. Only occasionally, and in passing, his glance falls upon the commonplace level of real life. But the poet of the Works and Days has all his thoughts fixed upon the level plane of real and contemporary life. The glance which he occasionally casts upon the heights of the storied past is all the more bitter on that account. What he has to say of the first condition of mankind and the gradual process of deterioration is given, not as an abstract exposition of what in the necessary course of things must have occurred, but rather as a traditional account of what had actually happened in fact, as history. In this light, he himself must certainly have regarded it, though, apart from a few vague memories, no historical tradition is contained in what he says of the nature and deeds of the earlier generations of mankind. His story remains an imaginary picture. And for this reason, the development, as he presents it, takes a logically defined and regulated course, based on the idea of a gradual deterioration. The uneventful happiness of the first race of men, who know neither virtue nor vice, is followed by a second race, which, after a prolonged minority, displays pride and contempt of the gods. In the third, or brazen age, active wickedness breaks out, with war and murder. The last age, at the beginning of which the poet himself seems to stand, marks the breakdown of all moral restraint. The fourth race of men, to which the heroes of the Theban and Trojan Wars belong, is alone among all the others in not being named and ranked after a medal. It is an alien in the evolutionary process. The downward course is checked during the fourth age, and yet in the fifth it goes on again as if it had never been interrupted. It is not apparent why that course should have been interrupted. Most of the commentators have recognized in the story of the fourth age a fragment of different material, originally foreign to the poem of the Ages of Men, and added deliberately by Hesiod to this poem, which he may have taken over in its essential features from older poets. But if we adopt this view, we have to ask what can have tempted the poet to such serious disturbance and dislocation of the orderly succession of the original speculative poem. It will not be enough to say that the poet, brought up in the Homeric tradition, found it impossible to pass over. In a description of the earlier ages of men, the figures of the heroic poetry which, thanks to the power of song, had acquired in the imagination of the Greeks more reality than the plainest manifestations of actual life. Nor, 70, is it likely that, having in his grim description of the Bronze Race introduced a darker picture of the heroic age, drawn from a point of view different from that of the courtly epos, he wished to set by its side this bright vision of the same age as he saw it in his own mind. If the picture of the Bronze Race does really refer to the heroic age, giving its reverse side, so to speak, Hesiod never seems to have noticed the fact. He must have had stronger grounds than these for the introduction of his narrative. He cannot have failed to perceive that he was breaking the continuity of moral deterioration by his introduction of the heroic race. It follows that he must have had some aim, other than that of the description of the moral deterioration of men, which he imagined himself to be serving by the introduction of this new section. This other purpose will become plain if we inquire what it is that really interests the poet in the heroic race. It is not their higher morality that only interrupted the series of continually worsening generations. Nor would he in that case have dismissed the subject with a few words which barely suffice to connect this section with the theme of moral development. Further, it is not the fights and great deeds done at Thebes or Troy that interest him, for he says nothing of their greatness, and at once declares that the cruel war and the dread fury of battle destroyed the heroes. This, again, does not discriminate between the heroes and the men of the Bronze Age who also, being destroyed by their own deeds, had to go down to Hades. What distinguishes the heroic age from the others is the way in which some of the heroes depart from this life without dying. This is the point that interests the poet, and this it must have been that chiefly induced him to bring in here his account of the fourth race of men. He combines clearly enough with his main purpose of describing the advancing moral decline of man, a secondary aim that of telling what happened after death to the representatives of each successive race. In introducing the heroic race of men, this secondary aim becomes the chief one, and justifies what would otherwise have been merely an intrusive episode. It is this aim, too, which gives the Hesiodic narrative its importance for our present inquiry. Section 2. The men of the Golden Age, after sleep has overcome them and they have died and been laid in the earth, become by the will of Zeus, daemons upon earth, watchers of men, wandering over all the earth, veiled in clouds, 71 observing justice and injustice, dispensing riches like kings. These men of the earliest times have then become effective realities. They are not spirits confined to an inaccessible region beyond this world, but powers acting and working amongst men. In this exalted state Hesiod calls them daimons, and thus describes them by a name which is otherwise applied by him, as well as by Homer, only to the immortal gods. The name so employed is not to be understood as implying a separate class of immortals, an intermediate class of beings between gods and men, as later speculation used the word. These later beings of an intermediate class were thought of as possessing an originally immortal nature like the gods, and as dwelling in an intermediate region of their own. Hesiod's daimons, on the contrary, have once been men and have only after their death become immortals invisibly roaming the earth. When they are given the name daimons, nothing more is implied than that they now share the invisible might and unending life of the gods, and to that extent may be called gods with as much right as Leucothea. For instance, who, according to Homer, became a goddess after being immortal, or as Phaethon, who, according to the Hesiodic theogony, was raised by Aphrodite from the world of mortality and is now called a godlike daimon. Th. 991. On the other hand, these immortals who were once men are clearly distinguished from the everlasting gods, who have their Olympian dwellings, by being called daemons, who rule upon earth. And though they are given the name, familiar to everybody from Homer, of daimons, i.e. gods, they nevertheless form a class of beings which is entirely unknown to Homer. Homer knows of certain individual men who are raised or translated, body and soul together, to undying life. The later epos can tell of certain also who, like Memnon or Achilles, receive a new life after their death and now live on in undivided unity of body and soul. But that the soul outside Erebos could carry on a conscious life of its own and influence living men of this, there is no mention in Homer. Yet this is exactly what has happened according to the Hesiodic poem. The men of the Golden Age have died and now live on divided from their bodies, invisible and godlike, and therefore called gods. Just as in Homer, the gods themselves assume manifold shapes and visit the cities of men, observing the good and evil deeds of men, so also do the souls of the dead in Hesiod. For the beings who here, after their separation from the body, have become daimons, are souls, that is to say, beings who after their 72 death have entered in any case upon a higher existence than was theirs while they were united to the body. This, however, is an idea that we never meet with in the Homeric poems. And yet it is quite unthinkable that this remarkable conception is the independent and passing invention of the Boeotian poet. He comes back to it again later on in the course of his poem. 30,000, that is, innumerable immortal watchers over mortal men wander invisibly in the service of Zeus over the earth, taking note of right and wrong op. 252 ff. The conception is important to him for ethical reasons. If he is to make use of it in his argument, he must not have invented it himself. And, in fact, nothing that belongs to the sphere of religious belief and cultus, or even the lower levels of superstition, has been invented by this earnest-minded poet. The Boeotian school of poetry to which he belonged was far removed from, and indeed, hostile to the free inventiveness and roaming fancy with which the Homeric school know how to put forward many lies and make them seem like truth. Th. 27. In pursuance of their purpose not simply to please, but always in some sense to teach, the Boeotian poets never innovate in the region of the purely mythical, but simply order or piece together, or merely register what they find in the tradition. In religion, especially invention lies farthest from their minds, though they do not by any means deny themselves the right of independent speculation about the traditional. Thus, what Hesiod tells us about the men of a previous age, whose souls after death become daimons, came to him from tradition. It might still be objected that this tradition, while being older than Hesiod, may, nevertheless, be more recent than Homer, and be the result of post-Homeric speculation. It is unnecessary to develop the reasons which make such a view untenable. The course of our inquiry up to the present has made it possible for us to maintain decidedly that in what Hesiod here says we have a fragment of primitive belief reaching back far beyond Homer and surviving in the secluded Boeotian countryside. We have found even in the poems of Homer vestiges of a cult of the dead sufficient to make us believe that once in a distant past the Greeks resembled the majority of other nations, and believed in the continued, conscious existence of the psyche after its separation from the body, and in its powerful influence upon the world of men. We found, too, that in accordance with this belief, religious honors of various sorts were paid to the disembodied souls. In Hesiod's narrative, we simply have documentary confirmation of 73, what could only be with difficulty extracted from the study of Homer. Here we encounter the still living belief in the elevation of the soul after death to a higher life. They are the souls, it must be noted, of a race of men long since disappeared, about whom this belief is held. The belief in their godlike afterlife must therefore be long-standing, and the worship of these souls as powerful beings still continues. For when it is said of the souls of the second race, these also receive worship. Op. 142, it is distinctly implied that the daimons of the first or golden generation of fortiori received worship. The men of the silver generation, on account of their refusal to pay due honor to the Olympians, are hidden by Zeus under the earth, and are now called mortal blessed ones that live below the earth, second in rank, yet worship is paid to them also. 141-2. Thus, the poet knows of the souls of men who likewise belong to the distant past, whose home is in the bowels of the earth, who receive religious honor, and who must therefore have been conceived as powerful. The poet has not specified the nature of their influence upon the upper world. It is true that he does not distinctly call the spirits of this second generation good, as he had done the first, 122, and he makes them spring from the less perfect silver age and seems to have given them inferior rank. But it does not follow that he here anticipated later speculation and thought of the second generation as a class of wicked demons whose nature it is to work evil. Only to the Olympians do they seem to stand in a rather more distant relationship, almost one of hostility. They had before paid the gods none of their pious dues, and so now they are not called, like the souls of the first race, daimons appointed by Zeus to be watchers of men. The poet refers to them with a remarkable expression, mortal blessed ones, that is, mortal gods. This very singular denomination, the two parts of which really cancel one another, points to a certain embarrassment felt by the poet in making use of an expression taken from the Homeric vocabulary, to which the poet felt himself confined, to designate clearly and effectively a class of beings that was unknown to Homer. The disembodied souls of the first race he had simply called daimons. But this name, common as it was both to the race of those who from mortality had achieved immortality and to the immortal gods, left the essential difference between the two classes of immortal beings unexpressed. For that very reason the name was never employed in Hesiod's fashion by later ages, who always, 74, called such as, not having been born immortal, had achieved immortality by the name of heroes. Hesiod, who could not use the word in this sense, described them by the bold oxymoron, mortal blessed ones, human gods. As immortal spirits they resembled the gods in their new state of being. But their nature was still mortal, and hence their bodies had to die, and this constituted their difference from the everlasting gods. The name daimons, then, does not appear to involve any essential distinction between the spirits of the men of the silver generation and the daimons of the golden age. Only the place where the two classes of spirits have their dwelling is different. The daimons of the silver race live in the depths of the earth. The expression of the underworld, used of them, is a vague one, and only suffices to differentiate them from the spirits of the upper world, who were derived from the first race. Still, the abode of the souls of the Silver Age is in any case not thought of as being the distant meeting place of the unconscious, vegetating shadow souls, the house of Hades. The phantoms that hover about that place could not have been called daimons or mortal gods, nor do they receive any kind of worship after their death. Section 3. The Silver Age, then, belongs to a long since vanished past. The stalwarts of the Bronze Age, we are told, destroyed by their deeds, went down into the gloomy home of the dreadful Hades, nameless. Black death seized them, for all their violence, and they left the light of the sun. Except for the addition of the adjective, nameless, one might, indeed, suppose that this was a description of the fate of the souls of the Homeric heroes. Perhaps, however, the word only means that no honorable and distinctive title, such as belonged to the souls of the first and second as well as to the fourth race, was attached to those who had gone down into the shadow world of annihilation and become as nothing. There follows the divine race of heroes who were called the demigods. The wars at Thebes and Troy destroyed these. Part were enfolded in the destiny of death. Others received life and a home far from men at the hand of Zeus Cronides, who gave them a dwelling place at the ends of the world. There they live, free from care, in the islands of the blessed by the deep-flowing Ocanos, favored heroes for whom the earth of her own accord brings forth her sweet fruits 3 times a year. 75. Here, at last, for the first time we have reached a clearly definable period of legendary history. The poet means to speak of the heroes whose adventures were narrated in the Thebais, the Iliad, and kindred poems. What we notice here specially is how little the Greeks yet knew of their history. Immediately after the disappearance of the heroes, the poet begins the age in which he himself must live. Where the realm of poetry ends, there is an end of all further tradition. There follows a blank, and to all appearances the present age immediately begins. That explains why the heroic age is the last before the fifth, to which the poet himself belongs, and why it does not, for example, precede the undated Bronze Age. It connects itself conveniently with the Bronze Age also in what is related of the fate suffered by a part of its representatives. For the subject, which here particularly interests the poet, is the fate of the departed. Some of the fallen heroes simply die, that is to say, there can be no doubt of it. They enter the realm of Hades like the members of the Bronze race or the heroes of the Iliad. But when others are distinguished from those whom death took in that they reach the islands of the blessed, it is impossible not to suppose that these last have not suffered death. That is, the separation of the psyche from the visible self, but have been carried away alive in the flesh. The poet is thinking of such cases as those we have met with in the Odyssean narrative of Menelaus, or in the Telegonia of Penelope, Telemachus, and Telegonos. These few exceptional instances could hardly have made such a deep impression on him that he felt himself bound on their behalf to erect a special class of the translated to be set over against those who simply died. There can be no doubt that he had many more examples before him of this same mysterious mode of separation from the world of men that did not involve death. We have already seen how the lines in the Odyssey in which the translation of Menelaus is foreshadowed point back to other and earlier poems of the same kind. Further, the references to the subject which we found in the remains of the cyclic epics make it easy to suppose that later heroic poetry had been continually widening the circle of those who enjoyed translation and illumination. Only from such a poetical source can Hesiod have derived his conception of a common meeting place where the translated enjoy forever their untroubled existence. He calls that place the Islands of the Blessed, and these lie far removed from the world of men, in the ocean on the confines of the earth, just where the Odyssey puts the Elysian, 76, plain, another meeting place of the still living translated, or rather the same under a different name. Its name does not oblige us to regard the Elysian plain as an island, but neither does it exclude that assumption. Homer never expressly calls the land of the Phaeacians an island, but the imagination of most readers will picture Scherer as such, and so did the Greeks perhaps already at the time of the Hesiodic school of poets. In the same way, a poet may have thought of the land of destiny, that receives passing mention in Homer as an island or group of islands. Only an island surrounded and cut off by the sea can give the full impression of a distant asylum far from the world, inaccessible to all save those specially called thither. And accordingly, the mythology of many peoples, especially those who live by the sea, has made a distant island the dwelling place of the souls of the departed. Complete isolation is the essential feature of the whole idea of translation, as Hesiod clearly shows. A later poet has added a line which does not quite fit into its place to make this isolation even more marked. According to it, these blessed ones live not only far from men, 167, but also 169, far from the immortals, and are ruled over by Kronos. The writer of this line follows a beautiful legend. Later, however, than Hesiod, in which Zeus released the aged Kronos, together with the other Titans, from Tartaros, so that the old king of the gods, under whose rule the Golden Age had once prevailed with peace and happiness upon earth, now wields the scepter of another Golden Age over the blessed in Elysium, himself a figure of peaceful contemplation, dwelling far away from the stormy world, from the throne of which he has been ousted by Zeus. Hesiod himself has provoked this transference of Kronos from the Golden Age to the land of the translated. For in the few lines that he devotes to the description of the life of the blessed, a reminiscence of the picture of the Golden Age's untroubled existence is clearly discernible. Both pictures, the one of a childhood's paradise in the past, the other of unclouded happiness reserved in the future for the elect, are closely related. It is difficult to say which of them has influenced the other, since the colors must have been the same in any case, the purely idyllic having an inevitable uniformity of its own. Section 4. Hesiod says nothing of any influence upon this world exerted by the souls of the translated in the islands of the blessed, such as is attributed to the daimons of the golden, 77 race, nor of any religious worship, which would be implied by such influence if it existed, such as the underworld spirits of the Silver Age receive. All relations with this world are broken off, for any influence from this side would completely contradict the whole conception of these blessed departed. Hesiod faithfully sets down the conception of the translated exactly as poetic fancy, without any interference from religious cultus or the folk belief founded on it, had instinctively shaped it. Supposing, then, that he follows Homeric and post-Homeric poetic tradition in this particular, whence did he derive his ideas about the daimons and spirits of the golden and silver ages? He did not and could not have got these from Homeric or semi-Homeric sources, for they, unlike the idea of translation, do not simply expand, but actually contradict Homeric beliefs about the soul. To this question, we may answer with certainty. He derived them from cultus. There survived, in spite of Homer, at least in central Greece where the Hesiodic poetry had its home, a religious worship paid to the souls of certain departed classes of men. And this cultus preserved alive, at least as a vague tradition, a belief which Homer had obscured and dispossessed. It only reached the Boeotian poet, whose own conceptions spring entirely from the soil of Homeric belief, as from a far distance. Already in the days of the Bronze Race, he tells us, the souls of the dead were swallowed up in the dread house of Hades, and this, with a few miraculous exceptions, applies to the heroic race as well. And for the poet, standing as he does at the opening of the Iron Age, to which he himself belongs, nothing remains but dissolution in the nothingness of Erebos. That such is his view is proved by his silence about the fate after death of his generation, a silence that is all the more oppressive because the grim picture that he gives of the misery and ever-increasing depravity of real and contemporary life might seem to require a brighter and more hopeful picture of future compensation, if only to balance it and make it endurable. But he is silent about all such future compensation. He has no such hope to offer. Though in another part of the same poem, hope alone of all the blessings of an earlier and better age still remains among men, such hope no longer illuminates the next world, at any rate with its beams. The poet, more deeply distressed by the common realities of life, can by no means dispense so easily as the singers of the epic tradition enclosed in the magic circle of their poetry, with such hopes of the future. He can draw comfort only from what poetry, 78, or religious myth tell him of the far distant past. It never enters his head to believe that the miracle of the translation of living men could transcend the limits of the heroic age and repeat itself in the common and prosaic present day. And the time when, according to a law of nature no longer, so it seems, in operation, the souls of the dead became daimons and lived a higher life upon and beneath the earth, is situated far back in the distant past. Another law rules now. The men of today may still worship the immortal spirits of the Golden and the Silver Age, but they themselves will never be added to the number of those illuminated and exalted souls. Section 5. Hesiod's description, then, of the 5 ages of men gives us the most important information about the development of Greek belief in the soul. What he tells us of the spirits of the silver and golden race shows that from the earliest dawn of history down to the actual lifetime of the poet, a form of ancestor worship had prevailed, based upon the once living belief in the elevation of disembodied and immaterial souls to the rank of powerful, consciously active spirits. But the company of these spirits receives no additions from the life of the present day. For centuries now the souls of the dead have been claimed by Hades and his vain shadow world. The worship of the soul is stationary. It affects only the souls of the long since departed. It no longer increases the number of the objects of its worship. In other words, the belief has changed. The Homeric poems have triumphed, and the view they held, and to which they gave authority, and, as it were, official sanction, now prevails. They teach men that the psyche, once separated from the body, loses all its powers and consciousness. The strengthless shadows are received into a distant underworld. For them, no action, no influence upon the world of men is possible, and therefore no cult can be paid to them. Only on the farthest horizon faintly appear the islands of the blessed, but the circle of the fortunate, who, according to the visionary fancy of the poets, are translated alive there, is now closed, just as the circle of epic story is complete also. Such miracles no longer happen. Nothing in this evolutionary process, so clearly depicted in the poem of Hesiod, contradicts what we have learned from Homer. One thing only is new and immensely important. In spite of everything, the memory survives that once the souls of departed generations of men had achieved a higher, 79, undying life. Hesiod speaks in the present tense of their being and working, and of the worship paid to them after their death. If they are believed to be immortal, men will naturally continue to worship them. And the opposite also is true. If the worship of such spirits had not survived into the present, no one would have held them to be deathless and eternally potent. In a word, we are in the old Greek mainland, the land of Boeotian peasants and urban farmers, among a stay-at-home race which neither knows nor desires to know of the seafaring life that tempts men to foreign lands, whence they bring back so much that is new and strange. Here in the central uplands, vestiges of ancient custom and belief remained that had been forgotten in the maritime cities of New Greece on the Asiatic coast. Even here, however, the new learning had penetrated to this extent. The structure of ancient belief, transported into the distant past, interwoven with fanciful tales of the earliest state of mankind, like the expiring echo of half-forgotten song, lives on only in memory. But the cult of souls is not yet quite dead. The possibility remains that it may yet renew its strength and expand into fresh life when once the magic influence of the Homeric view of the world shall have been broken. Notes to Chapter 2. 1/2. It is not for nothing that what is here said of the climate, if one may so call it, of the Elysian plain, d. 566-8, reminds us so strikingly of the description of the abode of the gods on Olympos, z. 43-5. 2/2. The announcement of the fate of Menelaus is quite superfluous. It is not necessitated, and not even justified by his first request, 468 ff., or by his further questions, 486 ff., 551 ff. Nietzsche already regarded the lines 561-8 as a later addition. Annam. Z. Odd, Roman 3, p. 352, though indeed on grounds that I cannot regard as conclusive. Others have done the same since. 3/2. The following are made invisible by envelopment in a cloud and carried away. This, though not always stated, is most probably to be understood in most cases. Paris by Aphrodite, G. 380 ff. Aeneas by Apollo, E. 344 f. Aigeus, son of Dares, the priest of Hephaestos, by Hef. E23, Hector by Apollo, U. 443 f. Aeneas by Poseidon, U. 325 ff. Agenor by Apollo, ph 596 ff. This last appears to be the original copied twice over in the story of this one day of fighting by later poets, in the above-mentioned cases of the use of the motif, U. 325 ff. 443 f. It is remarkable, for no special reason, for it suggests itself, that all these cases of translation are found on the Trojan side. Otherwise, we only have one instance, and that only in the narrative of a long past adventure, the translation of the Anactorians by their father Poseidon, L. 750 ff. Lastly, a case that hardly goes beyond those already mentioned. Zeus could have translated alive his son Sarpedon out of the fray and placed him in his Lycian home, p. 436, but refrains owing to the warning of Hera, 440 ff. 4/2. The wish to die quickly is expressly contrasted with the wish to be carried off by the Harpies, 63 e circumflex /e/ peta, or if not, i.e., if quick death is denied to me. VRH, Muse, 52-2. Again 79-80, hos em aisto /sayan alu /empia do /mat, e /chance air /emuplo /kamos ba /loy a /artemis. Thus the Harpies, equals thur /Ella 63, in this case do not bring death, but carry away men alive, Anarpa/Zasa oi/Choido 63F. Ha/Rpui Anare/ Santo 77 equals Ain/Lonto Thur/Li 66. And they carry them off Cat Arero/ Entaki/Lutha 64 to the Prachui /Epsoro/U Okanoi equals O65e/ Dawson Stugerer equals Sin Aranu/Sin Amphipolu/Ein 78. At the mouths of Okanos, where it goes into the sea, is the entrance to the world of the dead. K 508 FF. L 13 FF. To be carried off by the storm spirits used proverbially as a wish. Z 345 FF. Ho equals SM. O/fel e circumflex/matito equals ho/t me pro equals ton t/key mare/terror oi/chestai prof/rausa kakir /ain/moyother/ella eyes o/rose e circumflex /eyes ku equals ma polyfle/as boyothala/s sers, i.e. to some solitary place, orf. H 19 36 16 71 11. Such transportation through the air is elsewhere contrasted with death and dwelling in Hades, as in Penelope's prayer. Roscher, Keinanthropi ab, D. Sachs, Jess, D. Wyss, Roman 17, p. 67 gives a strange but hardly the correct explanation of this. Cf. Sof. tr. 953 ff. AI 1193 ff. Phil 1092 ff. Cf. Also your, hip 1279 ff. Ion 805 f. Sup. 833-6. A deeply rooted popular mode of thought, and one of primeval antiquity, lies at the root of all 81 these instances. Hupo /numa/ton sunarpage/nta /fanton gene/esti is a reason for Timai /atha/nad. In the only half-rationalized story of Hesperos in DS3, 63. 5/2. One would like to know more of this strange story, but what we learn elsewhere of Pandaros and his daughters. U66-7, T518, Ant. Lib. 36, contributes nothing to the understanding of the Homeric narrative and probably belongs in part to another connection. Pandaros, father of Adon T518 FF, seems to be another person. Even the strange representation of the two daughters of Pandaros in Polygnoto's picture of the underworld, Paus, 1032, casts no light on the Homeric fable. Cf. Roscher Kynan, 4ff, 65f. 6/2, the Aranais live normally in Erebos, as is shown esp. By I 571f, T 259. But when they punish during the lifetime of the criminal acts done in contravention of the laws of family life, it must be supposed that they were sometimes thought of as going about the earth, e.g. I 454. L 278, for working at a distance, seems impossible as in Hes, op. 803f, Aranu/Sin Amphipolu/Ein 78, cannot be anything but serve the Aranais, become their Amphi/Paul. To understand it as Roscher does Kynan. 65 n 183, following Eustathius in the sense fly about in the train of the E, is forbidden by the use of the simple dative Aranu/C, joined closely with amph. The equals S amphipolo equals Nsof, OC 680, is different. 7/2, when the bride of the wind comes by you must throw yourself on the ground as though it were the Muad'Ashir, on which see Grimm, E.T., p. 931, otherwise they will carry you off. Berlinger Volkshummel. A. Schwaben I 192, she is the devil's bride, ib, on the bride of the wind, etc. See Grimm, pp. 632, 1009. Such wind spirits are in unholy alliance with the furious host, i.e., the unquiet souls of the dead that travel through the air by night. 9/2, see Nagelsp, HT pp. 42-3 and Roscher Nectar U Ambrosia p. 51 ff, answering Burke's objections Opusk, Roman 2 669. Arist, Meta, 1000a 914 is very definite. 10/2, it is not improbable that this Ino Leucothea was originally a goddess who was later turned into a heroine, identified with the daughter of Cadmos for reasons no longer recoverable and only afterwards turned back again into a goddess. But for the Homeric age, she was essentially a mortal who had become a goddess. For this reason, just because she was an example of such deification of mortals, she remained an interesting character to later writers. Cf. In addition to the well-known passages in Pindar, etc., Sic. TDI 28. Only what the actual conception of the people and their poets was not what may possibly be suggested, as the doubtful background of such conceptions concerns me in this, as in many other cases. 11/2. Only temporary translation, Anar/R pace, of Marpessa by Apollo I 564. 12/2. Ganymedes Anar/R pace the spies a Ella, H Ven. 208, as the Thur/Ella equals Ha/R Puya, did the daughters of Pandaros. The eagle is the addition of later poetry. 14/2. S. Ap. Okanoi equals Oroa/on O circumflex/Arnuth. Hi/Anathana/Toisi Fo/Svi/Roy aired Brode equals Sin, T1F. Cf. PS 244 H Merc, 184F. So also H Ven. 224 FF. Says of Tithonos. Ere equals Turpo/Minos Crusothro/no Erigne/E circumflex, Ni equals E par, Okanoi equals O Ryer equals S epi /pay/Rassi guy/E circumflex, in good Homeric style. It seems that the magic island Ea was considered the home of Eos and of Tithonos. M3. Nair equals so/nta/Ern, ho/Thi, Arrow equals S Erigne/E circumflex 82, oiki/Akai/Kore, icy antali/Arily/Oyo. I need not here go into the attempts made even in antiquity to explain the much-discussed difficulty introduced by this verse, and to bring it into conformity with the westerly situation of Ea implied in the rest of the Odyssey. One thing is certain. The first composer of this verse thought of Ea as lying towards the east. Only the last resources of the commentator's art could situate the place of the sun's uprising and the dwelling of the dawn in the west. 15/2. Among innumerable unsuccessful attempts made by the ancients at finding an etymological derivation for the word Erlu/Sion, D 563, used, P 1509 Hessich, SV etc. also sells. App. Orig sells, Roman 7:28 P 53L occurs also the right one, EM 428:36. Para/NE/Luzin, E/Ntha Hoyusabe equals S Paragai/Nantai. The grammarians seem to have disputed over the question, did Menelaus live forever in Elysian? It was agreed on all hands that he reached that abode alive, without separation of psyche from body. But the oversubtle thought that the prophecy meant that he too should die there, though not in Argosnot that he should never die at all. So Esp. E. Gud. 242, 2 ff. This was the opinion also of those who derived Erlu/Sion from the fact that there the Psyche /Lelum/Naito equals Ensoma/Ton dia/Gaussy. Used. 1509, 29, EM, etc. The etymology is as bad as the interpretation of the line. The line remained, however, throughout antiquity as a curiosity. Intelligent readers understood the prophecy quite rightly as referring to the translation of Menelaus to everlasting life without separation of sucher/ from body, e.g. Porf. App. Stab. Ickle, IP 422 8ff. W. So too those who gave the right interpretation of fact but rested it upon the more dubious etymology. Erlu/Sion Ulu/Sion ho/Tai o dialu/Antiopo /to equals Ensoma/Ton hi such/. Hessich. Cf. EM 428:34-5, D 563, Procol, on Hes Op. 169. 16/2. On phi/neti/g, hopuerter/s, progego /entuenlo/ganis pleon hosu/rarma ents oike equals on. Persapsa/minos de /autou equals mo/nanha/t ease hapani circumflex/ der diabeberm/ new to /heller nico/ and to adopt the words that Pausanias, 10, 31, 4, uses of a similar case. 17/2. The reasons for the special favor shown to Rhadamanthys are as unknown to us as they evidently were to the Greeks of later times. What is generally said of the justice of Rad rests upon private opinion only and does not supply the place of the precise legend that should have justified his translation. That he once had a complete legend of his own may be guessed from the allusion to him in E circumflex 323, though that passage still leaves us quite in the dark. At any rate, it certainly does not follow from that reference that while dwelling in Elysian, he was a neighbor of the Phaeacians as Welker thinks. Nor further that he had always been a dweller in Elysian, as Preller supposes, instead of being transported there. Nothing in the former passage justifies us in regarding him as then dwelling in Elysian, while the other reference to him must be supposed to mean that rad, just as much as Menelaus was translated to Elis, and so E.G. Paus. Understood the poet 853-5, pro/teron de /et rada /manthan and tau equals thaher /cain, doubtful, ish. Fr. 99, 12-13. In fact, we have lost the legends which gave the details of his translation. His figure had become isolated and had not entered into the greater circle of epic figures and, as a consequence, his mythical context soon disappeared too. 18-2, Hasisatra's translation. See the translation of the Babylonian account in Paul Hop's Der Kalends. Sintfluthber. Leip. 1881, p. 17, 18. The expressions used by the Greek-writing reporters are exactly like those common in Greek accounts of translation. Gene/estiafaner equals 83 to /n southron meta /to equals entheo equals n oiker/santa baros. App. Sync. P55 11d. Thea/min x anthro/pana fanny/zausi, abidness app. Sincel. P70 13. Of Enoch we read Gen 524. Ouch hiri/skido hoti meet/therkin auto /and ho theo/s medit/there eklis. 4416, Heber. 11.5, Ainler/there apo /ter equals sger equals s eklis. 4914, Ancho/rares pro /s to /they equals on jas, adj, I3-4 of Moses, Afani/zedi jas, adj, Roman 4-8-48. On the translation of Enoch and Elijah see also Schwally d. Leben, Nak d. Toad and divorced. D. A. Israel 1892, p. 140. Translation of the living into Sheol often in the OT, see Schwally, p. 62. Even Enoch has not escaped the fate of being regarded by comparative mythologists as the son. Enoch may be given up to them if the Orientalists have no objection. But it seems a pity that the theory, in accordance with the favorite argument from analogy, should be applied to Greek translation myths too, so that we should see the whole series of such figures, from Menelaus to Apollonios of Tyana, transformed by magic into mythological suns, or dawns, water meadows, thunderclouds, etc. 21-2. One might even suspect that Menelaus is translated to everlasting life, not merely because he is Helen, Zeus' daughter to wife, who/neck, e/chase heel/nairn as Proteus tells him, but in imitation of a much earlier mythical tradition, according to which Helen herself was translated and made immortal. No ancient tradition reports the death of Helen with the exception of the absurd invention of Ptolemaeus Chenos Phot. Bible. P. 149a 37 BK, 42, 149b 1 FF, and the not very superior etiological myth in Paus. 3, 19, 10. On the other hand, we often hear of her deification, living on the island Luke or else in the islands of the blessed. It was not unnatural that mythological tradition should have, at an early period, set free the most demonic of women from the usual fate of mankind, and that Menelaus should rather have followed her example than she his, as Isaac. 10:62 definitely says. 22-2, cf. Tyler Roman 285, J.G. Muller Jess, D. Americ, Urilig, 660 F. Waits Anthrop, v. 2 114, Roman 6 302 307. 23-2. We are told that Rhadamanthys was once conveyed by the Phaeacians to Euboea Apopso/Minos, Tituo /Engaer/Eon Huio/N, E circumflex 321 FF. We have no grounds and no right to complete this story by supposing that this was when R.H. already lived in Elysian. To regard the Phaeacians as a sort of fairy folk of the dead, connected in some way with Elysian, is pure unsupported fancy. 24-2. The possessor of Athanasi/A did not necessarily possess also do/Naaman eyes/Theon Isaac. 10:61. 25-2. To identify Ordugi/E circumflex, O404, with Delos, and Suri/E circumflex with the island Syros as the older commentators, and K.O. Muller Dorier, I. 381, did, is impossible on account of the addition of the words ho/thigh tropi /erily/oyo alone. These show that Siri was far away in the fabulous West, the only possible place for such a wonderland. It is evident that Ordija is originally a purely mythical spot, sacred to Artemis and no more certainly fixed in one place than the Dionysian Nyssa, and for that reason always to be found wherever the cult of Artemis was especially popular, in Aetolia, Syracuse, Ephesos, or Delos. Delos is clearly distinguished from O in HAP 16, and only later identified with O, Delos being considered the older name, O, Schneider Nicander. P22, N, when Artemis had been brought into closer connection with Apollo, and even then not invariably, thus in Homer Ordija never clearly equals Delos. 84. 26 /2, a /Artemis de /otter / and hexarpa /zasa is tau /ruse metacomi /xi cf. The meet /therkin auto / and hothio / of Enoch, Gen 524 chi /atha /natin poi equals e /lafan de /antiter equals esco /rares peri /dercito equals bomo equals procal crest app kinkle epic fr p19 epit Roman 3:22 wan 27 /2 to equals me /emnoni s para /dio s8 samus /ner athanasi and d dosi says proclus with regrettable brevity, p33, kinkle. 28 /2, it cannot be doubted in spite of Meyer, Annalie del Inst, Arch, 1883, p. 217 ff. that the story given in P of Sarpedon's death and the carrying away of his body, even if it does not belong to the oldest part of the poem, which I cannot regard as certain, is nevertheless earlier than the Aethiopes and was the model for its account of Memnon's death, cf. Also Christ, Kron, Altger, Epos, p. 25. But why do Thanatos and Hypnos carry away the body of Sarpedon, instead of the usual Thur/Ella, a Ella, ha/Arpuia, or the winds, QS Roman 2, 550 in the case of Memnon? Where these two are found on Attic Lekythoi as bearers of the corpse, Robert, Thanatos 19, they were perhaps intended in some consolatory sense, as in the grave inscriptions hu/Pinos e/Chasi, ma/Kar. Chi /ni /kus auk edge /nu. The Homeric poet, however, can hardly have meant anything of the sort, but merely invents the indispensable second bearer to assist Thanatos an effective touch, but not one that rested on any religious grounds. Hypnos, as brother of Thanatos, is also found in the Dio /s /ter, x 231. 29 /2, ek ter equals espura equals s hair the t's anarpa /sasa twin pi equals darais en luker / ner equals sun diacomi /psi, procal, crest, p34 kink. Then he continues, hoida /ache twin tafon cho /sansago equals natithe /asin. Thus a grave mound is set up, though the body of Achilles has been translated. Evidently a concession to the older narrative O circumflex 84, which knew nothing of the translation of the body, but gives prominence to the grave mound. Besides which, the tumulus of Achilles a landmark on the seashore of the Troad required explanation, and the poet accordingly speaks of the erection of a cenotaph. It was not considered a contradiction to erect cenotaphs, not only to those whose bodies were irrecoverable, see above, ch. N88, but also to heroes whose bodies had been translated. Thus Heracles, after he has been struck by lightning and snatched up into the sky, has a cho equals ma made for him, though no bones were found upon the pura /ds4, 38-5. 39, 1. The tumuli found in the Troad were not indeed originally empty as Schliemann Troy, etc. pp. 252, 263 supposed, they were not cenotaphs but merely grave mounds that had once been filled and belonged to a type frequently met with in Phrygia. See Schuchart, Schliemann's Excov, p. 84ff. Kretschmer, Einl, Jess, gr. SBR, 1896, p. 176. 30 /2, what became of Odysseus? Proclus is silent on the point, and we have no means of guessing. According to Hyginus 127, he was buried in Aea, but if nothing more was going to be done with his body, why bring him to Aea? Ac. Tush, Lick, 805, he was raised to life again by Kirk, but what happened to him then? Ac. To Epit. Roman 7:37w. The dead Odysseus seems to remain in Ithaca. We have no grounds for altering the words to suit the telegonia as Wagner does esp, as a complete correspondence with that poem cannot be obtained. The death and burial of Odd. Among the Tyrrhenians, Muller, Etruscans Roman 3:281 tr. Gray belong to quite another connection. 31:2. The Aethiopes is later than the Hades scenes in O Circumflex, and consequently later still than the Nicaea of L. The prophecy of the translation of Menelaus in D is likewise later than the Nicaea, but to all appearance older than the Aethiopes. 85. 32:2. The extract from the Nost in Proclus Crest is particularly inadequate and evidently gives no full idea of the very wide and various subject matter of that poem. Thus, too, the notices of it preserved from other sources give details of its subject matter esp. Of the Nicaea which was included in it, that cannot be fitted into the limits of Proclus outline. 33:2. The idea that the Bronze Age is really identical with the Age of Heroes is at first sight attractive, C.E.G. states, Die W.U.T. Des Hesiod, p. 61. One soon finds, however, that it breaks down on closer examination. 34:2. It does not seem to me absolutely necessary to strike out lines 124f, hoi / ra fula / s saucy / ntd / caskai / she / telia e / rga, air / ra hessa / menipa / enter foido equals entes ep ai equals n. They are repeated in lines 254f, but that is a natural place to repeat them. Proclus does not comment on them, but it does not follow that he did not have them before him. And Plutarch, D.O. 37, p. 431b, seems to allude to L 125 in its present context. 35:2. Plu, D.O. 10, p. 415b, in obvious error, takes Hesiod's die/mones for such an intermediate class of beings. He supposes that Hesiod distinguishes four classes: to equals n, logico equals n, the die/mones, hair/rose, a/anthrop. In this Platonist division, the hair/rose would correspond rather with Hesiod's die/mones of the First Age. What Proclus has to say on Hesiod, op. 121, p. 101 Gaius, is taken evidently word for word from Plutarch's commentary on Hesiod and resembles closely the remarks in the passage cited from the Def. Orac. Modern critics have often failed to notice the difference between the Hesiodic die/mones and the Platonic. Plato himself is very decided about the difference, Crat. 397, e 398c. 36:2, air/rahesa/men 125 cf. 223, x 282 is a naive equivalent for invisible as tz. Correctly explains. This is how it is to be understood regularly in Homer whenever there is mention of envelopment in a cloud and the like. 37:2. These daimones are called epitchthos/neoi in contrast, not to the hupachthos/neoi of L 141, but to the thei/epira/neoi, as Proclus on L 122 rightly remarks. Thus in Homer, we have epitchthos/neoi regularly used as an adjective, or, standing alone, as an equivalent of men as distinguished from gods. Then the hupachthos/neoi of 141 are brought in to form another and secondary contrast with the epitchthos/neoi. 38:2, R 485 ff. It follows that the descriptions of the visits paid by gods to the homes of men are of great antiquity. Cf. Migreich, Roman, p. 506 ff. Zeus Philios in particular is fond of visiting men. Diod, com, epi/clarer. Main, com, Roman 3, p. 543 f. Roman 2, p. 420k. 39:2. Timur/kai/toi equals sin operde equals 142. Timur/ in the sense not of simple honor, but of practical worship, as frequently in Homer, e.g., in such phrases as Timur/kai/ku equals das operde equals R 251, Timur equals s upon air/minos, O circumflex 30. Timur/enda/lilo/g chasin I equals sathia equals sin, L 304. E/che Timur/n, L 495, etc. in the same way here, L138. Who slash nekatima backslash s auk eddy slash down maka slash resi thea equals s. 40 backslash 2. Light and dark, i.e. good and bad, die slash moans are ac. Taroth myth. V.D. Weltaltern, 1860, pp. 1617, distinguished in Hesiod's daimons of the Golden and Silver Age. Such a distinction, however, never appears in Hesiod, and it is hardly credible that the gods and spirits of ancient Greek popular belief, which never really admitted the categories good and bad, should in this primitive period have been actually classified in accordance with such categories. At any rate, Greek readers never found anything of the kind expressed in Hesiod. 86. The conception of bad daimons is regularly supported by reference to the philosophers alone, e.g. Plut. Do. 17, p. 419, and the conception is certainly no older than the earliest philosophically speculation. 41 backslash 2, L141, toy backslash mien hupachthos slash neoi, epichthos slash neoi all MSS, except one, see Cochle's apparatus, also TZ. Ma slash cares th neroi backslash kale slash ontai. Fu slash lakes th neroi backslash was read and explained by Proclus. This is clearly wrong, and is corrected to fu slash lakes th nerdo equals n, as in L123 by Hagen and Welker. But this transfers from the first to the second race an expression that we cannot be sure Hesiod meant to be transferred. Not merely the words but the sense, too, is thus corrected, without due ground. Ma slash cares does not look like a corruption. It is more likely that fu slash lakes is an accidental alteration. Hup. Ma slash cares th ner equals s kale slash ontai is the reading of the latest editor, but here to say the least of it the addition of th ner equals s is superfluous. We should rather try to understand and explain the traditional text, and show how the poet came by the remarkable expression. 42 backslash 2. When philosophers and philosophizing poets of a later age occasionally refer to the soul when freed from the body as a die/mon, the expression has a totally different sense. 43 backslash 2. Similarly, though the oxymoron is much less daring in his case, Isocrates 9:72 has die/mon th nerdo/s. In order to describe a daimon who has originally been immortal later ages, boldly invented the compound anthropodi/mon, which corresponds fairly well with the Hesiodic ma/car th nerdo/s. Res. 971. Pro Cop. N. 12 p. 79, 17d, necudi/mon on a defixio from Carthage, BCH. Roman 12, 299. Later still a king destined to become a god is called even at his birth by Manetho, I, 280 Theo / and Brodo / and Anthro / Poison. 44 backslash 2. The silver race was created by the gods of Olympos, like the golden before them, L110, 128, only the third race, L143, and then the fourth, 158, by Zeus alone. It might be supposed from this that the Silver Age as well as the Golden Age occurred in the period before Zeus rule, epi /crow/ new ho t, Arano equals embassy /Lewin L. 111. And in this sense, Orpheus understood the words of Hesiod when he too equals arguru equals g/news basilu / einfersi / to / and crow / non, Proclus on L 126. But it would be very difficult to reconcile L 138 zu /s crony / dares ktl. With this view, Hesiod may then have placed the Silver Age in the time when sub I of mundus erat, as Ovid explicitly states, mi 113f, but all the same it lay for him in the far distant past before all history. 45 backslash 2, no / numni 154 may quite as well mean nameless, i.e., without name or special title, as fameless, as it does for the most part though not invariably in Homer. 46 backslash 2, see Welker, KL. Sure. Roman 2:6, who, however, in the desire to rule out all possibility of identifying Shirai with Corcyra asserts too positively that it was a part of the mainland. Z204, compared with D354, at least comes very close to regarding it as an island. But it is clear that nowhere is it explicitly called an island. It is possible that Sherry/E circumflex, connected with Shero/S, may really mean mainland, Welker, Locke, Sit. Kretschmer Einl Jesch, Gr. SBR 281. But the question still remains whether the Homeric poet, who did not invent the name, understood or respected its original significance. At any rate, it was no longer understood by those who, in very early times, identified shadowy with the island Corcyra. 47-2. The objections to L169 as regards its form are brought out by States, Hesiod's WUT, p69. The line is missing in most of the MSS. It was rejected together with the line following, which, however, 87 is quite sound by ancient critics, Proclus on L. 158. Later editors are united in condemning it. But the interpolation is at any rate old. Probably even Pindar already knew the line in this place, O Roman 2, 70. 48-2. Lu equals C to backslash zu backslash S a slash thetos theta equals nas pi. P Roman 4, 291, in whose time, however, this was a well-known myth to which he is only making a passing allusion for the sake of an example. The Hesiodic Theogony still knows nothing of it. 49-2. Before Hesiod, we have no mention of the myth of a golden Saturnian age, nor any complete description of the imaginary life upon blessed islands. But epic poetry had already, as we have seen, provided him with occasional examples of translation to a place of blessedness, and he only collects these into a combined picture of such a place. To that extent the belief in a blessed life beyond the grave meets us earlier than the myth of a golden age. But we have not the slightest ground for saying that the former must have existed from the beginning among the Greeks, as Milchhofer at least thinks, Anf. Kunst, p. 230. On the other hand, it may be mere accident that the myth of the Golden Age has no older authority than Hesiod. The story itself may be much earlier. After Hesiod, it was frequently taken up and improved upon, not, however, first by Empedocles as Graph supposes, ad ori eat. Fab, Sim, Lape, Stud. Roman 8, p. 15, but already in the epic Alcmeone/S, see Philod. Piet, p. 51 gp. See also some remarks by Alfred Nutt, The Voyage of Bran, p. 269 f. 1895, with which I cannot agree. 88. Chapter 3. Cave Deities, Subterranean Translation. The history of Greek culture and religion shows no sudden break or revolution in its course. The Greeks neither at any time experienced a movement from within that caused a violent recoil from the path which they had chosen, nor were they ever diverted by the overwhelming might of an invading force from the natural course of their evolution. Out of their own natural feelings and reflexion, this most intellectually gifted nation evolved the great ideas that nourished succeeding centuries. They anticipated all later ages. The profoundest and the boldest, the most devout as well as the most irreverent speculations as to the nature of God, the world and men have their origin among the Greeks. But this excessive many-sidedness led to a general condition of equipoise in which individual factors restrained or balanced each other. Whereas the most violent impacts and sudden revolutions in the history of civilization are given by just those nations who are only able to embrace one idea at a time, and who, confined in the narrow limits of their fanaticism, throw everything else overboard. It is true, indeed, that the Greeks were ever open to influences whether civilized or the reverse from abroad. In wave after wave of peaceful invasion, foreign ideas and ways of life, especially from the East, flowed over Greece. In one case, at least, that of the ecstatic religion of the Thracian Dionysos worshippers, a spring flood burst out that broke down all the dikes. In many cases, the invading elements might be easily eliminated again from Greek culture. In many others, they obtained a permanent footing and influenced it deeply. But never did an influence from abroad obtain in Greece an authority at all comparable to the subversive and transforming power exercised by Buddhism, Christianity, or Islam over the peoples on whom they laid their grip. The Greek genius, as supple as it was tenacious, maintained control over all such foreign influences, in full possession of its original nature, its genial ** naivety. New ideas, whether introduced from abroad or engendered at home, were taken up and assimilated, but the old were not done away with. They gradually amalgamated with the new so that much was learnt while nothing was quite forgotten. The stream flowed on in its peaceful course, but it still remained the same stream. Nec manet ut furet nec formas servat eastum, sed tamen ips idem est. 89. The history of Greek culture, then, has no sharply contrasted epochs, no periods of abrupt change, when the old is completely given up and a new era definitely begins. Indeed, the most serious revulsions of Greek history, culture, and religion took place beyond doubt before the time of the Homeric epos, and in that dim past, it is possible that more violent and startling upheavals may have occurred to make the Greeks what we afterwards know them to be. Greek life becomes first clearly known to us in Homer. It is true that the broad uniformity that it has in the picture reflected for us in the poems of Homer vanishes in the course of the years that follow. New forces emerge. Much that was forgotten comes to light again now that the Homeric system of ideas, once all-powerful, is falling to pieces. Out of the very old and the quite new things of which Homer never gives the least hint are being put together. But nowhere during the violent movements of the next troubled centuries after Homer did any absolute break with the epic or its system take place. Only in the 6th century did the defiant speculation of a few bold spirits begin to seek a way of escape from the thraldom of the Homeric poems which still lay over the whole of Greece. The history of the Greek common people knows nothing of a reaction against Homer and his world. Homeric religion and moral ideas gradually ceased to reign supreme in men's minds, but they were never violently or completely discarded. So we too, though we leave behind us Homer and the epos and enter upon the tortuous paths of the later history of Greek soul worship and belief in immortality, may still for a time be guided by the Ariadne thread of the epic. In our subject, too, there are links which connect the Homeric with following ages. Soon enough the thread will break, and we shall have to enter the new field of inquiry depending on our own resources. Section 1. Prominent among the chieftains, who, under the leadership of Adrastos, came to the help of Polynices and laid siege to Thebes, was Amphiaraus the Argive hero and seer descended from the mysterious priest and prophet Melampus. He was drawn into the war against his will, for he foresaw its unhappy end. After the decisive struggle in which the opposing brothers fell slain by each other's hand, the Argive host turned to flight, and with them fled Amphiaraus. But before Periclymnos, who was pursuing him, could drive his spear into the fugitive's back, Zeus made the earth open before him in a flash of 90, lightning and Amphiaraus with his horses. His chariot and his charioteer was swallowed up in the depths where Zeus made him immortal. So runs the legend of the fate of Amphiaraus as we learn it from innumerable sources from Pindar onwards, and we may be sure that thus it was told in the Thebes, the old epic poem of the War of the Seven against Thebes, which was taken up into the epic cycle. At Thebes, then, Amphiaraus lived on forever under the earth. Northwards in the Boeotian countryside, near Lebedea, men told of a similar marvel. In a cave of the mountainous ravine, before which Lebedea lies, lived Trophonios forever immortal. The legends that profess to explain his miraculous cave existence do not quite agree among themselves, as, indeed, is generally the case with those figures who were not early taken up by the poets and given a fixed place in the narratives of heroic adventure. But all accounts, the oldest of which perhaps go back to the Telegonia, agree in the assumption that Trophonios, like Amphiaraus, was first a man, a famous master builder, who while flying from his foes, had dived underground at Lebedea and now lives forever in the depths of the earth, whence he foretells the future to those who come and question him there. These stories, then, claim to speak of men who during their lifetime were swallowed up by the earth, and who now live on forever at the places where they were taken down into the depths places situated in quite definite localities of the Greek countryside. We are not entirely without other legends of a similar character. One of the wild spirits of the Lapith people from Thessalia, Caeneus by name, having been made invulnerable by Poseidon, who had before this transformed him from a woman into a man, was cudgeled with tree trunks in a battle with the centaurs. But they could do nothing to him, and with upright foot, i.e. standing upright, alive, not lying at full length like a dead man or one mortally wounded, he clove the earth under him and went down alive into the depths. In Rhodes, Altimenes was honored as the founder of the Greek cities on that island. He had not died, but had vanished into a chasm in the ground. Like Amphiaraus, his son Amphilochos, the heir of his prophetic power, appears to have had a legend according to which he still dwelt alive under the earth either in Acarnania or Cilicia. A few more examples of the same type might be produced, but the number of such stories remains small, and they only make their appearance here and there, as if by 91 accident in the tradition. Epic poetry without whose cooperation such local legends rarely achieved widespread or lasting popularity, with few exceptions left such narratives out of account. In fact, they conflicted with the normal Homeric outlook. The belief, however, that immortality, when it was miraculously bestowed by the favor of heaven upon certain individual men, was absolutely conditioned by the non-occurrence of death, i.e., the separation of the psyche from the visible man. This belief has helped to shape these stories too. They never speak of an undying existence of the soul by itself in separation from the body. Thus far, they are firmly rooted in orthodox Homeric belief. But the heroes of these stories have their everlasting existence in special abodes under the surface of the earth, in subterranean chambers, not in the common meeting place of the departed. They each have their own peculiar domain far from the house of Aidoneus. Such isolation of individuals below the earth does not agree with Homeric ideas, though it almost seems as if a dim echo of these stories of seers like Amphiaraus and Amphilachos, translated alive and with consciousness undestroyed, could be discerned in what the Homeric Nicaea says of Tiresias the Theban seer, in whom alone of all the shadows Persephone had allowed consciousness and intelligence, the essential vital powers, to remain undiminished. But even he is fast bound in Erebos, the general home of the dead, and cut off from all connection with the upper world, as is demanded by the Homeric view of the world. Amphiaraus and Trophonios, on the other hand, are released from Hades. Not having suffered death, they have not entered the world of the strengthless dead. They are also translated out of this life, besides out of Hades. But this subterranean translation is in its nature and in the origin of the belief in it quite distinct from that translation to islands of the blessed, of which we spoke in the last chapter. Those heroes dwelling alone or in company on holy islands far out over the sea are far removed from human life and beyond the reach of prayers and desires. No influence upon the things of this world is attributed to them, and consequently no cult is offered to them. There never existed a cult of the dwellers in Elysium as such. They glimmer in the distance like visions of the poet's fancy, from which no one anticipates active interference with the world of reality. It is quite different with these dwellers in the caves. They are actually alive under the surface of the earth, not far away in the inaccessible, spectral world of Hades, but here in the midst of Greece. Questions and prayers, 92, can reach down to them, and they can send up aid to those who call to them. To them, accordingly, as powerful and effectual spirits, a cult is paid. We have detailed information of the manner in which Amphiaraus was worshipped, more especially in later times, when, in addition to the neighborhood of Thebes, where the original legend of his descent beneath the earth was localized, Oropos also, the boundary town between Boeotia and Attica, was with overwhelming success identified as the place of his disappearance and made a center of his influence. We have also a certain amount of information, again from later ages, about the cult of Trophonios. With the passage of time, the details of the worship grew and multiplied, but among them all certain features stand out as especially characteristic and allow us to understand the religious ideas lying behind them. To Amphiaraus and Trophonios were offered just those sacrifices which were also paid to the chthonic deities, i.e. those deities who dwelt in the depths of the earth. Aid was not expected from them in the details of the daily life of individuals or states. Only in the actual locality of their descent were they effectual, and only there because they revealed the future. Croesus had already, and Mardonios after him, sent inquiries to the most famous oracles of the day, and among them to Amphiaraus at his ancient oracular seat near Thebes, and to Trophonios at Lebedea. Of Amphiaraus it was believed that he revealed the future by visions sent in dreams to those who after making offering laid themselves down to sleep in his temple. To question Trophonios, it was necessary to pass through a narrow passage into his cave. Inside, the inquirer expected to see Trophonios in person, or, at least, to hear his instructions. He dwelt, like a spirit confined to the scene of his magical existence, in bodily person at the bottom of his cave. In fact, the method of incubation, or temple sleep, by which Amphiaraus, like many other daimons and heroes, was questioned, was based on the assumption that the daimon, who is only visible indeed to mortal eyes in the higher state achieved by the soul in dreams, had his permanent dwelling at the seat of his oracle. That is why his appearance can only be expected at this particular place, and nowhere else. Originally, too, it was only the dwellers in the depths of the earth who were thus visible in dreams to those who lay down to sleep in the temple over the place where they had their subterranean abode. Homer knows nothing of either gods or daimons who lie permanently under the ground in definite places in the inhabited world, near mankind. And for that 93 reason, he betrays no knowledge of incubation oracles. There is some ground for the belief that this method, inherent in the divinatory power, of getting into touch with the spirit world, was one of the oldest types of Greek oracular art, certainly not later than the Apolline mantiquae of inspiration. And it is precisely in the legend of Amphiaraus, as we may believe it to have been related as early as the cyclic poem of the Thebes, that we have a proof that already in the days when the quasi-Homeric poetry was still popular, people believed in deathless dwellers below the earth and in their active potency in the mantic art. It is clear, then, that the worship of Amphiaraus and the belief in his subterranean existence was not due to the influence of the epic. Rather, the reverse was the case. The cult already existed and provided the idea of the daimon, and this gave rise to the epic narrative. The epic found an existing cult of an oracular daimon who dwelt beneath the earth near Thebes ready to its hand. It reduced this fact to a form which it could understand in a manner typical of the relation which frequently existed between the facts of religious life and epic poetry. The cult was connected with an event in legendary history, and so brought into harmony with the epic outlook. The epic knew nothing of gods attached in this way to a particular earthly spot, and so the spirit worshipped in the cult became in the epic imagination a chieftain and seer who had not always lived beneath the earth in that place, but had only been transported there subsequently by a miraculous fiat of the supreme god, who had also accorded an eternal life in the depths to the translated hero. We may perhaps find a parallel in more recent saga story that will throw light on the question. German mythology is perfectly familiar with such figures forever, or until the day of judgment, alive in caverns of the mountains or subterranean chambers. Thus Charlemagne, or it may be Charles V, still has his abode in Odenburg or in Unterberg near Salzburg, Frederick Roman II, or, in more recent versions of the legend, Frederick I Barbarossa in Kyffhäuser, Henry the Fowler in Sudemerberg near Goslar. Thus, too, King Arthur, Holger Dansk, and many other favorite characters of popular tradition dwell in subterranean caverns. Occasionally, we can still plainly see how these were originally ancient gods who, according to pagan belief, dwelt in hollow mountains, and whose place has been taken by these heroes and holy men, translated beneath the earth. So, too, Greek tradition allows us to see even now that those ancient, 94, translated mortals, Amphiaraus and Trophonios, are only epic substitutes for ancient deities who did not owe their everlasting life and subterranean abode to the favor of heaven, but had possessed these from the beginning. At least at the sight of his worship, men knew that the prophetic dweller in the cave was a god. One of them is called Zeus Trophonios or Trophonios, not only by learned authorities, but in inscriptions from Lebedea. Amphiaraus, too, is once called Zeus Amphiaraus and more often a god. In the translation legends of Christianized people, the kings have usurped the place of the ancient gods because the gods themselves, fallen into neglect, have been dethroned. For reasons not so very different from these, the ancient gods on Greek soil were turned into heroes. Surrounded by the unending multiplicity of contemporary notions of divinity, the imagination of the epic poet had fashioned for itself a generalized picture of a divine kingdom. This was at that time a solitary attempt to erect a pan-Hellenic theological system, but it had the greatest influence upon the mental conceptions of Greeks of every race, for the epic poet addressed them all. He stood as though on a height, looking down on all the narrow valleys and mountainous countrysides cut off from the rest of the world, and a wide prospect opened out before his eyes. He soars above all the innumerable contradictory and conflicting details of local cult and belief, and finds something universal beyond. The name and conception of Zeus, Apollo, Hermes, Athena, and all the gods represented innumerable diversities in the myths and ritual of the different cities and races. Their outward shapes and personalities differed widely according to their localization and the manner of their influence. Instead of all these, the epic poet sees only one Zeus, Apollo, etc., reduced in each case to a single unified personality. And just as he had looked beyond the multiplicity of local deities, so he did not confine his gods to particular local habitations and centers of influence in the Greek countries. They did not belong to one locality more than another. True, they worked and ruled in the world, but they were for all that free to move where they would. They dwell and meet together on the heights of Olympos, the Pierian holy mountain, which, however, became in the imagination of Homer unfettered by attachment to any particular place, more and more an ideal mountain of fancy. So the broad sea is the dwelling place of Poseidon. He is not confined to any one place, even the rulers of the spirit world. Aides and Persephonia have their abode not, indeed, on 95 Olympos, and certainly not here or there beneath the surface of the Greek countryside, but far away in a land of fancy. They, too, are not bound to any particular locality of the actual world. At the end of this enormous work of unification and idealization, that, out of all the infinite special manifestations of the name Zeus, each worshipped only in its narrow little circle in Greece, had evolved the single almighty figure of Zeus, father of gods and men. How could one who had imagined all this be able to understand, if he met with such a creature, a special Zeus, calling himself Zeus Trophonios, who passed his undying existence in a cave near Lebedea and was only powerful in that one spot? Of course, the inhabitant of such a holy spot would not allow himself to be deprived of the belief in the existence and presence of the god on his native soil. Though he might be ready enough in general, and in respect of other men's local deities, to regulate conceptions of the nature of the gods in accordance with the Homeric picture, yet he refused absolutely to be shaken in his belief in his own local deity, however unknown to the Olympian family of gods in Homer that deity might be. The local worship in its unaltered, undisturbed persistence witnessed to the objective truth of his belief. Thus there were preserved in the pious faith of their worshippers large numbers of local deities whose circle of influence was, however, very limited. They had not been raised with the other gods to the heights of Olympos, but had remained faithful to the soil in which they had their home, witnesses to a far distant past in which the members of every remote little community had their separate god bound to the soil beyond which their thoughts did not stray. We shall see how in post-Homeric times many such ancient earth gods, i.e. gods thought of as living below the surface of the ground, were given new, and in some cases a more wide-reaching lease of life. The epic in its prime knew nothing of these earth-dwelling deities. When it could not close its eyes to their existence, it changed them into translated heroes, and beyond the immediate locality of the cult, this version of them became the commonly accepted one throughout the rest of Greece. Section 2. But the epic was by no means uniform in intention or carried through as a systematic unity. It was far from being the offspring of a learned reflection that could tolerate no discrepancy. Even here we find at least some few dim, 96, recollections of the ancient belief in gods that can have their permanent abode in mountain hollows. The Odyssey, Roman 19, 178f, calls Minos the son of Zeus, cf. Il, Roman 13, 450, Roman 14, 322. Odd, Xi 568, who ruled in Knossos the Cretan city, the familiar gossip of great Zeus. Very probably the poet meant by these words much the same as was understood by them in later times. That Minos was personally acquainted with Zeus, on earth, of course, and, in fact, in the cave not far from Knossos on the side of Mount Ida, which was revered as the Cave of Zeus. The island of Crete, overrun by the Greeks at an early period, still preserved in its remote seclusion much that was primeval in belief and legend. There, sometimes on Mount Ida, sometimes on Mount Dicte in the east of the island, the holy cave was pointed out where already in Hesiod, Zeus was said to have been born. According to a local legend, which probably was present to the fancy of the writer of these lines of the Odyssey, the god now fully grown up still dwelt in his subterranean chamber and was visited by individual mortals. As Minos before him, so, two Epimenides had been allowed to hear the prophecies of the god. The Zeus that dwelt in Ida was worshipped in a mystical cult. Every year a throne was spread for him, i.e. probably a divine banquet. The Xenian was prepared for his consumption, as for other especially chthonic deities. The initiated then entered the cave dressed in black woolen garments and remained within for thrice 9 days. Everything points to the existence of conceptions similar to those that we found expressed in the cult of Zeus Trophonios at Lebedea. Zeus, dwelling in bodily form in the depths of his cave, can appear in person to those who enter his cave duly sanctified. Then there appears, from the 4th century onwards, the strange statement, perhaps started by Euhemeros and eagerly taken up in later ages by scoffers like Lucian or Christian opponents of the old religion, that Zeus lay buried on Ida. What is here called the grave of the god is nothing in reality, but the cave which was generally regarded as his permanent abode. The idea always strange to the Greeks that a god could lie buried anywhere on the earth, deprived of life forever or even for a limited period of time, is often met with in the tradition of Semitic and other non-Greek peoples. We need not inquire what deeper, or perhaps allegorical sense, such legends may have had in the beliefs of those nations. There is no reason to suppose that such foreign legends had any influence in the formation of Greek myth. Nor does the 97 tradition in Greek lands give the slightest support to the view current among modern mythologists that the death and burial of gods is intended to symbolize the death of nature. It is, in fact, plain that in the legend of the Cretan Zeus grave, the grave has simply taken the place of the cave as the everlasting abode of the undying god, and that it is a paradoxical expression intended to signify his perpetual confinement to that place. We are immediately reminded of a no less paradoxical notice of a god's grave at Delphi. Under the navel stone omphalos of the earth goddess, which was a vaulted piece of masonry in the temple of Apollo recalling in its shape the ancient vaulted tombs, there lay buried a divine being. Our learned authorities call this being Python, the enemy of Apollo. One and only one quite untrustworthy witness says it was Dionysos. Here we have a case of one god setting up his temple and abode over the grave of another god. Apollo, the god of prophecy, thrones it over the earth spirit Python, the son of the earth goddess Gaia. Now, we have ancient and in the highest degree trustworthy traditions to the effect that there was originally at Delphi an ancient earth oracle into whose place Apollo and his mantic art came later as an intruder. We are therefore justified in believing that this circumstance in the history of religion has found expression in the legend that Apollo's temple and oracular seat stood over the place where an ancient and superseded oracle daimon lay buried. In the days when the primeval earth oracle was still powerful, its guardian would not lie dead and buried under the omphalos of the earth goddess, but would have dwelt there alive underground, like Amphiaraus or Trophonios or Zeus on Ida. Section 3. The grave under the omphalos means in the case of Python the overthrow of an earth-dwelling chthonic daimon by the cult of Apollo. The grave of Zeus, which had thrust itself into the place of an older legend of the dwelling of Zeus in the cave of the mountain, expresses the same idea as this legend, but expresses it in a form current in later ages which knew of many heroes, who after their death and from their graves gave proof of a higher existence and a powerful influence. The Zeus that died and is buried is only a god reduced to a hero. Remarkable and paradoxical is only the fact that unlike Zeus Amphiaraus, Zeus Trophonios, and Zeus Asclepios, he has not, in the usual fashion, dropped his title of god, which directly contradicted his hero, 98 nature. It is possible that in the case of this cave Zeus, half god, half hero, a conception has been transferred merely on analogy from other cases where it was applied more properly, after they had become fully heroized, to gods who, according to the no longer intelligible theory, had once been dwellers in the depths of the earth. We have several accounts of heroes who were buried in temples of gods and were sometimes associated with the cult of the higher god to whom the temple was dedicated. The way in which such legends could arise may be seen unusually clearly from the case of Erechtheus. The ship catalogue in the Iliad, Roman 2, 546 ff. tells us that Erechtheus was the son of the earth, but that Athene brought him up and settled him in her rich temple, where the Athenians every year honor him with sacrifice of sheep and bulls. It is plain that Erechtheus is here thought of as still living. To honor a dead man with such offerings, repeated every year and attended by the whole community, would be a custom quite unknown to Homer. Erechtheus is, therefore, thought of as dwelling alive in the temple in which Athene has set him down, i.e. the ancient temple on the Acropolis which was enclosed in the strong house of Erechtheus, to which, according to the Odyssey, Athene betakes herself as her own home. On the old citadel of the kings, royal residence and sanctuary of the goddess were combined. Its foundation walls have recently been discovered on the spot where later joint worship was paid to Athene and Erechtheus in the Erechtheion. Erechtheus dwells below the ground in a crypt of this temple, like other earth deities, in the form of a snake, immortally. He is not dead, for as Euripides still says, in a story which otherwise follows different lines, the earth gaped and covered him over, i.e., he was translated and lived on under the earth. On the analogy of the examples already discussed, it is clear that this is also a case of a primitive local deity, once supposed to have been living always in a cave on the mountainside, transformed to a hero who has been brought there and raised to immortal life. The later belief in heroes required a grave at which the continued existence and potency of the hero was localized. By a natural process of development, the hero Erechtheus translated alive and made immortal is thought of as buried in a grave. Erychthonios, who was expressly identified with the Homeric Erechtheus, was by later ages supposed to be buried in the temple of Polias, i.e. the oldest temple of Athene, on the Acropolis. We have clearly before us the steps by which the 99 aboriginal deity, dwelling beneath the ground, the son of earth, is made into a mortal hero, translated to immortality and placed under the protection of the Olympian goddess, who has now become more powerful than he, and finally transferred, cave and all, to the precincts of her temple, and finally reduced to the condition of a hero like another, who had died and lies peacefully buried in the temple of the goddess on the citadel. With this example before us, we may explain several other analogous cases, in which we have only the last stage of the process, the grave of a hero in a god's temple, without any of the intermediate steps. A single example may be given. At Amyclae, not far from Sparta, in the holiest temple of Laconia, stood the ancient bronze statue of Apollo upon an altar-shaped base, within which, according to legend, Hyacinthos lay buried. Through a bronze door in the side of the altar, offerings for the dead were sent down to Hyacinthos, buried below every year at the festival of the Hyacinthiae. The recipient of these offerings has little resemblance to the gentle youth of popular legend. The Hellenistic poets tell how he was beloved by Apollo and died by a cast of Apollo's discus, and was changed into a flower. The fable, almost destitute of local reference, has been put together from many popular themes. The sculpture on the above-mentioned altar, on the other hand, represents among many gods and heroes Hyacinthos and his sister Polyboia as they are being carried up to heaven, which will not square with the metamorphosis story. Further, he is represented as bearded, and so not as the boy whom Apollo loved, but as a grown man, of whose daughters indeed other legends make mention. The true story of this Hyacinthos has disappeared almost without leaving a trace. But in what the monument reveals, and in what we know of the yearly festival held in honor of Hyacinthos, significant features emerge which perhaps can tell us the real character of the daimon that was honored at Amyclae together with, and as our information clearly shows, before Apollo himself. Hyacinthos was given offerings that were otherwise peculiar to the gods that ruled the lower world. These offerings were let down directly into the underground place, where, in fact, Hyacinthos himself was supposed to dwell. In the great festival of the Hyacinthiae, the alternate worship of Apollo and Hyacinthos, after whom as the chief personage the festival is named, points to the incomplete amalgamation of two originally distinct cults, and the plain and unadorned, almost dismal, ceremonies of 100, the days devoted to Hyacinthos contrasted with the more cheerful worship paid to Apollo on the middle day of the feast, allow us to see clearly the real nature of Hyacinthos as a daimon related to the gods of the underworld. On the altar relief, Polyboia was represented as his sister. She was a goddess of the underworld like Persephone. Hyacinthos was, then, an old local deity of the Amyclaean countryside, dwelling below the earth, and his worship at Amyclae was older than that of Apollo. But he is a dim figure. The Olympian god, probably not before the Doric conquest of the Achaean land, has set himself down beside, and indeed over, the ancient earth spirit, and now outshines him without quite being able to banish his worship. The divine existence of the latter under the ground could not be imagined by later ages, except as the after-existence of the psyche of a dead and buried hero whose body lay in the grave under the statue of the god. Next, in order to explain their association in cult, poetic legend made the god a lover, just as in another case, and for similar reasons, it had made him the lover of Daphne. Section 4. Thus it may be that under many a hero whose grave was shown in the temple of a god, an ancient local god was hidden, whose abode beneath the earth had been converted into a grave, now that he himself had sunk from a deity of higher rank to a human chieftain. It depended upon the circumstances of the case whether his humanization was complete, or whether the memory of his former godhead, preserved in cult, secured for him a second elevation to the heavenly regions among the Olympian gods whose nature was originally quite foreign to that of the old earth daimon. Such conceptions, differing widely according to the circumstances of place and time, are shown most clearly in the different views taken of Asclepios. For Homer and the poets he is generally a great chieftain, a mortal who had learnt the art of healing from Charon. In religious cult, he was generally set on a level with the upper gods. In reality he, too, is a local earth-dwelling deity from Thessaly, who from beneath the earth dispenses, like so many earth spirits, healing from the ills of the flesh and knowledge of the future, the two being closely connected in antiquity. He, too, easily bore the change from god to hero. Asclepios was struck by Zeus' lightning which in this, as in many cases, did not destroy life, but translated the person affected to a higher existence outside the visible world. 101. We can now easily understand what it means when even this ancient earth deity is said to be buried, his grave being shown at different places. Many peculiarities of the worship paid to him show clearly the original character of Asclepios as an ancient god living below the earth. One essential characteristic indeed of such earth spirits is not bound to any one particular place. An enterprising priesthood, wandering in company with the rest of their tribe, had taken with them this old established worship of theirs, and spread it far and wide, so that Asclepios himself became at home in many different places. Now in closest relationship, though they remain more faithful to their original character, with this Zeus Asclepios stood those Boeotian earth spirits with whom this discussion began. Trophonios, and Amphiaraus too, might have been described as an Asclepios, who had stayed at home in his old cavern dwelling. They, too, Amphiaraus and Trophonios, had become mortal men of a past age in the imagination of a time which could no longer properly understand such cave spirits. But we never hear of their graves, for the generation which made them heroes knew nothing of mortal chieftains who after dying and being buried yet lived on with undiminished powers. But it was the belief in their uninterrupted potency that gave those strange cavern deities a secure place in men's memory. In the epic and in legends inspired by the epic, they are recognized as human beings that had not died but had been translated, without any division of soul from body, to everlasting life in the depths of the earth. Ever afterwards, even when they are not only called immortal, but actually gods, they are reckoned as men who have become immortal or godlike, and they have become the patterns of what other mortals too may rise to. In the Electra of Sophocles, 836 ff. The chorus, wishing to justify the hope of a continued life for the departed, expressly appeal to the example of Amphiaraus, who still rules below the earth with all his spiritual powers intact. For the same reason, these and other examples offered by ancient legend and poetry of the translation of individual great men to a life below the earth are important for our inquiry too. In them, as it did, in another sense, in the case of those translated to the islands of the blessed, the epic points beyond its own resigned and gloomy conception of the state after death towards a higher life after the visible world has been left behind. It took isolated cases of the once numerous class of cavern deities worshipped in Greek countries, and deprived 102 them of their godhead, though not of the superhumanly continued existence, and especially mantic powers claimed for them by the belief and cult of their countrymen. Thus reduced to mortal rank, it interwove them in the fabric of the heroic mythology, and in so doing instituted a class of outstanding human individuals who had been raised to a godlike existence, far indeed from the upper world, but at least not condemned to the common realm of the souls. Instead, they were given a home beneath the earth, each in a definite place in Greek territory, near living men, and able to help them. The descent from god to mortal hero resulted, since the essential point of continued existence was not denied, in a corresponding exaltation of the mortal and the heroic to the divine. Thus the epic leads us in this instance towards a range of conceptions which the poems themselves treated as though it never existed, and which now suddenly comes into view. Notes to Chapter 3. Roman 3, 6, 8, 4. Su /ento equals ha /aramati kai /to equals hernio /cho ba /tony. Ekru /fther kai /zu /s atha /natin auto /n epi /ersin, etc. The expressions used to describe the translation and continued conscious existence of A are noteworthy. Kata /guy equals auto nt /nin kai /fadi /moose hi /pipus e /marpson, pi o Roman 6, 14. Zu /s crew /sen ha m hi /pipois n. Roman 9, 25. Guy equals a hup /decto ma /entin oikle /dan, x 8. Ma /entis kekutho /s polmi /as hupo thono /s, a th, 588. Ed /zato raja equals sotherbiaco nis, sfr. 873 equals 958 p. Thea /zo equals nt anarpa sans ismu chu ch thono s auto I equals s tethri pipois eulagu equals sin imphano equals s, esup. 928 f hair r payson, cha rubdes oyanosco pon, t thrippen ha arama parabalu equals such a smatty. 501 f. Aerophile amphia rayani krups hupo /ger equals and auto I equals sisu and hi pipois, oracle in epheris app. Ath. 232 f amphiara uzo equals n toss to so equals makadade zastai and ger equals n, agathark. P115, 21 mu, epespa soto hair ger equals zo equals nta, philoster, v app, 237 p79 18 ks. Aphonismo s of a, St. Bies, s ha r puya. Pa m suchos on a essay sl 841, e /zo equals ntima equals tai zen, sin, I 8. 2 /3, that the translation of amphiaraus in the form so frequently repeated by later authors, clearly following an important and influential original, appeared already in the Thebes of the epic cycle is taken by Welker for granted, ep. Sickle. Roman 2, 362, 66. The view is intrinsically probable, but it can claim more definite grounds. Pi o Roman 6, 1217, tells us that after Amphiaraus and his team had been swallowed up by the earth, Adrastos, over the 7 funeral pyres, which consumed the bodies of the Argives who had fallen in battle, said poth /o circumflex stratia equals s ophthalmo enema equals s, ampho /teron, ma entin tia gatho enkai dowry ma arnasta. That this famous lament was taken ecter equals s kuckliker equals s therbui das, fr. 5 Kinkel, p12, is proved by the testimony of the ancient scholia on poth /o circumflex ktl, quoting Asclepiades. This means that in the Thebes too, after the battle was over, Amphiaraus was not to be found either among the fallen or the survivors was in fact translated. Pindar must have taken not merely the words of the lament of Adrastos, but the whole situation that led up to these words, as he described it from the Thebes. Beth, Theb, held, p58f 94ff. Claims to prove that Pindar took nothing but the words ampho /teron ktl. From the Thebes, which said nothing of the burial of these who had fallen before Thebes, and that Pindar added this last on his own account, O Roman 6, as well as N Roman 9, 25. But the proofs of this view, in itself highly improbable, on closer examination come to nothing. In the Odyssey it is said of Amph, O let n there bear co 247, tha nen amphia rouse 253, The expression is naturally to be understood as merely implying disappearance from the earth, says Welker, ep. See Roman 2, 366. All we can claim is that the expression does not indeed prevent us from assuming that the story of the disappearance of Amph was known also to the poet of these lines. Thus in the Auk of Soph, Antigone says twice over LL. 1706, 1714, that Oedipus e Thane, whereas he really was like Amphiaraus translated alive, a slash scop, pla slash kes e slash marpson 1681. 3 pi fr. 167 ARI 5764 zu slash s per et, edu slash sidonio slash thigh guy slash e circumflex. Orf, arg, 171.5 fasci n, zu slash nt, enfthyme slash noisy moli equals en hupo q slash thesi guy slash e circumflex. Agatharch, p 114 39-43 mu. Is n-ger equals n-catadu equals ni ortho slash nt chi zo equals nta. Skal, and used. On a 264, p 1001 in Ovid, m Roman 12, 514 ff. The translation becomes a metamorphosis into a bird. And 104, often an ancient translation myth has thus been replaced by a metamorphosis in later mythology. The connected story of Caeneus has been lost, and only a few fragments survive in ARI 57, a 264, the best known being the change of sex cf. Also Manek H. Crit. Com. 345, the meaning of which is very dubious. Similar stories are told of Tiresias, Sithon Av, M. Roman 4, 280, Iphis and Ianth, this last reminding us strikingly of a narrative in the Mahabharata. Then frequently in many miracle tales, both heathen and Christian, to which far too much respect is paid by those who seek to find in them dark reminiscences of bisexual gods. No traces of a cult of Caeneus can be found. 4 Altimines, son of Catreus, cf. Rh. Muse. 36 432 f. Euxa slash Minos Hupo /cha slash Smados Ekru slash Bear, Roman 3 Rationalistic version of Zeno of Rhodos app. DS 559, 4 who says, however, who slash Steron Kata /Krersmo slash Antinatima /se slash she para Rhodi slash Ois Herika slash s. And in fact, we learn from an Insk. In Newton gr. Insk, in BM, Roman 2, 352, that a political division, Katoina, of the people of Rhodos was called Altimene /s, whose hair /rose epo /pneumos must have been Altimines. 5 Amphilachos appeared in person to sleepers at his dream oracle at Malos in Cilicia, Luke. Phillips, 38, so also did his rival Mopsos, Plut. Do. 45, 434 d as well as at his oracle in Acarnania, Aristid. IP 78d. Mopsos in Cilicia and Amphilachos in Acarnania are alike in being among those demo/nea which hydrum /na/e/antini to po 2 equals ton oiku equals sin, orig. C. cells. Roman 3, 34 pp. 293 L. The same author says of Amph. Mopsos and others, anthropoide equals s theorae equals esti theous /s, Roman 7, 35 p. 53. Epit, v. 25, Nicol Prague, Roman 2, 1 Aristeos, who is /phantos gi /nedai in m hemus and is now honored athana /toys timai equals s, ds Roman 4, 82 6. Cf. Hiller v. Garter, Pauli Wis, Roman 2, 855 23 ff. 7 The regular expression for these subterranean dwelling places is me/gara. Lex. Ret. App. Used. Odd. 1387 17 f. Hence also the sacrificial pits into which men lowered the offerings made to the deities of the lower world are called me/gara lob, agel. 830 me/gara equals cha/smata skal. Luke. Demer. 2 pp. 275 ff. Rabe. It was thought that by sinking the gifts in the ground, they would immediately reach the dwelling place of the spirit who lived there. The sacrificial chasm is itself the chamber, me/garin, in which the spirit lives in the form of a snake and dwells. 8 K 492 ff. Sucher equals crersum /news thereby /uterisi /ama /enteros, aleo equals 2 equals t free /nes e /empede /isen. To equals chi backslash tethnero equals tai no on po re persepho slash nia. Oi slash o circumflex pepnu equals esti. Toi backslash de backslash ski backslash a slash thousand. His free slash ness being undestroyed, the most important and distinguishing feature of death is absent. His body, indeed, is destroyed, and hence he is called tethnero slash s like all the other dwellers in Hades, though it is still difficult to see how the free slash ness could remain without a body. It is highly probable that the idea of the continued existence of the consciousness of the famous seer renowned in Theban legend was derived by the poet from a popular tradition according to which Tiresias still gave proof of the clearness of his wits by the oracles which he sent up from below the earth. In Orchomenos there was a crerster slash rion teresi slash uplu, do, 44, p 434c, as nitsch annum, odd, Roman 3, p 151, also reminds us. If we may argue from the context in which Plutarch speaks of him, this must have been an earth oracle, i.e. an incubation oracle. Their stories, like those told at Thebes of Amphiaraus, may have been related of Tiresias and his survival after death. Some such information, the poet of 105, the Nicaea may then have transformed and made use of for his own purposes. SDR. 762, not without good ground, connects these verses about Tiresias with the stories of Amphiaraus and Trophonios. 9/3, the ancient site of the oracle of Amphiaraus was near Thebes at the place, Nopia, where according to the epic story he sank into the earth. Paus. 983 SDR, 404. Even at the time of the Persian War, the envoy of Mardonios inquired of him there, near Thebes, as HDT. Roman 8, 134 unmistakably says. That the oracle lay in Theban territory is shown also by the addition of the words, otherwise pointless, thereby slash on audini backslash e slash zesti mantu slash esti autothai slash. A similar rule is found at the temple of Heracles in Erythrae, which may be approached by Thracian women but not by Erythraean women. And in the same way the lampsacnoi were excluded from the funeral games of Miltiades on the Chersonese. HDT. Romans 6, 38. Oropos also claimed to harbor Amphiaraus under its soil. Shpai, O Romans 6, 18, 21-3, differently in Paus. 1, 34-24, but the oracle must have been moved there afterwards hardly before the end of the 5th century, Methadru slash there, SDR, 404. To suppose that it had always been confined to Oropos is contrary to all the traditional evidence. 10/3, those who wish to inquire of his oracle offered by night to Trophonios, before going down into the cave, a ram, sacrificing it in a pit bow/throws. Paus. 939-6, to Amphiaraus after a considerable fast Philos, Va 237 pp. 79-19 ff. K, and the provision of a Catha/Arsion, the inquirer offered a ram upon the fleece of which he lay down to sleep. Paus. 134-5. Cleanthum cum pede terram percussit versum ex epigonus prob. Of Soph. Ferent dixis, audisni hic amphirae sub terram abdite? Sic, td. Roman 260. The gesture also must have been borrowed from the same scene in the epi/gon. It was thus customary to knock on the ground in calling upon a, as in the case of other katachthos/neoi, amphia/re chtho/ni occurs as late as p. Magpar. 1446 FW. I 568, cf. Paus. 815-3, cf. Also Nagelsp, Natch Theol, 102, 214. Skedassos in Sparta ger equals n2/ton ankele equals to taus erinu/as plu, and 3, p 774b in his grief for the loss of his daughter Herod's Atticus threw himself on the ground n ger equals n pi/on chi /bu equals n, t soy, thur/gator, kathagi/so. T soy zuntha/so, philoster, vs 2, 110. Pythagoras ho/tan bronter/ser ter equals s ger equals s ha/sasti parer/g jalen, iamb, vp, 156. 11/3, that the dream oracle of Trophonios had a much older influence is implied by the story of the inquiry made of it by the boiatoi /halo/entes hupo /thraco equals n in phot. Swade. Lu/sioi teletai/. 12/3, Trophonios himself was supposed to appear in the cave at Lebedea. the inquirer goes down to it do slash minos sugin slash estito equals daemoni slash o circumflex, max tier. 14, 2, p 249r. Indications were sought from sacrifice idare backslash tuen catio slash nta humaner backslash eskai backslash high slash leos de slash zeti, trophonios, paus. 936, 6 Seon, the discoverer of the oracle and founder of the cult, had after entering the mante equals on met Trophonios himself in person, and hierarchy slash and, didich there equals ni para 2 equals Trophoni slash ufasi slash paus. 942, he dwells and is visible in the oracular cavern. Orig, cells, Roman 334 pp. 293 4L, Roman 735 p53, Aristid. IP 78D38, 21 kl. Even the stupidly rationalizing account of Troph. In Skal, R. Nub, 508 p190 Ruth Luke, DM, Roman 3 Cosm, Adgreg, Naz, p184 Eudoc, Vial, p682, 8, implies the bodily presence of an Egkatoiker equals Sendemo slash Neon in the cave of Trophonios. Lucian, too, shows that this was the popular impression, DM. Roman 3, 2, by his curious satiric fiction that whereas Troph himself was in Hades, to which ac. Tunesium. 22, the cave of Trophonios was only in 106, entrance to backslash they equals on Hermes slash Taman of Trophonios cra equals n Boyodi slash. Thus the visitor expected to meet Trophonios there in his divine shape, as Ampelius puts it in a similar case with great simplicity and directness. 8.3. Ibi arges in apiro iavis templum hyphenus, irretrievably corrupt. Trophonae absurdly ducer. Typhonus, Titianus others not much better, unde est ad inferos descensus ad tolendas sortes. In quo loco dicunter Roman 2, qui descenderunt Iovum ipsum viter. Otherwise Tr. was said to inhabit the cave in the shape of a snake, as is so frequently the case with earth deities. Not only are snakes sacred to him as to Asclepios paus. 939-3 and live in his cave, to propitiate them people take honeycakes down with them, but he himself is present in the form of a snake. Ophizi circumflex equals and homantuo slash minos, Skal, R, Nub, 508, cf. Suidas tropho slash neos. It was this personal contact between the god and the inquirer which specially distinguished the oracle of Tr. Mo slash non eke equals no, to backslash mante equals on d, autou equals cra equals 2 equals chrome slash nu. Philoster. Va 819, p335, 30k. Of course, many only heard without seeing. T's chi backslash I equals den chi backslash a slash lows e circumflex slash kusin, paus. 93911. But it was the god they heard. 13 backslash 3, speaking of Zalmoxis among the Gedi, cf. SDR, 297f, 762 HDT, Roman 4 95 6. M, za slash LM. Mopsos in Cilicia, Amphilachos in Acarnania, Amphiaraus and Trophonios in fact, all of them daemons who had oracles of incubation or cells. Roman 3, 34, p 293 4L says, they have temples and aga slash el mata as daemoni slash oisauk oi equals d ho slash pos hydrum slash noise e slash and tinny to slash po ho backslash n, oiku equals sin. They dwell within this hina keklerome slash non to slash pon Roman 7 35 pp. 53-4L, cf. Roman 3 35 fin. In that place and only there are such daemons visible. Cells. Roman 7 35 p53L, of the temples of Amph. Troph. Mops. E slash entha fersi backslash and anthropoide equals s theore equals s dithiou backslash s chi backslash o pseudom slash news alla backslash chi backslash enarge equals s. O slash seti slash tis autou backslash s ouch hopax peru slash entas. All a slash itoi equals as bulom slash noise homilu equals entas, and so ever present there. Aristid. IP. 78d. Amphia slash rouse chi backslash tropho slash neos, and biodi slash a chi backslash amphi slash lachos, and adali slash a craresmo do equals si chi backslash phi slash non-tai. On the extension beyond its original home of the cult of such an incubation deity localization in a single spot was of course relaxed. It was either disputed where his permanent habitation really was, as in the case of Amph, or else the god gradually ceased to be bound to any one place, though still bound to certain places in the sense that he could appear only there and not anywhere he chose. Such is the case with Asclepios and with various other daimons equally bound originally to a single spot, who then epiphi/nontai, epiphoido equals sin, insert other temples as well. Cf. For example, the account of the epipha/nie of Machion and Podalerios in Adrada given by Marin. V. Procli, 32, cf. Suede, Used/Fios from Damasius v. Isid. But when inquiries are made of a god by incubation, the god must always appear in person. If he is absent, no oracle can be given. See the story of Amphiaraus in Plu. Do. 5, p. 412a. In the records of miracles of healing found in Epidaurus, the god himself regularly comes to the sleeper in the /Deuton or else in the form of a snake f. Arch. 83 p. 215 f. ll. 113-19, sometimes accompanied by his huper/retai, the Asclepiadae, cf. f. Arch. 85 p. 17 ff. ll. 38 ff. 111 f. in the Old Miracle of Aristagora of Trozen f. Arch. 85 p. 15 l. 10 ff. Reported already by hippies of region, which there is no reason to doubt, at first only, the sons of the god, appeared to the sick woman auk epidamu equals entos, auto u equals all, en epidau/ro eo/entos. Only in the following night did Asclepios himself appear to her hiko / ex epidau/ru. Everywhere it is implied that dream healing can only take place through personal action of the god, cf. R. Plut. 107, later by the advice, at least, of the god, personally appearing to the patient, see Zasher, Hermes, Roman 21, 472 f. And this presumption is explained by the fact that originally incubation could only take place at the actual spot where the god, or hero, had his permanent abode. 14-3. The hupophare equals tie of the Didonian Zeus the Cele / Enipto/Podes Chamio equals Ni, p. 234 f, were explained by some already in antiquity as priests of an incubation oracle, Used. Ill, p. 1057-64 ff. Welker agreeing with them, KL. Sure Roman 3, 90 f. This view is founded solely on the edge. Chamio equals Ni, which is not, however, to be separated from Enipto/Podes. But since Enipto/Podes can have no connection with incubation, neither then can Chamio equals Ni. Both epithets refer obviously to the special severity and simplicity of the life of the Cele / the ritual, reason for which it is true we do not know and have no means of guessing. 15-3. It remains indeed impossible to determine what moved the epic to recognize in the Boeotian cave daimon the Argive seer Amphiaraus, even during his lifetime an adept in the incubation mantic ardak. To Paus. 2:13-7 cf. Did, in GP. 235-8, p. 73-14 ff. Beck, or why the heroized god Amphiaraus was turned into an Argive, and made a member of the prophetic family of Melampus, otherwise the foes of the Boeotian seers. Or, finally, why he was brought to Boeotia as an enemy, and then made to dwell forever in that hostile and alien land. 16-3, Henry the Fowler in Sudermerberg, Kuhn and Schwartz, Nord, Sag, p. 185. The other examples in Grimm, ch. Roman 32 g. Voigt in Seibel's Hist. Zeitz. Roman 26, 1871, pp. 130-187, shows in his most lucid account that it was not originally Frederick Barbarossa, but Frederick Roman II, whom the legend represented as not dead, but lost, and to whom the expectation referred that he would come again some day. From the 15th century, the story begins to appear that he was dwelling in Kiffhauser, or in a cave in the rocks near Kaiserslautern. The name of Barbarossa does not appear till the 16th century, and then gradually predominates. But how it came about that from a definite moment onwards, the translated emperor was thought of as living on in a hollow mountain is by no means clear from the written documents alone or from the critical study of the evolution of the legend. Suddenly, and without intermediate steps, the story assumes this shape, and it can hardly be accounted for except on the view that it arose from the combination of the Frederick legend with already existing saga stories of translated heroes or gods, as Voigt also suggests, p. 160. 17-3, Grimm, pp. 950-961. Simrock, D. Myth 3, p. 144 How easily similar legends can appear spontaneously among different peoples, without interconnection appears from the fact that translation legends are also found not only in Greece but in distant Mexico. C. Muller, Jesh. A.M. Earl, 582. Holy men who have vanished and are not dead but live on in the depths of mountain caves, and are expected one day to reappear on earth, occur in the legends of Mohammedan peoples of the East. A. V. Kremer, Kulturg. Strafes, Jeb, Islam 50 Jesh. Idin Islam 375 f. 378. 18-3, Di-Trefoni/Oy Insk. From Lebedea Meister Boot, Insk, 423 GDI. IP 163. Otherwise only Trefoni/Oy N 407, 414, Kataba/SN Trefo/Nian BCH. 1890, P21, Trefoni/O circumflex, N 413, and side by side occur 2 equals D/2 equals Basile equals Icar/2 equals Trefoni/U, etc. N 425, 429, 430. Diano/So Eustafu/ Locata /Krersmo /Endio /S Trefoni/Uinsk. From Labadea in Stefani Rizdi. Jeg. Nord. Greichen, number 47. Ins, from Leb, Igsept. I 3077 1st-2nd cent. AD. SDR, 414. Leba/Deaho/Pudio /S Trefoni/Umante equals on high/Drudai. 108 live. 45-27 8 Labadii Templum Iavis Trophone 88. Obs. 50 equals 110 Labadii Eutychides in Templum Iavis Trophone Degressus. Dio/S Mante equals on is the name given to the oracle of Tr. In Fote, also and Hesich, Leba/Dea. Desker Gr. I section 6 I 100 mu. Even hyperides in the speech for Euxenippos refers throughout to Amph, at Oropos as a god. Amph, in or, Hotheo/S 1st-2nd cent, BC, Igs, I 3498 412, Sig 1570a 25 30 52. Liv, 45 27 10 in Oropos, pro dio vates antiquus collider. Sic. Div. I 88, Amphiram sic honoravit fama Grecii, Deus ut haberetter. Plutarch also, speaking of the embassy sent by Mardonios to the ancient Theban oracle, calls Amph Theo/S, Du, 5 p. 412 Aac, to Paus. 1 34-2 However, Amph was first honored as a god in Oropos. 20-3. Origen is expressing it in his own way, but he is quite right in principle when he distinguishes the local gods remaining in the countryside from the gods of Olympos, Cells. Roman 3 35 Fin. Michthero equals endemo/non-kai /to/pus epi /ger equals as procadalerpho/ton, epe /ter equals as cathrote/raz, odu/nantai, epha/sasticho/raz kai /theot/raz. He says of Asclepios, 5, 2, p. 169l. Theo /esme /ena/ni/e circumflex e /de /lacho /noik equals, nger equals, nkai /hospere /fuga /s2 equals to /puto equals n theo equals n. 21-3, dio /s mega/lu orister/s. The word implies quite as much familiar conversation as well as general intimacy with Zeus. The obscure n/oros need not be considered here. In any case, it is to be taken closely with basi/lu, next to which it stands, and not with dio /sm orister/s, as many even ancient writers have done. Min 319e. Whence SDR, 762, Ephoras App, SDR, 476, from F, also Nick Dam, App, Stob, FL, Roman 4 2 25 p 161h, VM, I2 X1. Here the position of the cave is as a rule not precisely stated, but the Idaean cave is generally meant and Max Tier definitely refers to this one as the place where Minos met Zeus, 38, 2 p 221r. 23-3, birth of Zeus in the cave, Agai/O circumflex and O/Rehes th, 481 ff. Thence his mother bore him Eslu/Caton 482 cf. 477, which would be near Ida, Es d/Catarn Skamen. And at any rate, the cave on Mt. Dict was the generally reputed place of Zeus, birth 116. DS 576, Mela 2 113, DH2 61, who also makes minus visit Zeus there. At presos to /2 equals dicti slash udio / s hyro / n, SDR 475-8. Others indeed mention Ida as the place of the birth of Zeus. DS 570-2-4, AR Roman 3 134. Both the holy caves are thus continually rivals, but it appears that the legend of the birth of Zeus was principally localized at the Dictaean cave, that of his intercourse with Minos chiefly at the Idaean. Cf. Now also M. Mayer myth. Lex. S. Chronos Roman 2, 1533 ff. 24 /3, Max tier. 16 1 cf. 38 prob from Max, only Thowd, Met Misk, C90 p 580 mu. Cf. Rh. Muse. 35 161 f. Max speaks of the cave of Dictaean Zeus, perhaps only inexactly and by oversight. It would be to Ida rather and its cave which rose above Knossos, the home of Epimenides, that the legend would make him go on pilgrimage. So too, DL Roman 8 1 3 of Pythagoras, n crer / ter suen epimeni / der cater equals l then eyes to / Ida equals on a / entron. Pyth. In the Idaean cave, Porph, VP, 17. 25 /3, skull, plat leg, I introd. P 372 herm, and leg, 625 B C lob agle, 1121. Dio /s Idai / umu / stairs your, Cret fr. 472 10n. Recently the Idaean cave of Zeus has been rediscovered high up in the mountains, a day's journey from Knossos Fabricius Ath. Myth, Volume X 59 ff. Remains of votive offerings of antiquity have been 109 found, but only before the entrance to the cave ento equals stomi / o circumflex 2 equals a / entru, where thphr had already remarked the like HP. 3 3 4. Inside the cave, which, like a vaulted tomb, consisted of 2 chambers, only traces of the cult from Roman times were found. It seems from this that the sacrificial ritual of the previous period did not reach further than the entrance of the cave, as was the case also at the Temple of Troph. At Lebedea, while the interior of the cave as the seat of the god himself was only entered by mistai and priests, the birth chamber was not to be approached at all. Boyos, App, Ant, Lib 19. 26 /3, Porph, VP. 17, P25n, Is to / Idai equals on calu / menon a / entron kataba / se ria e / chanmi / lana ta s namazome / nas tri / sn / acf. Knock on s ok. 483, Herm / ras eke equals die / tripsin kai / cather / jison toe equals dick / to nt stornu / menon auto equals cat e / toss throw / non-ethia / sado. The historical truth of the story of Pyth. S. visit to the cave need not be discussed here, but we may assume the credibility of the details given of the cult of Zeus in the cave and the customary ceremonial of pilgrimage to it. The story comes from relatively good sources, gr. Roman, p. 254. The long time spent in the cave, i.e. in the wide and lofty outer chamber, has its companion picture in what SDR 649 says of Chero / Neon at a Chiraka, Plu, Gen Soch. 21, 590b, of the cave of Trophonios. It was necessary also to spend several days in the oi / kerma die / monos, agathu equals kai / 2 / chairs in preparation for the descent into the cave. Paus. 9, 39 5. The to Zeus, Stornu / Minos cat e tus thronos has nothing to do with the Corybantic thronismo / s, see Hiller. Hermes, 21, 365. What is meant is in any case a lectisternium. Thus, in Athens, it was usual to cly / nernstro equals cyto equals plu / tony, CIA. Roman 2, 940-850, to Asclepios, CIA. Roman 2, 453b11, to Attis, CIA. Roman 2, 622. In cos at the Zenismo / s of Heracles, ins. Cos 36b, 22, etc. the throw / nos, stranu / ein throw / news do / o for a goddess CIA. Roman 2, 624 9, 10, appearing instead of a clinaire is possibly in accordance with ancient ritual. Thus, in the so-called feasts of the dead in ancient times, the hero is represented on a throne, while later he reclines on the clinaire. Thus in Rome, besides lectisternia, we sometimes have celisternia, especially for female deities. Com. Lud. Psyche. L71 101, 138 de Sau, Roman 2 1p, 282, Sil, Roman 6 32 and elsewhere. 27/3, Ac to Aeneas U 73 vol. Ap. Lactant, I11 and Ap Min, Fell Roman 21 1 Euhemeros spoke of the grave of Zeus. Call H. Jov, 89 clearly attacks the fable of Zeus' grave in Crete. It seems to me very probable that you had taken up the story as one that evidently suited his cheap, pragmatical interpretation of myths and had introduced it into literature. It would be you, then whom call Locke. Sit was attacking as he did elsewhere the G/Ron Alazo/N and his a/Dika Bibli/A fr. 86. 28/3. The grave of Zeus in Crete is spoken of without exact specification of the place by Call Locke. Sit, sic, nd, Roman 353 ds, 361 2 Mela Roman 2 112 Luke, Tim 6 jtr, 45 Sacker 10 d conc. 6, Min Roman 21 8 Firm, Prof, Rel Roman 7 6, Euhemeros Ap. Min Roman 21 1 speaks of the dicti Iavis sepulchrum obviously inexactly for ac. To lact. I11 he made the grave in Apido Sinas far from mt, dict. Even there he means not in but near Gnosis, i.e. on mt, Ida, for the fact that it was on mt. Ida we have the testimony of Varro de Litoralibus Ap. Solon, 11 p. 81 1215 Moms. Finally, the situation of the grave within the Idaean cave is clear from Porph. VP. 17 p. 25 n. 29/3, hence the story of the grave of Zeus, when not denied outright as by Call, was allegorized. Celsus hinted at Tropica/S Hupanoias, or Cells, Roman 343 p. 307 L, cf. Philoster, VSP, 76 15 ff. K 110. 30/3. Examples are frequent in the mythology of Oriental and generally but not exclusively Semitic peoples. It is generally Kronos who is buried, cf. Mayor Myth, Lex, Roman 2 1487 ff. At other times Astarte, Adonis, the Phrygian Attis, Heracles, and others. Cf. Also the stories of the heroes sleeping eternally in Sardinia, rh. Muse, 35 157 ff. 37 465 ff. And of Kragos and the other a/Grioi thei/ or thei/agre equals s. JHS. 10 57 55, who were made immortal on mt Kragos in Lycia, St. Bies, cross/Gos, they too were thought of as sleeping and not dead, as used. On DP 847 expresses it. 31/3. Varro, LL. Roman 7 17, p. 124 sb. 2 compares the shape of the omphalos with a thesaurus, i.e. with one of the vaulted buildings, which used to be called treasuries, but which have now been undoubtedly proved to be really vaulted graves. On a smaller scale, as vase paintings show, the omphalos/S had the shape generally given to the dwelling places made for the spirits of the departed who dwelt below the earth, as well as that of the abodes of other earth spirits. Even the cha/smagare equals S over the cavern of Trophonios was of this shape, paus. 9, 39, 10. Was this dome shape especially connected with earth spirits who had mantic powers? The Delphic omphalos was even used as a technical expression to describe this tholos shape. Thus the omphaloi/ of phia/li, chi/to equals and balane/ on hoitho/loipero/moi, ath, 501d ECF. Hesich, balaneompha/luz, ob, 225 6. It was called omphalo/Sgare equals S because sacred to the earth goddess. It was later interpreted, navel, i.e. middle point of the earth, by mistake, and then fabulous accounts made up to explain this. 32/3. Modern writers have adopted the view that Dionysos was buried under the omphalos, e.g. Enman, Kipros U. Ersp. Afrid, S. Petersp, 1886 p. 47 ff. but closer examination shows that all that we have good authority for is that the omphalos/s was Pythonus tumulus, Varro, LL, Roman 7:17, p. 124 sb. Taphas 2 equals pu/thonos, Hesich. S toxi/ubauno/s. Dionysos, on the other hand, was buried at Delphi, para //anapo/lona tuen crusu equals n philokoros ap. Sync. 307 4 ff. D. Use arm equals hirer. CHR, pp 44-5 sh malal, p 45-70 from Africanus Ac. To Gelser Afric. I 132f, i.e. he was buried in the /Dutton cf. Paus. 10-24-5, or what comes to the same thing, para //krerster/rion plu, is, edo 35 365a, para /twen tri/poda call. App, tz. Lick, 208 cf. em Delphi /. The tripod stood in the Mediton DS16 26 SDR. 419 cf. HDT, Roman 7 140. Whether the omphalos/s also stood in the Aditon, or whether, as some think, in the cellar of the temple, cannot be made out for certain, though it seems probable. No one, however, made the grave of Dionysos under the omphalos except Tat. Gr. Roman 8 p 40 ot. p. 9 16 ff. Schwa. Ho omphalo /s taphas esti /diano/su, and the statement of this very careless pamphleteer cannot stand against the witness of Varro, etc. It is plain that Tatian confused the two graves, as Hig. 140 and serve. A. Roman 3 92, Roman 3 360, Roman 6 347, did, reversing the process and making the tripod into the grave of the Python. The real tradition knew, besides the grave of Dionysos near the tripod, the grave of Python and the omphalos of his mother Gaia. This was never seriously denied. Doubt might rather have been believed to linger over the question, who then was preserved in the tripod, Porph. VP. 18, p 25 6 ff. N says that it was Apollo himself, or possibly an Apollo the son of Silenos. This absurdity seems to go back to Euhemeros cf. Minuk. Roman 21 1, worthless is Fulgentius expos, 2, p 769 stav, equals p 112 3 ff. Helm, and may be merely a frivolous jest. Too much respect is paid to this tradition by K. O. Muller in Trod, to Scient, Myth, p 246. 111. 33 that the snake killed by Apollo was the guardian of the old mante equals on ch though/neon we have on unimpeachable authority testum, collected by Th. Schreber Apollo Pythectonos p3, esp, ur, it, 1245 ff. Call, fr, 364, poiertai/ac. To Paus. 10-6-6, who say that tuenpu/thona. Epi /toe equals mante/o circumflex fu/laka, hupo /ger equals esteta/chtl. That the struggle was for the oracle is shown briefly and plainly by 1-4-1-3. Hos to /ho furrow equals n to /mante equals on pu/thonophys eco/luin auto /n apo/lona. Perothe equals an epi / to /cha/sma, the oracular cleft. 2 equals ton anlos/ n to /mante equals on paralambus/ni. The snake form is proper to earth spirits, and as earth spirits always have mantic power, to oracle spirits. Trophonios appeared as a snake, and so did Asclepios. There can be no doubt that the Delphian draw/con is the embodiment of the pre-Apolline oracle daimon. Thus Hesich says exactly pu/thon demos/neon mentico/n, elaborated in Hig. 140, cf. Act. 1616, supporters of the doctrine of the Greek religion of nature find even in the legend of Apollo's fight with the snake an allegorical version of a physical fact tending to become an ethical one. I cannot regard such an allegory as primitive. Home, 5:22, p 70, 32 lag. There is mention of a grave of Plauten n ter equals acrausi/ali/emner. This may be explained as follows. At Hermione, Hades, under the name of Clymnos, was honored together with Demeter Thony/A and Cori. Pausanias knew well that Clymnos was a titular name, Epi/Clerces of Hades 2, 35-9. But his rejection of the opinion that Clymnos was a man from Argus who had come to Hermione, as founder of the Chthonic cult, shows that this was the general view. Behind the temple of Thonia lay Cori / aha / Kalu equals sin Hermione equals s to / me / n clum / nu to / de / plu / tonos to / tri / ton de / auton li / m nern acrausi / n. At this li / m ner acrausia it is possible that a grave of Hades, transformed into the hero Clymnos, may have been shown. This Clemens referred to, but instead of Clymnos or Hades, used inaccurately the name more familiar to later times, Plauton. 35 / Kadi d, anather / ner s, I equals sen, hio equals any / pi / oni nero equals. These words may be kept in mind in order to explain the mysterious narrative in Hesiod th. 987 ff. Of faith in whom Aphrodite o circumflex equals art t, anarapsame / ner kai / min zathois any / ner / ois neropo / lanmu / shinpoyer / sado, di / monody equals on. Aphor, in fact, translated Phaethon alive and made him immortal within her own temple just as Athene had Erechtheus. Perhaps Phaethon was translated beneath the ground under the temple the edge. Mu / shin may mean this. The / mu / kioi are those that rule over the muchos of a house, e.g., over the tha / lamos as the inmost chamber. Thus Aphrodite / ter muche / a ale, ha, x 34, muche / a plu, ap, use, p Roman 3:13 p 84c. A goddess called simply muche / a ins, fr Mytilene gdi 255, but mu / kioi could also mean dwellers in the depths of the earth. Mucho equals ch thono / s uriwode circumflex, he's th 119, more commonly in the plural muchi / ch thono / s, see Markland on your, sup. 545, cf. A / edos mucho s ap. Roman 7 213, 6 archias, also mucho / s useb / on, athana / ton under the earth epiger. Gr. 241 a 18, 658 a rh, muse, 34 192, thus of the Aranais Orph. H 69 3 mu / chi, hupo / q / thesin oiki / e / chausai a / entro n erero / nt. Fote. 274 18 mucho / pedon, ger equals s ba / those ha / iders. 36 / 3, that the me n of line 550 refers to Erechtheus and not Athene is shown by the context. Skal, BL, states it expressly, Athene cannot have been intended to accept the offering of bulls and rams, for ther / li ter equals atherna equals thur / ausen, and in fact cows, not bulls, were offered to Athene, cf. P. Stengel Queest, Sacker, p. 4-5 Burrell, 1879. 112. 38 / 3, thus there was at the temple of Palaemon on the isthmus, in a / duten kalu / menon, ka / thodos de / ease auto / hupo / geos, e / en tha der / to / en palai / mona kekru / phthai, i.e. not dead and buried, fasci / n. Paus. 2 2 1. 39 / 3, cha / sma cru / te ch thono / s your, ion 292, Erechtheus ab Iov Neptuni regatu fulmine est ictus hig, 46. That is only another kind of translation. 40 / 3. We need not here speak of the relationship between Erechtheus and Poseidon, with whom he was eventually merged. 41 / 3. Clem, Al Prater, Roman 3 p 39 p with Arnab, and the others who copy him, 3 14 7 1 Clemens, quoting Antiochus of Syracuse, mentions a grave of Cecrops on the citadel. It is uncertain what is the relation between this and the Kekros / Pion known from Insk. CIA. I 322 and to / 2 equals key / Kropos hiero / n on the citadel, decree honoring the ephoboy of the tribe Kekropes in the year 333 BCH. 89 p 257. L10. 42 / 3. Huakinthi / ois pro / ter equals s2 equals a po / lonos, theusias es2 equals tun huaki / entho, twinbomo / endea / thur / ras chalker equals esenagi / thousand, and aristera equals de / estin hair thur / ratu equals bamu equals. Paus. 3 19 3. We shall meet with similar examples in treating of the sacrifices made to heroes. This naive sacrificial rite regularly presumes the physical presence of the god or spirit in the place underground into which the offerings are poured or thrown, as in the Me/Gara of Demeter and Kori, etc. 43-3. The story of Hyacinthos is found in its familiar form in the poets of the Hellenistic period and their imitators, Nicander, Bion, Ovid, etc. Already Simmias and Euphorion had told it. C. Welker, K.L., Sh. 24 ff. and G. Knock, Anal, Alexandrina Romana, p. 60 ff. It may even reach back to earlier times. The death of H, caused by Apollo's discus throw, is mentioned by Ur, Hell. 1472 ff. Though he does not speak of the love of Apollo for H as the story was generally given, and, indeed, as it had already been implicitly told by Nicias, it had no local coloring and no importance as local legend. It was not ever even an etiological myth, for it could only account in the most general way for the melancholy character of the Hyacinthos festival, and not at all for the peculiar features of its ritual. It is an erotic myth leading up to a metamorphosis, like so many others of its kind in substance. It is true, closely related the Linos myth, etc., with which it is generally compared and, in accordance with the fashionable theory, interpreted as an allegory of the spring blossom fading beneath the heat of the sun. It is, in fact, a regular mythological theme, the death through the cast of the discus, occurring for example in the stories of Acrisios, Canobos, Crocos C. Hopt, Opusk. Roman 3, 574 f. In Philo App. Galen Roman 13, 268, Red V13 Arith/Oyo, V15 perhaps K/New Dare /Stathmo/N. We cannot tell how far the flower hyacinthos had anything to do with the Amyclaean hyacinthos, cf. Hemster Huys, Lucian Roman 2, p. 291 bip. Perhaps nothing at all. There were no hyacinths used in the Hyacynthia. The similarity of the name may have suggested this addition to the metamorphosis story to the Hellenistic poets. 44-3, certainly not as Apollo's Eros/Minos, as which Hauser Philol. 52, 218 in spite of the beard, regards the hyacinthos of the Amyclaean altar. Bearded Paetica/ are unthinkable as every reader of the Anth. Pal. knows. The most ancient form of the story, as implied in the sculpture at Amyclae, neither knows anything of the love of Apollo and Hyacinthos nor consequently of the latter's early death, etc. 45-3. The Huacinthe/Des at Athens were regarded as the daughters, strangely migrated to Athens of the Lacedaemonian Hyacinthos, i.e., the one buried in Amyclae. See St. Bies, Lausi/A Harp. 113 Huacinthe/Des, 3, 15, 8, 5, 6 Hig. 238 Phanidemos App, Suid. Parth/Noi arbitrarily identifies the Huacinthe/Des with the Hua/Des or daughters of Erechtheus. So also 60, 27. This idea implies a form of the story in which Hyak did not die while still a boy or a half-grown youth, as in the Metamorphosis version. That the figure of Hyacinthos on the sculpture at Amyclae had a beard is expressly mentioned by Paus. 3:19-4, as conflicting with the fresh youthfulness of Hyacinthos as Nicias, second half 4th century, with reference to the love story had represented him in his famous picture, Prother/Baron Hua/Kinthon, Nick, th. 905. Paus. Section 5 expressly raises a doubt as to the truth of the traditional fable about H's death. 46-3, pro/ter equals S2 equals oppose/loan as Theusi/ as Paus. 3:19-3, more than once it is stated that at a particular festival sacrifice to the hero preceded that to the god, cf. Wasner de Heroum App. Gr. Cultu, p. 48 ff. Probably the reason in all such cases is that the cult of the hero, or god-turned-hero, is older in that particular spot than the worship of the god, whose cult had only been adopted there at a later time. Thus in Plataea at the Daidalia sacrifice was made to Leto before Hera, Prothu/Estai. Plu. App Us, p. Roman 3, 84c. There it is quite evident that the cult of Hera was adopted later. Perhaps even the form of the word Hua/Kinthos implies that it was the name of an ancient deity worshipped already by the pre-Greek inhabitants of the Peloponnese. See Kretschmer, Einl, in Jesh, Gr. SBR, 425. 48-3. The second day of the festival was sacred to Apollo and not to Hyacinthos, to Entheo/Anna/Dauzanath. 139e, it has been rightly said that this was when the Pea/N mentioned by Zen, Hg. 4:5:11 must have been sung. It is impossible to deny, with unjur philol. 37:30, the cheerful character of this second day of the festival as described by Polycrates Ath. 139e, if it is true that Didymus, whose words Athenaeus is quoting, begins in a way, 139d, that might lead one to suppose that all 3 days of the toe equals n huacinthi/on thusi/a dia to /p/enthos to /geno/menon, geno/menon. Peri to and hua/kinthon were passed in gloom without festivity, crowns, feasting, or paean, etc., but he refutes himself afterwards in his description of the second day of the festival, at which not merely at the performances, but at the sacrifice and the banqueting's festivity reigns supreme. We can only suppose that his language at the beginning is inaccurate, and that he means what he says of the solemnity of the occasion, because of the mourning for Hyacinthos, to be taken as limited like the mourning itself to the first day of the feast. 49/3, Hesage, Palu/Boya, Theo/Estes Hup, any/on/Artemis, Hupo /de/a/lon co/rare. Cf. K. O. Muller, Dorian's I. 361, a/Artemis there probably as Hecate. 50/3. Another view of the combined worship of Apollo and Hyacinthos at Amyclae is taken by Enman, Kipros, etc. 35. In this as elsewhere, he relies on certain opinions adopted from H. D. Muller's mythological writings, which must be approved of in general before they can be found enlightening as applied to any particular case. 51/3. As happened in the case of Hyacinthos, too, in the scene represented on the Amyclaean altar, Paus. 3:19, though nothing can be deduced from this as to his original nature. 52/3. The oracular activity of Asclepios plays a subordinate part in the usual accounts of him in comparison with his powers of healing. But originally they were closely united, as was usually the case with earth spirits. Apollodorus P. Theo equals N-ap. Macrob. 1:24 puts it 114 distinctly. Scribit quad Esculapius divinationibus et auguriis presit. Celsus calls Asclepios Urgedu equals nta, chi /ta/me/lonta prol/gonta ho/lies po/lesson anacame/nies hudo equals, or, cells, Roman 3:3 pp. 255/6l. 54/3, Cicero quoting the Pragmatical Theology says Nd. Roman 3:57 Esculapius, the second one fulmine percussus dicitor humetus s Cynageris, the district of Sparta, from a similar source cum Clem. Al. Prater, Roman 2 p. 26 p. Lid. Mens, Roman 4:90 p. 164 wunsch, of the third askel. Sic. Section 57 says, Cuius in Arcadia non longe, Alucio flumine sepulchrum et Lucas ostenditor. Even the temple of Asclepios in Epidaurus was regarded by many as the place of his grave if we are to believe the Clementine home. V. 21 Rec. X. 24 Sepulchrum demonstrator in Epidauro Aesculapiae. 55/3. The chthonic character of Asclepios is shown specially by the fact that not only are snakes sacred and dedicated to him, but that he himself was actually thought of as a snake, cf. Welker Gotterl, Roman 2 734. O phys ger equals s pi equals s hdt. I. 78. Deities who dwell in the earth and afterwards heroes in the later sense appear in the form of snakes as ch tho/neoi. Since such earth spirits generally have oracular powers, the snake is an oracular animal, but that is a secondary development. The offer of a cock, too, as by Socrates before his departure to the underworld, points to the chthonic character of Ask, for it was a sacrifice also made to heroes. Thus the hero equals A at Athens were frequented by the priests of Asclepios, CIA, Roman 2, 453b, cf. Kohler Ath, Myth. Volume Roman 2, 245f, Sacrificial Pit, Bow/Throws, for this ch chthonic worship in the Asclepieion at Athens. See Kohler, Ib. 254. 56/3. The connection between Amphiaraus and Asclepios is shown also by the fact that Iaso, one of the allegorical figures attached to Asclepios, though generally the daughter of Ascle. E.g.M. 434, 17 Iaso / with Silb. Cf. Herend, Roman 4:6 was probably also regarded as the daughter of Amph. R. Plut, 701, Hesich S.V. Her portrait in the temple at Oropos, Paus. 1:34-3. So too, /Elcandros the son of Trophonios Charax. App. Skal, R. Nub, 508 p. 500 bk. Seems to be the same as /Elcon, the Asclepiad daimon whose priest Sophocles was. The portraits of Trophonios followed the type of the Asclepios statues. Paus. 9:39-3-4. Troph. Son of Valens equals Ischys and Corinus and brother of Asclepios. Sic. N.D. Roman 3:56 ac. to the Theologi. With good reason, considering their intrinsic affinity, Trophonios Amphiaraus, Amphilachos, and the Asclepiadae are mentioned side by Aristid. I. p. 78d. 57/3. Sulla counted Amphiaraus a god, and hence the territory belonging to his temple at Oropos was accepted from the lease for the collection of taxes granted to the Roman publicani. The Roman Senate allowed this to stand ins. From Oropos F. Arch, 1884 p. 101 ff. Hermes 20:268 ff. The publicani had denied immortalis esse allos qui aliquando homines fuissent, sic. Nd. Roman 3:49. Thus only the fact that he was now a god was claimed by the other side. It was not denied that he had once been immortal. Paus. Again 8:2-4 mentions Amph. Among the Thei / who egi / non to ex anthro / pon, so tu varo app, serve, a Roman 8:275 cf. Apol, d Soch, 15 fin, also philo leg, ad Gaium section 78 Roman 2, p. 557 m. 115. Chapter 4. Heroes. Section 1. When about the year 620, Draken at Athens, for the first time collected, and committed to writing the customary law of his country, he also ordained that the gods and the national heroes should be honored together, according to ancestral usage. We are thus for the first time introduced to heroes as beings of a higher kind, mentioned side by side with the gods, and like them to be worshipped with regularly offered sacrifice. Their cult, like that of the gods, is by implication of long standing. It does not have to be reorganized, but is merely established in the form ancestral ordinances had given it. We see at this turning point of Greek religious development how defective our knowledge is of the history of religious ideas in primitive Greece. This is our earliest record, and it has been preserved to us by a mere accident, but it points backwards and beyond itself to a long previous history in the worship of such guardian deities of the country of which, however, we have hardly a scrap of early evidence. We should, in fact, from the meager remains of the literature that is so important from this point of view, especially the lyric poetry of the 7th and early 6th centuries, hardly have derived a suspicion of the existence of this quite un-Homeric element in the religious life of Greece. When at last the stream of surviving literature begins to flow more broadly, then, indeed, the heroes are often referred to. Pindar's Hymns of Victory and Herodoto's History cover the generations that lived through the Persian Wars and the following 50 years. From them, we can see with overwhelming distinctness how strong at that time was the belief in the existence and potency of heroes, even among men of education, who had not been too much influenced by the fashionable enlightenment of the time. In the beliefs of the people, in the religious customs of countries and cities, the national heroes have their recognized place beside the gods. The representatives of states swear by the gods and the heroes of the country. It is to the gods and heroes of Greece that the pious attribute the victory over the barbarians. So well established, indeed, was the validity of the Greek belief in heroes that even the Persian magi in the army of Xerxes made libation by night in the Troad to the heroes buried there. 116. Section 2. If now we inquire into the nature and essence of this species of higher beings that was as yet unknown to, or disregarded by, the epic, we get little information on the subject from direct statements as to their nature by writers of antiquity. We can, however, learn a great deal about them from what we are told of individual heroes, and more particularly from what we know of the peculiar nature of the religious worship paid to them. The heroes were worshipped with sacrifice like the gods, but these sacrifices were very different from the offerings that were made to the Olympians. They differ in time, place, and character. Sacrifice was made to the gods in broad daylight, to heroes towards evening or at night, and not on raised altars, but on low, and sometimes hollow, sacrificial hearths close to the ground. For them were slain animals of black color and male sex, and in sacrificing, the heads of the animals were not turned upwards towards heaven as they were when offered to the gods, but were bent down to the ground. The blood of these animals was allowed to run down into the ground or into the sacrificial hearth, that the heroes might have their appeasement of blood. The carcass was completely burnt, for no living man might taste of it. This peculiar mode of worshipping the heroes was in strict usage described by a different name from that used of the sacrifices to the gods. On special occasions, a sacrificial meal of cooked food was prepared, to which the hero was invited as a guest. They are nearby in the earth itself, and there is no need in their case, as for the Olympians, to send up the savor of sacrifice in smoke to heaven. This sacrificial ritual is in those features which distinguish it from that commonly in use for the gods of Olympos, precisely identical with that by which the gods who dwelt under the earth, and, later, even the souls of dead men, were honored. This will seem quite natural if we regard the heroes as closely related to the chthonic deities on the one hand, and to the dead on the other. In fact, they are nothing else than the spirits of dead men who now dwell beneath the earth, immortal like the gods of that underworld, and almost equal to them in power. Their real nature as the souls of great men of the past, who have died but have not been deprived of conscious existence, is made plain by another mode of doing honor to them originally belonging to them, and them only I mean the yearly repeated celebration of funeral games. Athletic contests for chieftains at the funeral of a prominent 117, one of their number were known to Homer, and we have already referred to them among other relics in epic poetry of a once powerful cult of souls. But Homer knew nothing of their repetition, and certainly not of an annual recurrence of such funeral celebrations. Games celebrated afresh after the lapse of a definite period became known to the Greeks only when the cult of heroes had reached its maturity. Many of these contests were connected perpetually with the yearly festivals of individual heroes, and were intended to honor their memory. Even in historical times, generally on the command of the Delphic oracle, annual contests were instituted in honor of heroes. It was the mode of worship proper to heroes, and men realized that in holding such contests, they were really repeating the funeral ceremonies of a dead man. The cult of heroes was the earliest breeding ground of the agon, that most characteristic feature of Greek life and school of the individualism that made the greatness of Greece. It was not unreasonable that afterwards many of the victors at the great agons were themselves raised by popular superstition to the number of the heroes. The greatest games of all to which all Greece assembled, the Pythian, Olympian, Nemean, and Isthmian, were during the historical period, it is true, celebrated in honor of gods, but that they had been originally instituted as funeral games of heroes and only subsequently transferred to higher guardianship was, at any rate, the general opinion of antiquity. Section 3. The heroes are, then, spirits of the dead, and not a species of inferior deities or demigods, and quite distinct again from the daimons known to later speculative thought, and indeed, to popular superstition. These latter are divine spirits of a lower order, but spirits which have always been exempt from death, because they have never entered into the finite existence of men. The heroes, on the other hand, have once been living men. From being men they have become heroes, and that only after their death. Furthermore, they have now entered upon a higher stage of existence as a special class of beings who are named by the side of gods and men. In them, we meet with something quite unknown to the Homeric poem souls, which after their death and separation from the body have a higher imperishable life. But though the heroes have once been men, it does not follow that all men become heroes after their death. On the contrary, the heroes, even though their number was not fixed, 118, and limited, but continually admitted additions, remained an exception, a select minority which for that reason alone can be contrasted with ordinary humanity. The chief figures, the outstanding representatives of this heroic company, we may say, were those whose lifetime was fixed by legend or history in the distant past who were in fact the ancestors of later humanity. The worship of heroes is not, then, a cult of souls, but in a narrower sense a cult of ancestors. Even their name, as it appears, distinguishes the heroes as men of the past. In the Iliad and the Odyssey, hero is the honorable title of chieftains, and also, generally, of all free men. Poetry of later centuries, so far as it touched upon the events of the legendary past, continued to use the word hero in this sense. But when in post-Homeric times the speaker, whether he is a poet or prose writer, regards the matter from the point of view of contemporary life, then by hero, if he is referring to a man at all, he means a man of those days when, according to the Homeric poems, this honorable title was still in use among living men. He refers in a word to men belonging to the legendary past celebrated in poetry. In Hesiod's narrative of the 5 ages of men, the use of the word hero is confined to the champions of the wars at Thebes and Troy. They are called, as though by their special name, the divine race of heroes. For Hesiod, the heroes are by no means the transfigured dead of past generations. He knows well enough of such transfigured dead of a still earlier past, but these he calls daimons. And so, too, when in after times the name of hero is applied to these favored individuals who enjoy a higher life after their death, the name which in itself did not imply the higher nature of such departed spirits is evidently intended to show that the lifetime of those who had received this privilege after their death occurred in a legendary past. As these men of the distant past had been heroes during their life, so, too, they must be called after their death. But the meaning of the word hero has undergone a change, and now contains the additional notion of unending transfigured existence. The worship of the heroes reveals itself as something quite new, a form of religious belief and cult of which the Homeric poems at least gave no inkling. And indeed, the conception of such transfigured ancestral souls living on in a higher state must have been a novel one, if no special word of ancient coinage could be found to express it, and a long-standing word of the epic vocabulary had to be pressed into a new sense. Whence came this new thing? If we try to derive it from 119, a natural process of development in the Homeric view of life, we shall find ourselves in the greatest perplexity when it comes to showing the connecting links between two such widely different conceptions. It would not avail us much to say that the prestige of the epic was such that those whom it had honored in song must have appeared so glorious and distinguished among mankind, that it was natural for later imagination to transform them to demigods and to worship them as such. The Homeric poems, so violently opposed to any idea of a conscious or active existence of the soul after death, could hardly have brought it about that those very champions whom it had represented as indeed dead and departed to the distant land of Hades should be regarded as still living and exercising an influence from out their graves. Moreover, it is in the highest degree improbable that in the process of historical development it should have been just the champions of the epic from whose worship the cult of heroes arose. For in cult, at any rate with negligible exceptions, those champions played little part. And indeed, that any cult at all should have arisen from the mere suggestions of fancy, such as the epic offered, is in itself unlikely. And it is essentially upon a religious cult that the belief in heroes is founded. In fact, after all that has been hitherto shown, what we see most plainly is the contrast between the belief in heroes and Homeric conceptions. The fanciful thought of the translation of individuals to islands of the blessed, or the underground dwellings, did not itself conflict with the implications of Homeric eschatology. The miraculous preservation in an immortal existence of men, whom the gods loved, did not involve the separation of soul from body, nor the consequence of that separation the dim borderland existence of the disembodied soul. But the belief in heroes was a different matter. That involved the continuation of a conscious mode of being, in the neighborhood of the living, after death, and in spite of the separation of soul from body. This directly contradicts Homeric psychology. We should have to give up the attempt altogether to bring this new belief into any real relationship with earlier development if we could not draw upon what we have learnt from our previous investigations. In the Homeric poems themselves, in striking contrast with the general conception there prevailing of the insubstantiality of the disembodied soul, We found vestiges of a once vigorous cult of the soul, which implied the existence of a corresponding belief in the conscious afterlife of the soul, and its lingering, 120, in the neighborhood of the living. From the study of Hesiod's picture of the 5 ages of men, we saw that, in fact, vestiges of an ancient belief in the continued and enhanced existence of dead men, of which no clear trace remained in Homer, had been preserved at least in occasional remote corners of the Greek countryside. But it was only the dead of a legendary past who were regarded by Hesiod as daimons. The poet could relate no similar marvels from more recent periods, and still less of men in his own lifetime. Thus, we have in this case traces of ancestor worship indeed, but not of a general worship of souls that is elsewhere the normal development of the worship of ancestors. So, then, in the worship of heroes, what we have before us is not a general cult of the soul, but a cult of ancestors. We may express the matter in this way. In the cult of the hero, a still burning spark of ancient belief is kindled to renewed flame. It is not the appearance of something entirely strange and new, but something long past and half forgotten is awakened to new life. Those daimons which arose from the men of the earlier golden and silver ages whom the poet of the works and days had situated in the dimmest and remotest past, what are they but the heroes, worshipped by later ages under a new name and brought down nearer to the period of contemporary life? Section 4. How it came about that the cult of ancestors was rescued from partial, and more than partial, oblivion, and rose to a new and lasting importance, that, indeed, we cannot say. We can give no real explanation indicative of the origin and progress of this important development in Greek religious life. We know neither the time nor the place of the first serious revival of this newly awakened primitive worship. Nor can we tell the manner or stages of its diffusion during those obscure years of the 8th and 7th centuries. We can, however, bring the fact of the revival of ancestor worship into relation with a number of other facts, which prove that during those years many hitherto buried or repressed ideas about the life of gods and men came to the surface again out of the depths of popular faith and out of an older worship of the gods that had never quite died out. This revival did not, indeed, suppress the Homeric view entirely. That never occurred, but it did set itself on a level with that view. The great movement with which we shall be dealing in the next chapter also contributed to the progress of the belief in heroes. Many other favoring, 121, circumstances may in detail have helped to strengthen that belief. Even the epic itself had in one point at least approached the ideas that were receiving a new life in the worship of heroes. Many of the local gods who had faded before the new deities of common Hellenic belief had been reduced to the rank of humanity and joined in heroic adventure. By a sort of compromise effected with the local cult of such gods, the epic poets had been led, in a few cases, to the creation of a remarkable series of figures in which the divine and the human was wonderfully mixed. These champions and seers of old time, as they had once been mortal men among other men, so now after their departure must they live on and have influence eternally like the gods. We can easily see the close resemblance that exists between such figures as Amphiaraus or Trophonios and the heroes of later belief. In fact, both of them, when they were not called gods, were frequently reckoned among these heroes. But for all that, they are only quasi-heroes, prototypes of the real heroes they can never have been. They have been translated during their lifetime and live on immortally just because they have never tasted death. They, with those others translated to the islands of the blessed, represent the idea of immortality in the only form recognized by the Homeric poetry. The heroes of the newly awakening creed, on the contrary, have died unmistakably, and yet they continue to live on, though relieved of their bodies. They are entirely distinct from the translated few of the epic tradition. They emerge out of the obscurity of the half-remembered, past as something strange as something, indeed, opposed to the circle of ideas influenced by the epic. It was not from poetic imagination or story that the heroes took their origin, but from the remains of an ancient pre-Homeric belief which local worship had preserved alive. Section 5. The worship of a hero is everywhere connected with the site of his grave. That is the general rule proved in innumerable cases. That is why in the case of a more than ordinarily revered hero, his grave as the center of his worship is set up in some prominent and honorable place, the marketplace of the city, the Prytanean, or, like the grave of Pelops in the Altes at Olympia, in the very middle of the holy precinct, in the thick of the festival crowd. Or else the hero who guarded the city and the land might have his grave in the wall of the city gate or upon the farthest border of its territory. Where his grave is, there the hero is fast bound, that is his 122 dwelling place. This idea prevails everywhere, though it may not be given such blunt expression as at Tronas, in the country of the Phocians, where the blood of the offering made to the hero was poured down through an opening immediately into his grave mound. It is implied, as a rule, in these cases that the grave contains the bones of the hero. The bones all that is left of his mortality chain the hero to his grave. Hence, when it was thought desirable to attach a hero and his protective power to a city his bones, or what were taken for such, on the command of an oracle were brought from a foreign land and laid to rest in his native country. We possess many accounts of such transference of relics. Most of them occurred in the distant past, but we also read how, in the full light of history, in the year 476, enlightened Athens brought over the bones of Theseus from Skyros. And not until they were buried in the Thessian was Theseus properly attached to Athens. Since the possession of the corporeal remains of the hero secured the possession of the hero himself, the cities often protected themselves against strangers, who might remove the treasured bones, by keeping the position of the grave a secret. A grave is always necessary to fix the hero at a definite place, or, at least, an empty tomb, which sometimes had to do duty for a grave. In such cases, the hero was perhaps thought of as bound by a spell to that place. As a rule, it is the remains of his former body that hold him fast. But these remains are a part of the hero himself. Though dead and mummified, as we are told in one case, he works and acts just the same. His psyche, his invisible counterpart and double, hovers in the neighborhood of the body and the grave. These are all very primitive conceptions, such as have, as a rule, only been preserved among peoples who have remained at a very undeveloped stage of culture. When we find them in force among Greeks of post-Homeric times, we cannot really believe that they arose then for the first time, in complete contrast with the clear-sighted freedom of the men of the Homeric age. They have only re-emerged from the repressive influence of the Homeric rationalism. It would be natural to think that the same ideas that have been described as underlying the belief in heroes were already in the minds of those prehistoric Greeks who in Mycenae and elsewhere took such care. Even it seems going so far as to embalm them, to preserve the bodies of their princes from destruction, and who put ornaments and utensils in their graves for future use, 123, or enjoyment. It has been explained above how, in the times of which Homer's poems give us a picture, the alteration in sentiment as well as the spread of the custom of completely destroying the bodies of the dead with fire must have weakened the belief in the confinement of the soul to this world and to the remains of the body. This belief never entirely perished. It was preserved alive, perhaps for a long time only by a few, in those places where there remained a cult attached to a grave. Such a cult would not, indeed, extend to those whose death had occurred within more recent times, but it did not allow the old-established worship of the great dead of the past to die out entirely. Over the royal graves on the citadel at Mycenae stood a sacrificial hearth, which bears witness to the continuance of the ancient worship of the kings buried there. The catalogue of ships in Homer mentions the grave of Apitos, an old Arcadian local monarch, as a landmark of the district. May not the sanctity of that grave have been preserved? In many places, at any rate, graves were pointed out and honored that belonged to heroes who owed their existence solely to poetic fancy, or were even mere personifications abstractions of the names of places and countries whose ancestors they purported to be. In such cases, the hero worship had become purely symbolic, and often perhaps a mere formality. But from such a fictitious ancestor worship, the cult of the graves of heroes cannot possibly have arisen. Such fictions are themselves only intelligible as copies of another and more vivid worship, of a cult of real ancestors. If no such cult had existed in actual fact before men's eyes, it would be impossible to understand how men came to imitate ancestor worship in the shape of such purely imaginary creatures. A copy implies the existence of a model. A symbol requires the contemporary or earlier existence of the reality symbolized. We should certainly know more of the worship of ancestors among the ancient royal families if in nearly all the Greek states monarchy had not been abolished at an early period and all traces of it suppressed. Sparta alone provides us with a solitary example of what may once have been the prevailing custom in all the seats of royal authority. When a Spartan king died, his funeral was celebrated with extreme pomp. His body, which, even when he had died abroad, was embalmed and brought home to Sparta, was laid beside the other dead of his family, and honor was paid to him, in Xenophon's words, not as a man, but as a hero. In this case, which undoubtedly represents a traditional usage handed down from remote, 124 antiquity, we have the rudiments of hero worship as applied to the dead of a royal family. The members of noble families who, like the Eupatridae of Athens, sometimes trace their descent from a king, must also have retained from ancient times the practice of ancestor worship. As of all unofficial cults, we hear little of the cults of the old clans based on blood relationship and connection by marriage, G/ner, Pa/tri. But just as out of their combination first the village communities, and then the fully organized Greek polis grew up, so, too, the religious cults which were paid to the ancestors of these unions of kinsfolk set a pattern for the manifold social groups out of which the developed state was built up. Section 6. The clans that we meet with at Athens and in other Greek states are, as a rule, groups for which a demonstrable common kinship is no longer a condition of membership. The majority of such politically recognized, self-contained clans assemble together for the common worship of particular gods, but many also honor a hero as well, who generally in such cases gives his name to the clan. Thus, the Adiabautadai at Athens paid honor to Bouts, the Alcmaeonidae to Alcmaeon, the Bouzigai to Bouziges, in Sparta and Argos Talthybios was worshipped by the Talthybiadae, etc., and in these cases, as the name of the clan itself shows, the hero of their common worship was regarded as the ancestor of the clan. Further, this ancestor worship and the name derived from a common, even if fictitious, ancestor, distinguish the clans from the cult associations of a different origin, which since the time of Cleisthenes had been put on a footing of legal equality with the clans in the phratries. The members of these associations, origins, lacked a common name, the existence of which, therefore, indicated in the case of the members of a clan a closer bond of union than mere membership of a religious association which had been chosen at will, and was not decided by the fact of birth. Everywhere these clans kept up the outward formalities of ancestor worship, and the formality must once have had meaning. However, the publicly recognized clans may have developed their own special characteristics, in their origin, at least, they must go back, like the Roman gentes, to associations of kinsfolk developed from the family, extended through the male line and held together by a real bond of kinship. Even the purely symbolical ancestor worship of the later clans, of which hardly a single one could have shown the 125 pedigree of its descent from the reputed common ancestor, must have arisen from the real ancestor worship of genuine groups of kinsfolk. The imitation in this case, too, points to the existence at some time of an original. In the same way, the larger groups into which the Athenian state since the time of Cleisthenes was divided were unable to dispense with the practice of association for the cult of a commonly worshipped hero. The heroes of the newly organized phylae had their temple, land, priests, statues, and regular cult, and so also had the heroes of the smaller purely local divisions, the demes. Here, too, the fiction of ancestor worship was kept up. The names of the phylae, always patronymic in form, represent the members of each phyle as the descendants of the hero eponymos or archegites of the phyle. The demes also in many cases have patronymic titles which for the most part are also known to us as the names of aristocratic families. It is evident that in such demes the members of individual aristocratic families had settled down together or near each other. The archegites, whether real or fictitious, of the family must then have been regarded as the archegites of the deme. We thus see how the cult of a family ancestor, taken over by a wider group of worshippers, might be preserved and extended little as the cult might benefit in sincerity by such political enlargement. The cult of heroes everywhere has the same features as the cult of ancestors. At least, the more influential heroes, those worshipped by the greater communities, were everywhere regarded as the forefathers and progenitors of the groups of countryfolk, citizens, or kinsmen who honored them. The fact that the persons of these prehistoric heroes owed their existence almost without exception solely to poetry or fancy allows us to conclude that at the time when ancestor worship had its rebirth in hero worship, the memory of the real archetypes of the country, the ancestors of the ruling families and clans, together with their cult, had fallen into oblivion. A great or illustrious name was introduced where the real name was no longer known. More often, even when the real forefather of the clan was still well known, the name of a great man of the primeval past was placed at the head of the list in order to throw the origin of the family as far back into the past as possible and connect it the more closely with a divine source. Men thus came to worship a phantom, often a mere symbol, of an ancestor. But they held fast to the imitation of real ancestor worship. The remains of a true cult of ancestors provided the model and were the real starting point for the later belief and cult of heroes. 126. Section 7. We can no longer follow in detail the process of development and extension which the idea of the hero underwent. The accounts which we possess show us the fully developed product, not the steps which led up to this result. We first get an idea of the number of hero cults existing in Greece during the greatest period of its history, from the enormous number of graves or cults of heroes, mentioned by Pausanias in the account of his travels in the age of the Antonines over the most important countries of the Greece, that was now fast falling into decay. Nearly all the legendary figures celebrated in epic poetry were now worshipped as heroes, whether in their own homes, as Achilles in Thessaly, Aias at Salamis, etc., or in other places that either claimed to possess their graves, as the Delphians did that of Neoptolemus, the people of Sybaris that of Philoctetes, etc., or else, through the genealogical relationship of their leading families with the heroes, regarded themselves as closely connected with them, as, for example, the Athenians with Aias and his sons. In the colonies, especially the hero cults, like the ingredients of the population, may have been a motley crew. Thus, in Tarentum the Atreidae, the Tydidae, the Aeacidae, the Laertiadae, and especially the Agamemnonidae were worshipped in a combined hero cult, and Achilles also had a temple of his own. There were heroes with famous names who may yet have owed their subsequent elevation to that position, during the times of the greatest extent of the cult, in part to their fame in ancient poetry. Side by side with these were a host of obscurer figures whose memory had been kept alive by their cult alone, which a small circle of country or city folk had paid to them from primitive times. These are the real national heroes, of whose worship Draken had spoken. As true forebears and real ancestors of their country, they too are called archegotai. We are told the names of the 7 archegotai of Plataea, to whom Aristides was commanded by the Delphic oracle to sacrifice before the Battle of Plataea. Not one of them is ever heard of again. It might happen that the name of a hero to whom worship had been paid from time immemorial might no longer be known even to the dwellers near his grave. In the market at Ely's, there stood a little temple whose roof was supported on wooden pillars. Men knew that this was the chapel belonging to a grave, but no one could give the name of the hero buried there. In the market at Heraclea on the Black Sea was a monument of a hero. 127, overshadowed by wild olive trees. It contained the body of that hero, whom once the Delphian oracle had bidden the founders of Heraclea to placate. The learned differed as to his name. The inhabitants of Heraclea called him simply the local hero. In the hippodrome at Olympia stood a round altar at which the chariot horses used to shy. It was disputed what hero lay buried there, but the people called him, after the effect he had on the horses, simply Teraxippos. In the same way, many heroes, instead of being called by their real names, were more often referred to by adjectives which recalled their nature or their power or some external detail of their appearance. At Athens, there was a hero physician, a hero general, and a hero garland bearer. Many a hero may have been known to the neighborhood, which worshipped him simply as the hero. In such cases, it was entirely due to the grave, and the cult attached to the grave that the hero's memory had been preserved at all. There might, indeed, be stories current as to his doings and nature as a spirit, but what it was that had marked him out in his lifetime and caused his elevation to a hero was totally forgotten. Undoubtedly, these are precisely the oldest hero cults. In the instances quoted from Eli's, Heraclea, and Olympia, first one and then another of the famous champions of antiquity were supposed to be buried under that nameless gravestone. But often enough, the doubt was suppressed, and by an arbitrary and successful imposition, some famous name out of the heroic legend may have been substituted as occupant of such ownerless or unclaimed grave sanctuaries. Section 8. As a rule, there was no difficulty in securing great or famous names when it was necessary to find a patron hero for the city. In particular, the founder of the city and its regular worship of the gods, and the whole divine circle which hedged round the life of the citizens, was regularly worshipped with high honor as hero archetypes. Naturally, they were mostly mythical or even arbitrarily invented figures to whom the greater or lesser cities of Greece, as well as their offshoots in foreign lands, did honor as their founder. But from the times when colonies were frequently dispatched and laid out in accordance with a carefully thought-out plan, under the leadership of a single person, generally named by an oracle, who was given plenipotentiary powers, this real Keats was himself usually promoted after his death to the rank of hero. Pindar speaks of the sacred grave of the 128, hero founder of Chiron in the marketplace of the city. The inhabitants of the Thracian Chersonese made sacrifices to Miltiades the son of Kypselos as their Keats, as the custom is, and held games annually in his honor. At Catana, in Sicily, Hieron of Syracuse was buried, and was worshipped with the honors of a hero as the founder of the city. At Abdera, the Teians, on the occasion of the second founding of the city, restored to his position of hero its original founder Timesios. On the other hand, the original and real Keats of a colony might be deprived of his worship if the inhabitants quarreled with the mother country, and another founder, chosen after the event, and given the highest honors of a hero in his place. This was what happened in the year 422 with Hagnon and Brasidas in Amphipolis. In these cases, hero-making leaves the sacred mists of antiquity and enters the light of the contemporary world. Faith and cult become profaned by political motives. The name of hero, once applied only to the glorified figures of the far distant past, now that such heroizing of the recent dead was possible, must have begun to have the more general meaning of one who has come to enjoy a higher nature and enlarged capacities after his death. In fact, any kind of prominence during a man's lifetime seems at last to have given him a virtual claim to heroic honors after his death. As heroes are now regarded, great kings such as Gelon of Syracuse, lawgivers such as Lycurgos of Sparta, and even representatives of poetic genius from Homer down to Aeschylus and Sophocles, no less than the most famous victors in the contests of bodily skill and strength. One of the Olympic victors, Philippos of Croton, was reputed to be the most beautiful man in Greece of his time. Over his grave, the people of Egesta, so Herodotos, v. 47, tells us, erected a hero's temple and paid honor to him with sacrifice as to a hero merely on account of his great personal beauty. Still, religious or superstitious motives were not always absent. They were particularly to the fore in the numerous cases where the extent and importance of the world of heroes were added to on the recommendation of the Delphic oracle. Ever since the Delphic priesthood had risen from its obscure beginnings to a recognized position as the supreme authority in all questions of spiritual right, the opinion of the oracle had been sought on all occurrences that seemed to have any connection with the unseen world. Especially in the case of prolonged drought or infertility of the soil, or when pestilential sicknesses had attacked a part of the country, was the oracle, 129, requested to state the origin of the misfortune. In many cases, the answer of the oracle would be that the origin of the evil lay in the anger of a hero, who was to be placated by sacrifice and the foundation of a permanent worship. Or it would command that the plague should be averted by the recovery of the bones of a hero from a foreign land, which should then be preserved at home and be the object of an official cult. Innumerable cults had their origin in this way, nor do the examples all belong to a half-legendary past. When pestilence and dearth broke out in the island of Cyprus after the death of Cimon, the oracle bade the inhabitants of Kishon not to slight Cimon, but to regard him as a higher being, i.e. do him honor as a hero. So, too, when someone possessed by special religious scruples inquired the cause of a strange vision that he had had, or of the remarkable appearance of the body of one lately dead, the oracle would often trace the matter to the action of a hero who must forthwith be given an official cult. When a serious undertaking lay before a state, whether it was the invasion of a foreign land or a decisive battle in war, the oracle would bid the inquirers first placate the heroes of the country that was to be attacked or where the battle was to be fought. Sometimes the oracle of its own accord, without being applied to, commanded the honors of a hero to be paid to a dead man. A peculiar case is that of Cleomenes of Astypalaea. This man had at the 71st Olympic Festival, 486, killed his opponent in the boxing match. He was disqualified by the Hellenodicae from taking his crown and returned home to Astypalaea full of indignation. There he tore down the pillar which supported the roof of a boys' school, and on the destruction of the boys fled to Athens' temple, where he hid himself in a chest. His pursuers vainly sought to open the lid of the chest, and at last the chest itself had to be broken into by main force. But Cleomenes was not found inside, either alive or dead. The envoys sent to inquire of the oracle were informed that Cleomenes had become a hero, and that he must be honored with sacrifice since he was no longer immortal. And so the inhabitants of Astypalaea paid honor to Cleomenes as a hero. In this case, the simple conception of a hero, as one raised to divine power after his death, is united with the ancient belief, which had never quite died out since the great days of the epic, in the translation of individual mortals who without dying disappear from sight to enter immortal life with body and soul complete. Such a miracle seemed to have occurred once again in the case of Cleomenes. He had disappeared, and 130 been carried away. He could, however, only be called a hero, because there was no common name to describe the effect of translation which made men no longer mortals nor yet gods. The oracle called Cleomenes the last of the heroes. Indeed, it might well appear time to close at last the already over-lengthy list of heroes. The Delphic oracle had itself contributed largely to their increase, and with full intent, nor did it observe for long its own decision to make an end now. It is easy to understand the reasons for the universal acceptance among the Greeks of the unquestioned authority of the oracle in all matters connected with the heroes. The god does not invent new heroes or add to the number of local divinities at his own caprice or by the exercise of his own authority. He merely sees them where human eyes are not clear-sighted enough. He, the all-seeing, recognizes them as one spirit does another, and is able to see them at work when men only feel the results of their activity. Thus, he enables inquirers to be rid of their difficulties, to understand supernatural occurrences by the recognition and worship of invisible powers. For the believer he is in this, as in all other directions of religious life, the true expositor. He only points out what already exists. He does not invent anything new, though the information that he gives may be something quite new to men. We, indeed, may be permitted to inquire what motive the shrewd Delphic priesthood may have had in the creation or renewal of so many hero cults. There is very evident method in their promotion of the belief in heroes, as there is in all the activities of the oracle in religious and political matters. Was it ecclesiastical policy that made the priests of Delphi, in this as so many other cases, search out and multiply to the greatest possible extent the objects of belief and cult? The more widespread, and the more deeply ingrained, was the uneasy dread of an invisible all-powerful spirit world, the greater became the authority of the oracle that alone could give guidance in this confused turmoil of ghostly activities. Superstition had achieved a power that the Homeric age never knew, and it cannot be denied that the oracle encouraged this deisidaimonia and did its best to increase it. Still, the priests of the oracle themselves were undoubtedly subject to the beliefs of their age. At any rate, they shared the belief in heroes. They would think it quite natural, when faced by anxious inquiries as to the cause of disease or dearth, to confirm the half-expressed attribution of the evil to the action of an angry hero. They had rather 131 to give their sanction to what was already anticipated than invent something new. They only applied to the particular case, with free scope in the invention of details, what the popular belief of the times had already settled in principle. But what it all meant was that the oracle took under its protection everything that could promote and strengthen the cult of souls. And in so far as it is possible to speak of a theology of Delphi, The popular belief in the survival of the soul after death and the cult of the disembodied soul formed two of the most important articles in its creed. We shall have more to say on this subject hereafter. In any case, if the priests lived in the atmosphere of such ideas, it was natural for them in times of need and stress, when strange things happened, to regard as the author of the disturbance some dead legendary hero's ghost or even a powerful spirit of more recent times, and to direct the faithful accordingly. Thus, the Delphic god became the patron of the cult of heroes, just as he was a patron of the heroes themselves, and invited them every year at the Theoxenia to a meal in his own temple. Section 9. Thus encouraged on all sides, hero worship began to multiply the objects of the cult beyond all counting. The great wars of freedom against the Persians had aroused the deepest and most religious feelings of the Greeks, and it did not seem too much when whole companies of those who had fallen for freedom were raised to the rank of hero. Thus, even into a very late period, the solemn procession every year to honor the Greeks who had been left on the field of Plataea was never omitted. And at the sacrifice, the archon of the city called upon the brave men who had laid down their lives for Greece, and invited them to a meal and satisfaction of blood. At Marathon, also, those who had once fallen in battle and been buried there were worshipped as heroes. Out of the enormous multitude of those who had thus become heroes, an aristocracy of heroes of a higher rank came to be formed, chiefly composed of those who had been honored in legend and poetry from the earliest times and had acquired fame all over Greece. Examples of these are those whom Pindar in one place names together: the descendants of Oeneus in Aetolia, Iolaus in Thebes, Perseus in Argos, the Dioscuri in Sparta, the many-branched heroic family of the Aeacidae in Aegina, Salamis, and many other places. Indeed, a brighter luster seemed to illumine some of the greater heroes, 132, and to distinguish them almost in kind from the rest of their fellows. Thus, Heracles was now elevated to the gods, though Homer did not even know him as a hero in the later sense, and though in many places he was still worshipped as a hero. Asclepios is sometimes a hero, and sometimes a god, as he had been originally. Then many other heroes began to receive sacrifice as gods, not without the assistance of the Delphic oracle, which, in the case of Lycurgos at least, seems itself to have given the lead in the elevation of that hero. The boundary line between the hero and the god seems to become more and more uncertain. Sometimes a hero of the narrowest local observance is called a god, without our having any reason for thinking of a formal elevation to divine honor in his case, or any corresponding alteration of ritual. The title of hero seemed already to have lost some of its value, though the time had not yet come when to name a dead man as hero hardly distinguished him at all from all the other dead. Section 10. However much the meaning attached to the name of hero may have widened or even deteriorated, the belief in the heroes lost none of its significance and long retained its hold on the people. The belief in such a class of spirits stood almost on a par with the belief in gods. If the circle of influence possessed by some particular local hero was narrow and restricted, that only made him seem all the nearer to his worshippers. The spirits of their ancestors, their own and the country's peculiar possession and shared with no one else, seemed more intimately theirs than other invisible powers even of higher rank. Permanent as the gods themselves, such heroes were honored as hardly second to the gods, though they cannot equal them in might. Not equal, for their efficacy was confined within bounds. It did not reach beyond the limits of their home and the little band of their worshippers. They were bound to the soil as the Olympian gods no longer were. A hero who breaks free from local limitations soon achieves divinity. In particular, those heroes who send up, from beneath the earth where they dwell, relief in sickness or prevision of the future, are certainly bound to one spot. Only at their graves can such assistance be expected, for that is their dwelling place. In their case, the relationship between the belief in heroes and the belief in those subterranean deities, of whom something was said in the previous chapter, is peculiarly plain. Indeed, in so far as their influence is limited, 133, to a single locality, and their powers concerned especially with iatromantic manifestations, these two classes of spirits essentially coincide. Such relief in sickness was expected, not only from Asclepios himself, but from the Asclepiadae, Machaon, who had a grave and temple at Gerenia on the coast of Laconia and Podalirios. The latter was buried in Apulia, near Mount Garganus. In his heroine, those who sought his aid laid themselves down to sleep on the skin of the ram that had been previously sacrificed. In sleep, they received other revelations from the hero besides remedies for the ailments of man and beast. Machion's son, too, Polmocrates, healed sicknesses in his temple of Eua and Argolis. In Attica, there was a hero's Atros in the city, whose efficacy in curing disease was witnessed to by innumerable silver ex voto facsimiles of various parts of the body restored to health by him. Another hero Atros, whose name is given as Aristomachos, had an oracle of healing at Marathon. Healing of disease was rarely attributed to any other than these Asclepiad heroes. Dream revelations of other kinds, however, were vouchsafed from their graves especially by those heroes who had been seers also in their lifetime, such as Mopsos and Amphilachos at Malos in Cilicia, Amphilachos, again, in Acarnania, Teresias at Orchomenos, Calchas in Apulia near the just-mentioned heroine of Podalerios. Besides these, Odysseus, too, had a dream oracle among the Eurytanes in Aetolia, Protesilaus one at his grave monument at Elaeus in the Thracian Chersonese, Sarpedon in Cilicia, and another, alleged, in the Troad Menestheus, the Athenian leader, far away in Spain, Autolycos in Sinope, and perhaps also Anios in Delos. A heroine called Hemithea had a dream oracle, from which she dispensed cures in sickness, at Castabos in Caria. Pasiphae gave prophecies in dreams at Thalami on the Laconian coast. Since from none of these heroes did the epic tradition give any particular grounds in legend for expecting a display of mantic powers, we must suppose that knowledge of the future and communication of such knowledge to the living was regarded as belonging naturally to the spiritual nature of the glorified souls of heroes. The notices which have come down to us allow us to hear of a few regular and permanently established hero oracles, but there may have been numbers of them of which we know nothing, and isolated and occasional manifestations of oracular powers by other heroes may not have been entirely out of the question. 134. Section 11. The oracular heroes are regularly confined to the neighborhood of their graves. In addition, what we know of the legends that were told of the appearances or the unseen activities of these heroes shows that, like the spirits that haunt ancient castles or caverns in our own popular mythology, they were confined within the boundaries of their native country, the neighborhood of their graves, or the site of their cult. They are, as a rule, artless stories of the anger displayed by a hero whose rights have been infringed or whose cult neglected. At Tanagra there was a hero Eunastos, who, having been deprived of his life through the machinations of a woman, would tolerate no woman in his grove or near his grave. If any of the hated sex intruded, there was danger of an earthquake or drought, or else the hero was seen going down to the sea, which washes away all pollutions, to cleanse himself. In Orchomenos there was a spirit who went about, with a stone devastating the neighborhood. This was Actaeon, whose earthly remains were therefore buried with much ceremony on the command of an oracle. A bronze statue of him was also set up and fastened with chains to a rock, and honored every year in a feast of the dead. Herodotos solemnly tells us of the wrath of Minos with the Cretans, who had not avenged his own violent end, whereas they had gone to the aid of Menelaus. There is a deeper sense in the legend, also related by Herodotos, of Talthybios who was enraged not for any private grievance, but because of a violation of the moral law and order. He himself, as the protector of heralds and messengers, punished the Spartans for their murder of the Persian envoys. But the most awe-inspiring legend of the revenge of a hero was told of a local hero of the Athenian parish of Anagyros. A countryman had cut down the hero's sacred grove. The hero first caused the death of the man's wife, and then inspired the second wife with a guilty passion for his son, her stepson. The latter opposed her wishes, and when she denounced him to her husband, was blinded by him and banished to a desert island. The father, having become an object of loathing to all men, hanged himself. The stepmother threw herself into a well. This story is remarkable for the fact that in it the hero, like the gods themselves, is regarded as able to affect men's consciousness, their feelings, and their resolves. Many of the details may have been improved upon by a taste accustomed to poetry of a higher style. But as a rule, the legends of heroes bear a 135 thoroughly popular stamp. They are a kind of vulgar mythology, which still put forth fresh shoots in this way now that the myths of ancient gods and champions have become merely traditional, and have been given over to the never-ending operations of the poets. Such myths were no longer thrown off naturally by the creative instinct of the people. The gods seemed too far removed. Their visible influence in the affairs of men seemed only credible in the legends of a far distant past. The spirits of heroes hovered nearer to men. In good fortune and bad men traced their handiwork. In the myths and legends of the people arising out of the events of the immediate present, they now constitute the supernatural element without which neither life nor stories would offer any attraction or meaning to the simple-minded. We can learn what these legends were like from a single example, which happens to have been preserved to us, and which must stand for the numbers of similar stories which once must have been current. At Temesa, in Lucania, there was a hero who went about destroying any of the inhabitants that he could lay his hand on. The Temesians, who had got as far as thinking of leaving Italy, turned in their distress to the Delphic oracle, and were told that the ghost was the spirit of a stranger who had once been stoned to death by the inhabitants of the country for the violation of a maiden. A sacred precinct must be dedicated to him, and a temple built, where every year the most beautiful maiden in Temesa must be delivered up to him. The citizens of Temesa did as they were told, and the spirit left them in peace, but every year the awful sacrifice took place. To this place there came in the 77th Olympiad a famous boxer, Euthyphros of Locri, returning with his crown of victory back to Italy. He heard at Temesa of the sacrifice that was about to take place, and entered the temple where he saw the chosen maiden waiting for the hero. Pity and love filled his heart, and when the hero arrived, the victor of so many single combats dared to try conclusions with this new foe, and finally threw him into the sea and rid the country of the monster. It is just as in our own fairy tale of the youth who went forth to learn how to shudder. And of course, now that the land is delivered, there is a brilliant wedding, and the knight of good courage marries the beautiful maiden he has rescued. He lived on to extreme old age, and even then he did not die but was translated alive, and is now himself a hero. Such champions of the Panhellenic contests, of whom 136, Euthyphros was one, are the favorite figures of popular legend both in their lifetime and, after their death, as spirits. A story was told also of one of the contemporaries of Euthyphros, Thegenes of Thassos, one of the most famous victors in the great games, and how after his death one of his opponents went and thrashed his statue by night, till one night the statue fell on him and killed him. The Thasians then threw the murderous image into the sea, but were thereupon plagued with barrenness as a result of the hero's anger. This went on until, after the several times repeated command of the Delphic oracle, they fished up the statue from where it had sunk and restored it to its old position and sacrificed to it, as to a god. The remarkable thing about this story is the way in which the crude and primitive notion, common to almost all image-worshipping peoples, that the strength of a spirit resides in his effigy, is here more than usually striking and applied to the belief in heroes. It lies at the bottom of many stories of the revenge of dumb statues against those who offend them. The statue of Thegenes, indeed, cured fevers even in later ages, as did the statue of another famous boxer, Polydamas of Scotausa. An Achaean Olympic victor, Oibotas of Dyme, had for centuries prevented the Achaeans from winning in any contest by a curse. When he had been appeased, the Achaeans, on starting out to take part in a contest at Olympia, used to do sacrifice to his statue. Section 12. But the belief in heroes rose to still greater heights. Not merely in peaceful athletic contests, but in real need, in struggles when they were fighting to defend the highest possessions of all the freedom and safety of their country. The heroes were found on the side of the Greeks. Nowhere do we see more plainly how real and vivid was the faith of contemporary Greece in the heroes than in the stories told of the appeals then made to them and of their participation in the Persian Wars. At Marathon, there were many who saw an apparition of Theseus in full armor fighting in the front of the battle against the barbarians. In the painting of Panainos, the brother of Pheidias, in the Stoa Poikal at Athens there, was shown among the fighters at Marathon a certain hero, Achetlos, of whose appearance at the battle a peculiar story was told. In the war against Xerxes, Delphi was preserved by two of the local heroes of the land against a Persian raid. In the morning before the Battle of Salamis, the Greeks prayed to the gods, but they called directly, 137, upon the heroes to give them practical help. Aias and Telamon were summoned from Salamis, and a ship was sent to fetch Iacchos and the other Aeacidae from Aegina. So little were these hero spirits mere symbols or great names to the Greeks. Their actual physical participation in the decisive hour was confidently expected. And indeed, they came and helped. After the battle had been won, a trireme out of the spoil was dedicated to the hero Aias as well as to the gods as a thank offering. A Salaminian local hero, Cycrius, had also come to the help of the Greeks, as a snake, in which form the heroes, like the earth spirits, frequently appeared. After the battle, everyone was fully persuaded that they owed their victory to the gods and heroes. As Xenophon puts it, it was the heroes and their aid which made Greece unconquerable in the fight against the barbarians. Less frequently, we hear of the active participation of national heroes in the fights of one Greek state against another. Even in the petty details of the life of individuals, the heroes played their part, helping or hindering, as once in mythical times the gods had done. Everyone will be reminded of well-known legends of the gods, and will at the same time be able to measure the difference between the sublime and the merely idyllic, in reading Herodoto's naive and circumstantial tale of how Helen once appeared in person to a nurse at Therapne. The nurse was praying at Helen's grave for her ill-favored foster child, when the heroine appeared to her, and with a touch of her hand made the child the most beautiful maiden in Sparta. So, too, we read how the hero Astrobacos, in the likeness of Ariston, king of Sparta, visited in secret the king's wife and made her the mother of Demaratos. The heroine of this Astrobacos was situated by the door of Ariston's house, and it was a frequent custom thus to place a hero's shrine before the house door, where he might give a special protection to his neighbor. In all the circumstances of human life, in happiness or in need, for individuals or the city, the heroes are thus very near to men. It is now often said of the hero worshipped by a city, just as it was said of the city's gods, that he rules it, is its possessor, or is lord over it. He is its true guardian and protector. It may, indeed, have been the case in many cities, as it was said to be in some, that the belief in the city hero was more deeply held there than the belief in the gods worshipped by all Greece in common. The relation of man to the heroes is closer than it is to the majestic gods above. 138. The faith in heroes gave a different and a more familiar bond of union between men and the spirit world above them. The worship of heroes began as an ancestor cult, and an ancestor cult it remained in essence. But it had now been widened to a cult of certain greater human souls who had raised themselves above their fellows by peculiar powers exercised in many, and by no means predominantly moral, directions. Many of them were of later ages or even of the quite recent past, and in this lies the peculiar importance of their cult. They show that the company of the spirits is not fixed and made up. Individual mortals are still continually being raised to that higher circle after the completion of their earthly life. Death does not end all conscious existence, nor does the gloom of Hades swallow up all life. But for that reason, the cult of heroes cannot be the origin of the belief in an immortality belonging to all human souls by their very nature. Nor can this ever have been its effect. In the beginning, among the hosts that streamed down to Hades, the special individuals who had another fate were a small class apart and favored above all others, and so it still remained. Though the numbers of the heroic figures might be increased enormously, yet every individual case of the transition of a human soul into the ranks of the heroes was a fresh and special miracle. Such exceptional cases, however frequently repeated, could never produce a general rule applying without distinction to all men alike. The belief in heroes in its gradual evolution and extension unquestionably led far away from the course taken by the Homeric belief in the things after death. In fact, it pointed in the opposite direction. But with the belief in heroes, men had not yet arrived at the belief in an immortality proper to the human soul by virtue of its own nature, nor yet, which would be something different again, was a general cult of souls thereby founded. In order that such beliefs might arise after, but not out of, the cult of heroes and maintain themselves side by side with an undiminished cult of heroes, a movement was first necessary that had its origin in different sources. Notes to Chapter 4.